ゲシュタルト計画報告連絡書第0103号。2003年に東京新宿区に出現した謎の巨大物体、通称巨人が引き起こした事件 6.12 事件とその後発生した事象の概略についての見解。2003年6月12日に新宿区に現れた巨人については、経済的損失は甚大だったものの、パニックの規模に比較して物理的被害は軽微だった。しかし、その後に起こったさまざまな事象の原因と考えられているため、当該事故をゲシュタルト計画記録報告の初回とする。巨人及び赤い竜が落下した半年後、2003年12月に全身が変色し死亡するという奇病が発生。白煙化症候群と名付けられたその病は、瞬く間に感染者と感染地域を増大させていった。なお、原因の一つとして考えられている赤い竜については、その遺骸を日本政府が回収したとの情報がある。ただし、記録が残っていないため、現在の所在は不明。本案件については、世界浄化機関から正式な苦情通告がなされている。数ヶ月後、東京で拡大した白煙化症候群の患者の中から死亡しない個体が確認される。この個体は凶暴化して人を襲う性質を持っており、レギオンと命名された。このレギオンとの戦闘は30年以上続き、世界的に人類の脅威となっていった。
Before we begin, I would like to recommend my Dragon Guard analysis video, as it serves as a prequel to both this video and NieR as a whole. It isn't required, but you may get more out of this video if you watch it. The link for it is in the description. Either way, I will mention aspects of Dragon Guard that I deem needed, so don't worry if you haven't got the time to watch that one or simply don't want to. At the end of the day, despite discussion online, NieR and Dragon Guard are separate games and stories. This is the first video in my two-part NieR analysis, with the follow-up releasing whenever I am able to and whenever I want to. Alongside the Dragon Guard video I released before this one, and the inevitable follow-up to this one as well, I hope to make a sort of trilogy of videos that people can enjoy and appreciate, all whilst doing justice to Yoko Taro's work. As the title suggests, this video is focused on the first ever NieR game, being Replicant, or Gestalt, but they're pretty much the same game. The Automata video will not be the one I will upload after this one, because I simply need to take a step back from Yoko Taro related projects for a while, as I've now done 2 massive videos on them in a row. Before you may comment about the length, just know that yes, this video needs to be this long. I intend to cover pretty much everything in the game, and also give context on top of that. This is not simply a story recap or lore analysis, it goes beyond that. Although, of course, I do talk about those things too, because if I didn't, what's the point? I mean, this is a NieR game, it is known for its story. If you have already played this game, then I hope to at least give you some background noise or side monitor content. If you are completely new to NieR, then this video is good too. That being said though, playing these games for yourself is quite different from watching videos about them. But I acknowledge not everyone has the time or energy to do so, and watching a video relating to it is much easier. NieR is the well-known series published by Square Enix, or whatever you want to pronounce them as, with its first entry being released in April of 2010. It is the loose sequel and a spin-off of Dragon Guard 1's Ending E, although it is very much a standalone game and IP. NieR as a whole is actually much more popular than Dragon Guard ever was and probably ever will be. There are currently 3 NieR games: NieR Replicant or Gestalt, NieR Automata, and NieR Reincarnation. They are some of the most profound games ever made, and I mean that in every definition of the word. I will keep this foreword short and simple because we have a lot to get into as it is. This video will cover absolutely everything in the game that I think is needed to give this game a detailed analysis that serves to give people a better understanding of this masterpiece, or to make people aware of its existence and impact. I will majorly be using gameplay from the remake of NieR Replicant, being the first game in the series that was remade with the title way too long to say, so I'll simply call it Replicant version 1.22, or just Replicant. The full number is the square root of 1.5, so it's just a really quirky way of saying NieR Replicant 1.5. The reason for this is because I believe Replicant 1.22 is a fantastic remake of the original game and is very true to its source material. Gestalt, meanwhile, will be brought up multiple times, but it is mostly the same game except for a few things, but we will get into that when needed. But again, NieR Replicant version 1.22 and NieR Gestalt are largely the same game. And I am focusing on the remake of Replicant being version 1.22 because it really is the definitive version of the first NieR game. If you argue otherwise, I truly have no words for you. Some may argue it isn't a remake, but simply an update of the game. But I'm going to go on a whim here and still use the term, because when compared to other releases, it certainly is a remake. Yoko Taro himself said he didn't want to call it a remake after FF7 Remake was released, which largely reshaped what the original FF7 was. Even then though, I believe my point stands. I may draw comparisons to other games in the series too for the sake of extra discussion or context, but detailed discussions of NieR Automata especially will be saved for another time. Another thing relating to discussion. A lot of things in this video will be shown in the game via cutscenes but explained at a later time, because this happens a lot in the game itself, especially in Route A. So please be patient and everything will eventually be explained. Without any further delay, let's begin. Like and subscribe if you enjoy. My Patreon, YouTube membership join button and Ko-fi are also linked down below. Becoming a member of the Patreon or joining the channel as a member gives you special shoutouts and other things. My Twitter is also down below, and my messages there are open. Alright, let's get into what you actually came here for. NieR Replicant. It was around the time of the 7th generation of consoles, being consoles such as the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3, that the concept for NieR was proposed. It was originally going to be the third entry in the Drakengard series, but as ideas were evolved and reworked, it eventually became a spin-off of that series. Despite this fact, Yoko Taro, the director of NieR and Drakengard, still considers it to be the third Drakengard game, even though Drakengard 3 was eventually released after NieR. The game was unveiled in June of 2009, being developed for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. The game's original release was localized in English, French and German, so that all versions could be released mostly worldwide with nearly no delay, and also to allow Caviar and Square Enix to get feedback from players outside of Japan as soon as possible. According to early reports, NieR was intended to be an Xbox 360 exclusive, but this never came to be as it was released on the PlayStation 3 alongside it, with Yoko Taro even stating that the PlayStation 3 version of the game was the console the game had been made for, which doesn't surprise me because Drakengard 1 and 2 both released on the PlayStation 2 before NieR. NieR's development lasted for around 3 years, including pre-production such as concept planning. Initially a small project, it ended up becoming a large role-playing game. NieR's development was handled by Caviar, and the game was published by Square Enix. Caviar also had a hand in the development of the Drakengard games. After Drakengard's chaotic development, Square Enix had minimal input on Yoko Taro's vision for the story of NieR, which allowed him to have a lot of creative freedom and input. I won't go into detail as to how NieR fits into Drakengard, as this isn't the section for such, but from the start, NieR was intended to follow the 5th ending of Drakengard, being set over 1000 years after it. Yoko Taro expressed that after Drakengard's dark and nihilistic story, he wanted to include themes of combined effort and belonging. Question: can you give us an overview of the game first? Answer: the genre of the game is action RPG. PlayStation 3's version of the game, being Replicant, is a story of a brother and sister. Xbox 360's version, being Gestalt, is a story of a parent and a child, but the basic story is the same. The gameplay that fuses the actions of melee and magic becomes the core of the game. I've made a lot of small elements to make it a game that can't be described in one word. The story of Drakengard was a bit dark, so I wanted a story of friendship and effort. After the 9/11 attacks on the United States of America and the war on terror largely sourced from them, Yoko Taro took the idea from the event that both sides in the conflict believed they were doing the right thing, and by incorporating that into NieR, hoped that players were able to experience multiple perspectives of the same events. As for the word NieR, it is simply the not-so-canon name of the protagonist of the game, which you actually name yourself, but for the sake of the video I named him such. The official guidebook of the game also states his name as NieR. According to fans, Yoko Taro once said that it means a curse. Replicant, however, has a clearer meaning in its use. Replicant was borrowed by Yoko Taro from the 1982 science fiction movie Blade Runner, which in that movie is, in simple terms, a copy of a human being. The relevance of this will become more apparent later on. There are two prominent versions of NieR, Replicant and Gestalt. The key difference between the two versions are the original release regions and the role of the main character in both of the games. Replicant was originally released in Japan, with the player controlling a younger brother character, whilst Gestalt was released in the West and in Japan, with the player controlling an older father figure. Other than these changes and the dialogue changing where appropriate, there are no differences between the two versions. Originally in the game, there were 13 active grimoire characters, expanded on later, but all except 3 were cut. Characters were also changed quite dramatically during development, with Kaine originally being more feminine whilst hiding her violent nature. Yona's name was initially derived from the biblical name Jonah, but because of localization issues it was changed to Yona. Fun fact, after seeing Kaine's design, Yoko Taro was initially shocked, but eventually came to like it. In fact, the female staff members working on the game approved of it. The game's cutscenes were created and directed by Studio Anima, who also made the cutscenes in Drakengard and were praised for their work on such when compared to the rest of that game. Yoko Taro and producer Yosuke Saito were fans of the God of War series at the time of creating NieR, and so were inspired to make the hack and slash elements somewhat akin to the early games in that series. Due to the popularity of God of War, especially in the West, the two decided that having varied boss fights was something that would appeal to both Japanese and Western audiences, due to the aforementioned popularity of God of War and how large the discussions surrounding the boss fights in that game were. In the second act of the game, the player may change weapon styles, and throughout the entire game, the camera angle may change depending on the environment. This too was a connotation of this inspiration, but also to, quote, accentuate the gap between real, modern scenery and the fantasy world, end quote. As for the intended audience of the game, much of the targeted market was for older players, specifically older than Square Enix's Kingdom Hearts series. To accommodate this, the game was much more mature than those games, with plenty of blood and swearing in the package. The main character, at least in the international version of the game, was male in his 30s, which wasn't standard in many games at the time. Some gameplay elements were also included as a homage to earlier games in different genres, specifically the bullet hell genre. NieR Replicant was originally released on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 on April 22nd of 2010 in Asia, with a European release following the day after and a North American release on the 27th. The remake, remaster, upgrade, whatever you want to call it, was released on April 22nd, 2021 in Asia and the 23rd in Europe and North America on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One and Windows. The original release sold around 500,000 copies, with the remake selling 1.5 million copies worldwide. Again, I must reiterate, the remake is very loyal to the original game, and many even consider it to be better. So don't worry, you aren't going to be missing anything here with me using the remaster to refer to many things. Remember that NieR Replicant and Gestalt are the same game. The only differences are the role and age of the main character and the release regions for both. NieR Gestalt also went by NieR with no title being attached. The remaster, titled NieR Replicant version 1.224744871139, Jesus Christ, was announced in March 2020 during the 10th year anniversary of the series. Grimoire NieR, a strategy and world guide of the game, was updated and released in 2021 in Japan and later released in English in 2023. This video takes a lot of things from that book too, because it is very dense with information and is an official Square Enix book. In fact, much information sourced from that book cannot be found in the game. As for the combat, it is largely the same in the remaster, but is definitely more fluid this time round. I will go more into gameplay in the Route A section. The reason that Replicant was remastered and not Gestalt is because Replicant was never actually released in the West. So, on top of the fresh coat of paint the game had, it was also a version of the game most Westerners hadn't experienced before. I'm going to keep this section short, but it needs to be said. The soundtrack for NieR is critically acclaimed and well known for good reason. It is a goddamn masterpiece. It was composed by Keiichi Okabe, Kakeru Ishihama, and Keigo Hoashi, along with Takafumi Nishimura, who was from Kaguya. The vocals and lyrics were provided by vocalist Emmy Evans. Some of them would return for Automata as well, which is also a well-known soundtrack. A lot of the music in the background of this video is either sourced from, or more likely covers of music from NieR, copyright and all. The music perfectly fits the world and tone of these games. Similarly to the role of Drakengard's music, it exists to complement the world and tone, except this time, NieR's soundtrack can be used for casual listening. The soundtrack was released under the title NieR Gestalt and NieR Replicant Original Soundtrack, and contains 2 discs. There are 43 tracks on the soundtrack, and it was released on April the 21st of 2010. Going back to the lyrics, they are actually sung in a made-up language that is a fusion of English, French, Gaelic, Japanese, German, Welsh, Hungarian, and Latin. According to Evans, being the vocalist and lyricist, the words serve to promote the tone of the song rather than the meaning of the song itself. It was an experimental approach to composition, and she did a really good job. For the majority of songs, Okabe asked her to pen the lyrics in one language and interpret it as if the words were changed thousands of years into the future, leading to her intensive research into how different languages sound and also ways to fuse them and still make them sound natural. Before we get into the game, I would like to quickly go over how the difficulty works in NieR Replicant. There are 3 difficulty modes in NieR Replicant: easy, normal, and hard. On easy difficulty, your max HP is 1.5 times the amount that it would be on the normal difficulty. Your MP recovery speed is doubled, enemy magic bullets do half damage, and HP and MP are fully recovered when you load a save. Normal difficulty is the intended difficulty, and the other 2 are simply slight rebalances of it. Well, slight. Let's get into hard difficulty. Hard difficulty makes your maximum HP 0.7 times the normal level. Enemy drop rate is 1.5 times the normal level, which is a buff to balance things out. Enemy AI is more aggressive. Enemy attack power beyond Route A is 5 times the normal level. Enemy maximum HP is 3 times the normal level, and 15 times the normal level after the second story route. Enemy block takes longer to break. Armored enemies are harder to knock down. Time attacks are nearly half the length they usually are, and HP and MP do not regenerate when you load a save. There is a term called artificial difficulty, which essentially means just making things hard by increasing numbers, and not by making mechanics more complicated and rewarding the player once they master them. The last 3 Elder Scrolls games and some Fallout games do this, being just increasing numbers to make the game harder, artificially, that is. It's a very lazy way of handling difficulty, and sadly Replicant falls into this trap too. There is a whole video on YouTube that talks about the difficulty scaling in Replicant and how it isn't really handled that well. Automata also shares the exact same issue. It isn't challenging, it isn't fun, it's just tedious and stalls you. The timed attacks, which I will talk about later if you are unfamiliar, are around half of what they should be. And when you fail them, the boss heals a lot of HP. This, alongside the bosses having a lot more HP than usual, just makes it a pain in the backside.
What I need you to do is I need you to take a nearest rope that you got, wrap it around, if you got a garage or a fucking stairway, and hang yourself.
Anyways, this tangent was leading up to me telling you that I play the entire game on normal difficulty. The first thing you notice after pressing play is that you are asked for your name. This doesn't really affect anything, but you can give the protagonist whichever name you wish. Many people, and even the official guidebook, refers to the protagonist as NieR, so I will be naming and referring to him as such. After entering the name, the game begins.
All I ask is your
Book. Get away, you freaks! I'll kill you all!
This is a very iconic opening, featuring a soundtrack called Snow in Summer, all while stating it is indeed summer. This snow may not actually be snow, but we'll get into that later. What we also get from the intro credits is that it is 2053. During this intro we get a very brief taste of combat, which is very simple in NieR, but not to the point of it being stale because it is incredibly fast paced and becomes even more varied in Act 2. You can perform light and heavy attacks, using either to make combos that end in large damage. You can dodge with the left trigger too, with each dodge also causing NieR to sprint, which also happens automatically if you run long enough. You can also block, and you are able to parry if you block just as an enemy attacks. If you perform a parry correctly, you can riposte straight after to deal massive damage. You cannot parry all attacks though, especially certain boss attacks. Another thing you can do is press the dodge button whilst locked onto an enemy, causing NieR to quickly zip behind them. This is very helpful for enemies that are weak from behind or are consistently blocking frontal attacks. Like most games in this genre, you can also jump and perform very basic combos in the air.
Are they gone?
Hey, you okay?
I think so. I'm sorry. It'll stop in a second. I promise. But what about those monsters? Are they gonna come back for me?
Don't worry, Yona. I won't let those things anywhere near you. Sit tight. I'm gonna go see if I can find something to eat. Oh, and Yona.
Yeah?
Don't touch that book. Not ever. Got it?
Got it.
Damn! How many of these things are there? They just keep coming! I won't let you lay a finger on Yona! I need more power. I need to protect Yona. from my sister.
What we see in the intro are two children struggling amidst an apocalypse, and soon enough, the brother, NieR, absorbs a certain power from a large book, which gives him the ability to use magic in an effort to protect his sister Yona. Yes, this is all vague right now. Yes, that is intended. Yes, these things will eventually be answered. One thing you must know about NieR is that the game gives you very small crumbs along the way, before giving you most of the answers in the final hours of the game. So I hope you are ready to eat a lot of crumbs. One thing you will notice whilst fighting these monsters known as shades is that NieR levels up very rapidly. You can guess correctly that these levels don't stay. As well as this, you gain countless magic from the book you use. I will go over these spells another time, being when you actually unlock them properly in the game. There are a total of 8 spells, which also go by sealed verses. Some spells can also be used during combos, which are helpful in certain situations. Shades as an enemy are quite enigmatic for about the first few dozen hours. We know nearly nothing about them during the first route, with the routes that come after going more into what they are. They come in many sizes though. Some of them shoot projectiles, with the dark projectiles being destroyed by melee attacks, and the light projectiles being destroyed by either melee or magic attacks. Some shades block, and in Act 2, shades evolve and become stronger and armoured. Some magic attacks may collide and the strongest of them will pierce. NieR of course also has bosses, with the first one appearing here in the prologue. Most bosses in NieR aren't very challenging, but many are quite spectacular. They are often very fun to play against and quite well designed and fair. During certain parts of boss fights, you will be tasked to destroy a certain part of them in a certain time. I will refer to these as timed attacks. Failure to destroy the part in the specific time will cause the boss to massively heal. In easy and normal mode, this isn't a huge deal. In hard mode though, it might as well be a death sentence. Sometimes these timed attacks are there for dramatic effect and don't actually have a time tied to them. One thing you may have noticed during my gameplay is that the game slows down a lot when I use magic. This is actually not lag. In fact, this is an intended design choice to allow you to aim and use magic without having to worry much about dodging, because again, NieR's gameplay is very fast, and without this slowdown, magic would be very difficult to use. This is more obvious when you use the standard projectile attack, which occurs when you hold down the right bumper, or by tapping it rapidly, which actually deals more damage.
Yona? Why did you...
You've always been the one helping me. So I just wanted you...
No. Yona! Yona! We need help. Please, somebody, we need help! Help us!
After seeing a mysterious black disease take over his sister, NieR cries out for help.
All right, I'm heading out.
Can I come with you today?
Better not. I'm probably going hunting.
Okay.
But I'll bring you back a book from the library, okay?
Yay! Thanks!
Yes, you saw that correctly. The rest of Act 1 takes place 1,412 years after the prologue. Want an explanation for that? Well, stick around and find out, and whilst you are waiting around, click like and or subscribe if you're enjoying the video so far. NieR takes on a fatherly role here, even if he is Yona's brother. This is why the differences between Gestalt and Replicant do not really matter, because the role of NieR is pretty much the same between both versions. Your level is reset to 1, and you no longer have your magic book, being equipped with only a sleek short sword. Speaking of levels, let me explain how exactly they work, as well as specific stats. Defeating Shades gives you XP, and every level requires a total amount of XP for you to level up. In the pause menu, you can see your current level, your gold, your equipped weapon, as well as your current level. When you level up, you will gain a permanent increase in health, MP, and the damage of your magic. As well as these, you also have other variables, such as attack power, magic power, physical strength, armor break, guard break, knockback resistance, physical defense, magic defense, MP recovery rate, magic cost, XP rate, and item drop rate. These stats can be increased by equipping certain words, which you can think of as items that buff specific things, such as magic, weapons, or your martial arts, which is your ability to defend, etc. These words are obtained by killing enemies as a drop that automatically fly toward you and then are collected. Each item, magic, or martial art can have up to 2 words equipped at a time. As well as words and items that can be obtained from enemies, they may also drop tutorials, which can also be found in general loot boxes that you can break. This is the game's way of feeding you information in a way that isn't really overwhelming, as you can just read them anytime you wish after collecting them. The tutorials in the game that you get outside of the ones you find are still very simple. It is clear that the game doesn't want to overwhelm the player, which is good. Loading screens in Replicant are very simple too, being composed of diary entries mostly from Yona, with a date attached to them. They change depending on how far in the story you've got as well. Going back to the story, we learn that Yona is sick, and NieR is working to take care of both of them, but especially Yona, even going as far as to offer to go to the village library and bring a book back for her. NieR takes place in Japan, with the prologue taking place in the Shinjuku ward of Tokyo. You may view a map later on when you get your book again, seeing that there are a handful of areas that you can visit in the game, with paths that link them all together. We will go over the areas as they come. The village itself is quite small, with a moderate amount of vendors in the market area, as well as a river that runs through it. There is also, as mentioned, a library, which itself has a room that fills itself up with miniatures of bosses you have defeated along the course of the story. Sadly, you cannot read the books in the library, despite there being hundreds of them. NPC dialogue in the library suggests that these books, though, are written in languages long forgotten. So it does make sense after all that we can't read them. As for what these languages are, it's most likely anything that isn't Japanese. Exiting the house, you will get a good view of the village in almost its entirety. It is, after all, quite small. You'll also immediately see where you can save, which is a letterbox. In NieR, you get 3 save slots, and dying will have you resume at the latest autosave, which the game does quite often. NieR goes to a red-haired woman named Popola, one of the 2 twins that reside in the village. We learn that the 2 practically helped raise NieR and Yona, with NieR taking on odd jobs, often dangerous, from Popola to help the village and surrounding areas. Despite NieR's efforts to help Yona's sickness, he feels like he is failing her and could do better. Because of these jobs, he is also barely at home with Yona. But Popola and her sister Devla take care of Yona whilst NieR is away. The first quest here is to collect some mutton from the northern plains, which, as the name implies, is north of the village. Popola gives you a map for the plains, as every area in the game requires a map in order to view it from the map screen. These maps can be acquired from many sources, including vendors. As well as this, Popola wishes you to buy 3 herbs. This is a good way for you to get used to the shopping in the game quite early, as you'll be doing such quite often. NieR is clearly thankful for Popola, and says that he and Yona appreciate her help. As by helping Popola, Popola also gives Yona medicine. Popola explains that everyone in the village wants to see Yona happy again.
Yona?
Oh, hey.
Yona, you're supposed to be in bed. See, now your ribbon's all undone.
I'm sorry. I just thought I'd see if the library had any books about how to cure my sickness.
Yona, look, don't worry. You're gonna be fine. You just need to eat and rest. If you take good care of yourself, you'll get better.
You really think so?
I know so. Anyway, I've got work to do, so I need you to head home. Deal?
Deal.
People say the world is dying. Populations continue to fall, while plague and disease run rampant. If that wasn't enough, monsters called Shades now roam the land as well, threatening our very lives. But I can't let any of that distract me. My sister is sick, and my only goal is to ensure that the two of us survive. It's not easy for a pair of kids to live on their own. But the villagers have been kind to us, and despite everything, somehow I feel like we're gonna be okay. We have to be. There's no other choice.
Devila can be found sitting in the middle of the village, sitting on a fountain and singing. If you approach her, the music dynamically changes to include her singing, one of my personal favourite touches in the game. The Northern Plains is a relatively large area with goats, sheep, and of course shades. The game teaches you how to loot animals after killing them. Sheep may seem harmless, I mean, they are, but as you can see by my footage, they can be quite annoying. After collecting the mutton and heading back, some shades spawn near the entrance of the village. One thing you may notice though is that these shades don't actually fight back. They simply wait for you to cut them down. NieR, and by extension most players, don't notice this, being overcome with worry that shades are so close to the village. Bringing mutton to the client and buying the herbs for Popola, NieR goes back to Yona. One important thing to note is that the children inside the library state that some of the books are written in funny languages. I mentioned this earlier, but this is most likely meaning that much of the knowledge of such has been completely destroyed, since whatever happened in the world took place. Yona requests a story from NieR as she has finished the book she has, so NieR tells her about a legendary flower called a lunar tear, and having one will make you rich. Yona, though, has an idea.
Well, Popola told me about a legendary flower called a lunar tear. Have you heard of it?
That's a silly name.
I guess. But people say finding one will make you rich beyond your wildest dreams. If I ever found one, I'd buy you so many cookies your stomach would hurt.
Could a lunar tear make me better?
Sure. With that kind of money, we could buy the best medicine around. The kind that'll cure anything. Yona? What's wrong?
It's nothing. Good night.
The day after, NieR's schedule continues as normal. See Popola for any work. Yona is still pondering about the lunar tear though. Popola is hesitant but tells NieR to deal with a group of shades near a broken bridge in the Northern Plains, and that some carpenters dealing with the bridge were attacked due to it being overcast. Why is the weather relevant? Well, shades prefer the dark over the light. Sometimes, shades spawn in different places or in more places if the weather is against you. One weird thing about this game though is that there isn't a day and night cycle, it is pretty much always day. I'm not counting cutscenes here, of course. Taking care of the larger shades and heading back to town, Popola thanks NieR amidst her worry, and tells him that Yona had asked her about the outside world. NieR is immediately worried since Yona left the house. Yona's source of questioning is from a book, but we as the player may deduce it's because of the lunar tear she was told about. Going back home, Yona has indeed vanished. Going back to Popola to ask if she has seen Yona, she reveals that she told Yona that lunar tears grow amidst the Lost Shrine, which is another area nearby.
Hey, Popola? I can't find Yona.
Really?
You have any idea where she might be?
She stopped by earlier today, but that was a while ago.
Did she say anything?
She just asked if I knew where lunar tears grow. She's so cute. I told her how they used to grow around the Lost Shrine long ago.
Why is Yona asking about lunar tears? Oh crap!
What's wrong?
Yesterday, I told her that story about how lunar tears can make you rich.
Oh.
Then we got to talking about how we could use the money to buy medicine to make her better.
You don't think she...
I think that's exactly what she did. I have to go find her. What's the fastest way to the Lost Shrine?
Through the Eastern Gate.
Got it. Yona, I have to get to the Eastern Gate.
Making your way to the Lost Shrine to look for Yona, you are met with a large set piece of such, showing off its massive size. After making your way across the bridge, you enter. The interior is a spiral of stairs and rooms around a large tree, with your way up being met by shades of various sizes. The stairway around the tree is broken, meaning that for much of the way up you must make your way through various makeshift elevations, including on the outside of the shrine. Here, you must push boxes to make your way over walls, with skid marks on the ground giving hints as to where to place the boxes. In certain rooms inside the Lost Shrine, you may have to move the boxes out the way in order to access certain doors, with other boxes in the way, giving a puzzle element to the entire area. Another thing to note here is that the lighting is absolutely stunning, with the open ceiling providing sunlight that blends between the tree and its leaves. At the apex of the Lost Shrine, you will come across another save point alongside a door. Going inside will greet you with more shades, as well as Yona, who lies beyond a barrier powered by two large knight-looking figures, who are using a book to power the barrier. Attacking the book enough causes the following to play.
Get out of my way! Give my sister back!
For the love of all that is holy, would you please stop pounding me?
Then move! Yona!
By the heavens!
There. So how do we save Yona?
Once I destroy these shades, the magic barrier preventing your passage should simply disappear.
You can really do that?
I am Grimoire Weiss. My very name brings kingdoms to their knees.
Then do it already, Weiss!
You will refer to me by my full and proper name.
Just keep coming!
You shouldn't have turned your blades on me, foul creatures. With a single word, I, Grimoire Weiss, shatter the very universe itself. Now, prepare to...
Oh dear?
It seems that the frantic bludgeoning you gave me earlier has caused my memory to escape me.
Are you for real? You are not nearly as hopeful as you claim to be. Did you just suck the blood out of those things?
Bloody sounds are words, and words are power.
Okay.
Is this my memory?
You alright, Weiss? Hang in there.
It would seem I can regain my powers by defeating these monsters.
Is this magic?
Magic indeed. This is the true power of Grimoire Weiss.
Hold on, Yona. I'm coming. Is that all of them?
Our task is going to be more difficult than I first envisioned.
This is Hansel and Gretel, the first real boss of the game. You also get access to the greatest character in the game, Weiss, or as he insists, Grimoire Weiss, who acts as your helper, friend, and magical source through much of the game. He is voiced by the great Liam O'Brien of both Critical Role and many other roles. Agreeing to help NieR, the two fight Hansel and Gretel. After acquiring Vice, you get a new menu which lists your maps, items, quests, weapons, words, and notes. Your quests, weapons, and words have a percentage indicator, which is a good way of tracking how much you've done. Weapons in NieR also have a backstory attached to them, which serves the same purpose as it did in Drakengard, to give extra lore related to or surrounding that weapon. They are similar to Soulsborne item descriptions in how they are written. I won't go over them all because, well, it isn't needed and we'll be here all day. Anyway, Hansel and Gretel are quite simple to fight. Hit one until it has a shield around it, then hit the other one, then do that all over again. Their attacks are very clearly telegraphed, and they can be knocked down, causing a timed attack to take place. Here you unlock the first sealed verse, also known as a spell. These are simply different types of magics that Vice unlocks throughout the course of the first act of the game, which by the end of you will have access to all of the spells. Dark Lance is the one that we have just unlocked, which you can charge up and fire up to 8 lances depending on the amount of MP you have available. They deal large amounts of damage and can pierce enemies.
Now is your chance. Attack with all your might.
After Hansel is defeated, Gretel becomes more aggressive and slightly more powerful, but like all shades, it is eventually cut down by NieR.
This one excels at close combat. Keep your distance.
Yona!
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help.
I'm the one who's sorry. You must have been scared out of your mind. Are you okay?
Perhaps we'd best depart, hmm?
The shrine's about to collapse. Come on, Yona, let's go!
You're faster than I thought.
I tried. I really did. But I couldn't find a lunar tear. And I'm so sorry. I just wanted to make you rich. And get rid of this disease. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about... Yona? What's going on?
Yona's disease has progressed, and we learn that she has the Black Scroll, which, as stated, is a seemingly incurable disease, which takes everyone it infects. NieR is, of course, frustrated, and Vice explains that if he had the power to help, he would do so. Going back to the village and talking to Devila, she recognizes Vice.
Oh, you're back. I was worried about you.
I heard you went through the Eastern Gate and... Wait, is that a book?
Yeah, it's...
Now see here, I am Grimoire Weiss, and you will treat me with the proper respect.
Wait, you're Grimoire Weiss? Oh, that is so cool.
Hold on, what? You know him?
Of course. He's the white book I was just singing about.
He's in your song?
Yeah, the Song of the Ancients. It's an old tune that's been passed down through generations of villagers. It's in a forgotten language, so I doubt you could make much sense out of it.
Do you know what it means?
Well, it's not like I studied it or anything, but I can tell you bits and pieces. There's this terrible black book that shows up and starts spreading disease all over the place. But then this white book appears and saves the world and everyone's happy. You know how it goes. What is it?
It's nothing. So how exactly does this white book save the world?
It's just a song, yeah? I don't really know the details.
Oh.
Aw, don't be sad. Look, why don't you go ask Popola? She's got a big brain, maybe she knows something.
That's a good idea. Thanks.
We will get back to this later, being how exactly Devlin knows Weiss enough to immediately recognise him based on song lyrics alone. Plus, she seems quite defensive when NieR asks how the White Book, Weiss, saves the world, and even goes as far as to send NieR to ask Popola instead. This isn't unusual, especially with a reveal later in the game.
I heard about Yona. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry.
Well, maybe you can help. What do you know about the song that Devila was singing?
Wait, is that Grimoire Weiss?
You know Weiss?
Finally, someone who appreciates quality when they see it.
Yes, well, the Song of the Ancients. Let's see. When the great black book, Grimoire Noir, brings calamity upon the world, the white book, Grimoire Weiss, will appear with his sealed verses. He will then use them to vanquish Grimoire Noir and purge the calamity he wrought, or so the legend goes.
What's a sealed verse?
No such records remain, so I can't say for sure. But they seem to resemble some form of magic.
Magic. That's it!
What is?
So the song says Grimoire Weiss purchased the world of this calamity, right? And he does so using these sealed verses.
Oh, and you believe the matter I infused in the shrine is one of these sealed verses?
Exactly, Weiss! With your power, we can cure Yona!
Guys, don't get too excited. This is just some old legend.
Hey, Weiss was just some old legend yesterday, but here he is! And if he's real, the rest of it must be too. He can cure the Black Scrawl. I know he can!
Do we know anything regarding the whereabouts of this Grimoire Noir?
Sorry, but there's nothing about that in any of the records. All I can say for sure is that there are a number of sealed verses out there.
Also, it appears the shades you fight and these verses are intrinsically linked.
Then we'll go kill every shade we can find!
No, that's far too dangerous.
What an absurdly reckless plan.
So I should just sit around and do nothing while Yona suffers? I don't think so.
But, well, it's clear I won't be able to talk you out of this, so... I've heard the Shades are gathering near a village called the Eyrie. It's past the bridge on the northern plains. They should be done with the repairs by now. I marked it on your map for you. Maybe you could find one of the sealed verses there. Once you arrive, be sure to speak to the village chief. He lives in the house up on the highest point in the Eyrie.
Got it.
Good luck, you two. And be careful.
Hearing this, NieR is inspired to, in a sense, reenact the Song of the Ancients. By collecting the sealed verses, he can purge the world of calamity, which in this case is the Black Scroll. By doing this, Yona would be saved. So I would usually leave side quests for the respective section, but I want to mention the boar quest here because it becomes available at this moment, and because the boar is extremely helpful in travelling. Essentially, there is a request for you to take care of a boar in the northern plains. Let me just say, this thing hurts. My strategy was to just stand on a rock where it can't reach and just pelt it with magic until it dies. After doing so and completing the quest, you get access to the boar, which lays down outside most areas for you to use. You may also whistle for it if it's close enough. The boar is your trusty steed, so to say, which you can charge with and drift. If you slam its head into something by accident when you're riding it, you will fall off it, and a rather humorous sound will occur. If there is any side quest I consider to be absolutely essential, it is this one. Travelling without the boar will take 3 times as long otherwise. Another thing about whistling for the boar, when you whistle, other animals may approach you instead, such as sheep or goats. The area lies beyond the far end of the northern plains. At first, you will come across a small opening on the right with an abandoned house of sorts. This is important later. Ahead though, past the cart trail, the area opens up to you. The villagers here are not friendly, seemingly isolating themselves in their houses due to the shades and a figure which they call Kaine. There is another reason why they are isolating themselves, but this isn't revealed until Act 2.
Kaine must not be brought to the village!
At first, the area might seem complicated to navigate through, but there is a ladder right at the start that gives you a direct path where you need to go for this quest.
This must be the chief's house.
Who goes there?
Well, we're...
Be gone, strangers!
Wait, listen to...
Enough. Leave this village at once and never return!
What a pathetic bunch of rabble.
What the heck is that? Nice flowers.
Those are lunar tears, legendary flowers of almost perfect beauty.
You're kidding. Those are the ones I told Yona about.
Hands off the flowers.
Vice? Why's that lady in her underwear?
I fear we have greater issues to deal with.
Wait, is she a shade?
This woman seems to be a shade, and there is a very short boss fight here against her. She is equipped with 2 jagged swords and has magic of her own, zipping back and forth to avoid your attacks. She isn't terribly hard though, as the fight gets cut short. Fighting alongside her, this is the second boss of the game. This too is quite simple. Damage it until you can take care of its timed attacks. The boss has plenty of projectiles and even spawns extra sapphire-shaped shades which spew projectiles of their own. Soon enough, the fight is cut short.
Thanks? I told you to stay out of the way! Get back here, you...
The symbols are disappearing.
Huh? Is she human?
This one has been possessed by a shade. She exists as neither fully human nor other.
I feel bad for treating her like one of those things. We have to help her. You're awake.
You.
I'm sorry we attacked you. We thought you were a shade.
Well, you're half right. Now get the hell out of here.
Now see here. We made our apologies and came to your aid. The least you can do is grace us with your name.
It's okay, Vice. She's probably just exhausted.
My name's Kaine.
Ah, the name we heard back in the village.
Look, nothing good is gonna happen if you stick with me. So do like I said and go. Oh, and one more thing. That monster back there, it's mine. Stay the hell away from it.
A half-human and a giant shade.
She's kinda pretty, but she's really intense.
Defeating this boss causes you to learn the second sealed verse, Dark Hand, which is a melee range punching spell that can be charged for extra power. This spell is one of the most useful in the game, and is massively effective against group of enemies and against armoured enemies, as it can break their defences completely with enough hits. Kaine, at least in Route A, is quite an enigmatic character. We will learn more about her both in this route and especially in the other routes. For now though, we learn that she has a vengeance against the shade we had just fought against. After this, you have a choice as to what to do next. This happens multiple times in the game, especially in Act 2. Either way though, the events of the game largely play out the same. It is simply whatever you want to take care of first. Going back to Yona, we see her condition is worsening.
Yona? Yona, what is it?
It hurts.
Oh, Yona. I'll go get some medicine, okay? Just hang on.
Wait.
What is it?
Just don't do anything dangerous.
Stop worrying already. Hey, Popola. Do you have any pain medicine?
Pain medicine?
It's for Yona. Her pain is... it's getting really bad.
That poor girl. Well, I guess we could try a shaman fish.
What's that?
It's a fish found near seafront. Their livers contain a chemical that's said to dull even the strongest pain.
That sounds perfect.
You can find seafront out past the southern plains.
Popola suggests a fish known as the shaman fish, which contain a chemical in their livers that dull pain. This fish is found in Seafront, which is an area yet to be visited, and can be found by passing through the southern plains, which, as you can probably guess, is through the south gate of the village. The southern plains are much smaller than their northern counterpart, with the manor, an area we visit later, Seafront, and of course the village being reachable from it. Seafront is one of my favourite areas in the game. I mean, look at it, it's a large difference between the gloom of the village. Like the village though, there are plenty of vendors. On the beaches too, you can find some cute seals rolling around. Unfortunately, asking the vendors for a shaman fish leads to nothing. Even the fishmonger has no leads. Asking an old man overlooking the beach though gives you a clue.
Eh? Shaman fish? Oh, sure. They're a cinch. Practically jump into the net, they do. But I won't do it for you. So take this pole and go fish one up yourself.
I think this is a good time to explain fishing in this game. Fishing in NieR is very simple. Each location and lure has a different fishing pool attached to it, being that the results of fishing depend on both. When you cast a line into some compatible water, you must wait for a bite. After this, press the action button and a health bar will appear. This is the fish's HP. You must move the right stick in the opposite direction of the fish to add tension to it. This reduces the HP of the fish. Once the HP of the fish hits 0, you can catch it. There are quests in the game that improve your fishing ability, but I will explain those later on. This means by completing these quests, the HP of the fish will deplete much faster. If you want to score larger fish, then doing these quests is pretty much mandatory, as without them, fishing is very tedious. Okay, moving on from fishing. So if you fail to catch a shaman fish in Seafront with the lure and rod the man gave you, the following happens.
Yes! I finally caught it!
Unfortunate that it took you 278 tries.
We're all set. Let's get this back to Yona.
Hold it!
Huh?
I said hold it! Over here! How can you just ignore an old woman in need? Oh, I weep for this generation. The children of this age are nothing but selfish, heartless cads.
Are you talking about me?
Oh, ignore her. We've a quest to complete. People like that are best left to their own devices.
Oh, the pain!
What's wrong? Is everything okay?
My illness has returned. It must have been the shock of seeing this rude, floating book.
Rude? Book? Now, see here, madam. I'll have you know.
You did this. Oh, what a terrible thing you are.
Why, you insolent crone! How dare you address me like some common paperback?
Vice, knock it off.
You there! Would you truly abandon a pitiful old woman to this cruel world?
Are you asking me?
How can we help you, ma'am?
Oh, good heavens!
Our apologies.
I am at a loss as to what aid we could possibly give a woman who is so clearly able to talk her way into anything.
I need you to go to the post office and tell them to deliver my mail.
I can't fathom why they haven't been here yet.
Oh, the pain!
Okay, we're going. Look at us go!
This lighthouse lady might come out of nowhere, but she does have a side quest line relating to her, which is one of the best in the game in my opinion. This is the game's way of making you acknowledge she exists, and to complete this one task for her that is attached to the main quest. What you will notice about the letter she requested is that it reads the following, as the postman's leg is injured and he lets you give her the letter instead. My dearest beloved, please forgive the lateness of this letter. I have recently fallen quite ill and had some difficulty finding a doctor in this foreign land. The people here, however, have treated me with great kindness, and now I feel my body getting stronger by the day. If my recovery continues, I hope to attempt the journey home soon. I think about you every day and yearn for the moment when we can be together again. Please take care of yourself and know that I am doing everything I can to return to you. The postman also asks you to give a letter to Popola back at the village, guessing you are from such due to the clothing you are wearing. I write to you regarding the urgent matter of the area. As you know, shade activity in that area has been much increased of late. And now we fear the worst. Numerous letters to the village chief have yet to be returned, and our merchants have recently lost all contact with the customers there. While Seafront has yet to be troubled by the shades, we fear their arrival is only a matter of time. I encourage your village to take all necessary steps to defend yourself from this terrible scourge. The loss of 2 outposts would be almost too much to bear. I hope to hear from you soon. Making your way up to the lighthouse, you can give the lighthouse lady her letter. From here, you can head back with the shaman fish for Yona. Be wary though that a large boss shade spawns in the southern plains, and at this point in the game, it can one-shot you.
Hang in there, okay? I got you some medicine. It's not gonna taste good, but I need you to take it anyway.
Don't worry. I can handle it.
That's what I like to hear.
Morning.
Hey, how you feeling?
Better. It doesn't hurt anymore.
That's great. That's really great.
Hey, what's that book?
Oh yeah, guess I should introduce you.
I am Grimoire Weiss, wielder of arcane...
Oh, hi, Vicey.
Now see here, my name is...
Vice has been worried about you too.
Really? Aw, thanks, Vicey.
It appears impudence is the fruit of this family tree.
Anyway, I need to go talk to Popola. Stay here and get some rest, alright?
Alright.
The letter from Seafront to Popola suggests that the area is increasing in shade activity. NieR wishes to help, but knows his weapons aren't strong enough. Popola directs him to the junk heap, which is just beyond the northern plains. Over there is a shop that might be able to help with the matter of upgrading weapons. Making your way up the makeshift platforms on the side of the broken bridge across the northern side of the Northern Plains, you enter the Junk Heap. The Junk Heap surface is very small, because the main attraction is actually the factory inside. Here though, you are told to make your way into the shop, which is just before the factory, which is where you can upgrade your weapons. Entering the factory, we meet Gideon and Jacob, two brothers. Jacob being the older and Gideon the younger. They tell NieR about their missing mother and the fact that she has been gone for over a week. With newfound instructions to both improve your weapon and find the boys' mother, you enter the factory for the first time. You come back here across much of the game, with more of the factory opening up to you every time, as there are a lot of locked entrances here. This is a good place to grind for certain materials, and is also the only place to acquire some of them in the game. The enemies here are not shades, but instead machines left behind by what was once humanity, and now they want to kill you. Keep in mind that humanity is still in the medieval era technology at this time. There is dialogue in the game too that suggests the ideas of things such as trains are quite out of this world, which puts into perspective how far gone humanity really is. After acquiring the materials for your weapon, you are told to find the mother of the two boys, with Gideon, the elder brother, giving you access to the lower floors via an elevator. Another thing to note here is that it does act as a traditional material shop, which sells various items required to upgrade weapons. Weapons can be upgraded up to 3 times, with each upgrade improving the damage it does. Some materials are quite easy to get, whilst others are, well, it's just RNG. Battling your way downward, you come across timed bombs that must be used to break certain wooden barriers. I'm not really sure of their purpose because the bots here have, well, explosives themselves, but either way, you must destroy them with these bombs. Again, they are timed, so you must be quick to throw them. A cool segment here is the fact that you must ride on a minecart, with the shifting camera angle kicking in above you. The control scheme here changes slightly, with the button used to usually control the camera now serving to aim Vice's magic. The camera angle itself would also more commonly occur in Automata's ship sections, which is heavily reminiscent of bullet hell games. After more corridors, timed bombs and machines, you enter a large room.
Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Unauthorized trespassers will be eliminated. Initiation. Trespasser site identified.
This bodes ill. It appears that only machines remain in this infernal place.
What's going on?
It's malfunctioning.
Yeah, this might be a problem.
This is Geppetto, which is the boss at this stage in the game that you must defeat in order to find the sibling's mother. This boss has 2 hands and a head, with the hands shooting various projectiles at you, as well as slamming down on you. You must hit these hands enough to damage them, where the boss then summons additional machines to help it. After this point, because it no longer has hands, it fires a laser beam at you from its mouth, and shoots missiles at you, which can be dodged or shot out the air. Shooting at the head with Vice does nothing, as does hitting it with melee weapons. There are though more of those timed bombs that spawn around the arena. Throwing the bombs in its mouth when it does a laser attack does a lot of damage, and doing this multiple times will eventually kill it. After this, the 4th sealed verse, Dark Gluttony, is acquired. You can use this to absorb most magical attacks from the enemy, namely the light-coloured projectiles, by holding down the magic button. After absorbing, you can then let go of the button to fire a large projectile in the direction you're facing. I personally barely use this among the other spells as it's very niche and situational.
It's a woman. And she's dead.
I fear we have discovered the delinquent mother.
So who's this other person?
It's a male.
This bag has nice clothes in it. And money too. Why would she bring this stuff here?
It would seem she abandoned her children to seek comfort in the arms of a swain.
Oh, that's awful.
So much for miracles. Instead, we have discovered the worst possible truth. What will you tell the children?
I don't know. What's this? A perfume bottle?
It smells of roses.
I guess we should bring this back to them.
The game gives you a choice here whether or not to tell the brothers about the mother. If you choose to tell the truth, Jacob storms off and refuses it. Gideon, though, understands what his mother was doing and was content that she died with the person she loved. The choice here doesn't affect anything besides some dialogue. I told them the truth, as they are both young and spending their life constantly wondering where their mother is will lead them to nothing because, well, she's dead. With a strengthened weapon, albeit only your first weapon gets upgraded here, so it really is just for plot unless you are still using that weapon for some reason, you go to the area to investigate the increased shade activity. Kaine is already battling some shades here, of which have shields of their own. Firing weak magic, namely the magic blasts, at these shades will reflect it back at you. More powerful magic and melee works just fine though. Round 2 with this shade, known as Hook. This time it's a lot harder, which isn't really hard to achieve, and it's a longer fight overall with the shade crawling across the area, repositioning itself.
Tear out your goddamn eyes and piss in the sockets!
Oh, sweet lord! I have never heard such a thing.
During your fight, the villagers shun Kaine despite her defending the village, but even after NieR defends her from them, Kaine tells him not to. Again, we learn more about Kaine soon, but specifically in other branches, or routes, I should say. I don't think their reasons are justified though. If you were to go onto Google and ask why the villagers hate her, you will come across the same answer in many places. Kaine was born with both female and male genitalia. Some may argue this isn't true, and that she is actually something else, but hey, this is just what I'm getting here. The official guidebook of the game even states this fact. So don't fight each other, just fight Yoko Taro, even though he wrote the thing, I guess? Anyway, the villagers hate her for this supposed abnormality, as well for another reason. Kaine is possessed by a shade. I will get this out the way now, because we know she can use magic and so can shades, so we already have a piece of the puzzle regarding that. As for how she is possessed by such, we will learn about this in Route B. One thing I find very questionable during this fight is that you literally have to destroy a house with people in it that is being held by the shade to execute a timed attack. And for those who are about to tell me that there is much more to it than this, and it isn't bad, remember that NieR doesn't know that information about the area at this point, and he just willingly does this. For those who have no idea what I'm talking about, just wait and see. After another encounter with the shade, the following plays out.
It's me, Grandma. Oh, how you've grown.
Kaine, what's wrong?
Oh, it gladdens my heart to finally see you again.
Grandma?
Come, Kaine. Come to your grandma's side. You've been lonely for so long. So much pain, so much despair. Why go on living anymore? Kaine?
Is that it?
Hmm?
Are you finished yet?
Don't speak to your grandma like...
You're going to stop talking now. And then I'm going to slowly walk over to you, cram my hand inside your goddamn bitch-ass chest, and pull out your fucking heart! My grandmother would never say that. She'd never tell me to give up on life. Never! I've spent my entire life searching for a way to avenge her death. She gave me the strength to deal with this goddamn mutant body. Do you know how long I've been like this? How much I loathe myself?
Kaine!
I think she intends to perish where she lies. And in truth, perhaps death is the greatest comfort we can offer her.
That's not your decision. You don't get to decide who lives and who dies. She's alive. She has meaning and worth, and we're going to save her. Everyone has something to live for. Even Kaine. Even Yona.
Perhaps you should save your pretty words for her instead of wasting them on me.
Grandma, can I rest now? I'm so tired.
Kaine, over here! Don't give up! You're stronger than that! Don't you dare give up now!
This woman is more trouble than she's worth.
That's it! Come on! You're going to live, Kaine!
Live? What for?
What?
I had my revenge, and now it's over.
Oh, now, see here, this is rich.
Weiss?
We helped you in some mad quest for vengeance, and now you think to bid us adieu? How can a fighter so skilled be cursed with such a thick head? A true warrior would fight. They would give all in the service of their friends.
Friends?
That's right. He's right. Kaine, we're friends now.
See here, that was hardly the point.
Okay, then what is the point? Kaine, we need your help. Will you fight with us?
Fool, you cannot simply ask her outright. There is a proper order to these matters. One must ease into the topic with carefully considered words before commencing negotiations. Book? How dare you! I am Grimoire Weiss, wielder of arcane...
Weiss, then.
Do not abbreviate my name.
You're an ass. But you're right. I can't just live for revenge.
You mean... you're coming with us?
These swords of mine need a true home. But you'll do for now. So, Black Scroll got your sister, huh?
Yeah, and we need the sealed verses to cure her.
Gotcha.
What is it?
Well, I'm not sure if this'll help,
but I know a guy who has the same disease. He's a king, actually, and his kingdom has been trying to find a cure for a while. It's possible they may have something.
You think they may have discovered a cure?
I said it's possible. I didn't say it happened. Anyway, the place is called Facade. It's deep within the desert.
We should go check it out. If nothing else, we might be able to find some clues there.
Indeed. And if this proves successful, it would certainly make our task a good deal easier.
Dark Phantasm is the next sealed verse. It is quite simple. Use it to dispel a copy of yourself that attacks once before vanishing. Holding down the button increases the range. During a short time here you become invincible too, and if your spell didn't find any targets, your MP is restored.
Hey.
What's up?
I'll wait outside.
What? Why? It's way safer inside the village.
It's fine. I like being alone. If you head out from another exit, I'll just meet you there.
You sure? I know Yona would be really excited to meet you.
Don't force the issue now. Her mind is clearly made up. Not everyone loves the company of others as much as you.
Alright, I won't push it.
See you in a bit.
They then head to the desert, which Kaine stated the king of the kingdom there, known as Facade, has the same disease as Yona, and may have something to help her. The desert, and by extension Facade, can be found way past the east gate of the village. The desert is a large, albeit somewhat empty area. The enemies here consist of hidden poisonous scorpions which deal damage over time, unless you wait out the poison or cure it with an antidote. There are also wolves, which we see in a very short cutscene, and they are led by a shade-like alpha. Wolves come in large packs and can sometimes grab you, forcing you to shake them off before you can do anything else. Within the desert is also a graveyard, which is described to be pristine and well kept. Approaching Facade, they at first refuse to give entry, but eventually they open the gates upon seeing Kaine. More on that later. Facade itself is a large city with 3 levels to it. The people here live by a culture of thousands of rules. Some of these rules may seem debilitating, while some are just simple instructions, and others are just forgettable and don't really affect everyday life. Approaching the masked NPCs here will result in a scrambled language, at least until Vice becomes familiar with the language and is able to translate it. You may travel around the city on a small raft or just walk around, with a cutscene playing between locations if you take the raft depending on where you visit. Facade has vendors aplenty, like the village or seafront, and is considered a settlement. Kaine also comes inside Facade, unlike the village and seafront. Well, kinda. She waits by the entrance for NieR and Vice to come back. Going to the king's manor concerning the Black Scroll results in no entry, and upon returning to the entrance to tell Kaine, you are introduced to a girl named Fira, who falls, drops her belongings on the floor, and stays there indefinitely until you pick them up for her. After helping Fira, you are offered a tour. Taking the tour, she introduces you to various vendors, as well as the bizarre ruling system Facade uses. According to her, the rules aren't meant to be imposing, but to know their freedoms. We also learn that Fira is the girl Kaine saved from the wolves in the desert, which led to her getting entrance into Facade, hence why the gates were opened after they saw Kaine. This respite is temporary, and we learn that the king is missing. At least, the new king. The old king, the one who had the Black Scroll, has died from his ailment, and his son, the prince, has gone to the barren temple in the desert in order to find a mask that will signify his royalty, proving himself as his father's successor. Fira offers to help you go through the desert toward the temple where the prince went, despite a rule that says that she can't do so. This is because there is another rule that states that people in Facade must grant a wish to an outsider who is owed a debt. In this case, it's Kaine. Slowly, you follow Fira, who is, very slow. Defending her from wolves and venturing through the sandstorm results in you finding the barren temple. To navigate through the temple, you need to go through multiple rooms. Each room has a set of rules you must follow, often being restrictions on how you can play the game. This is obviously a nod toward Facade's rules, not the rules themselves mind you, just the mere concept of them. For example, leaping rabbit is a rule that makes it so you cannot jump. There are other rules such as not being able to run, attack, or cast magic. Keep in mind as well that there are turrets here, and if you are familiar with Drakengard, they look identical to the gargoyle cubes in that game, which can be found in the Sky missions. Your overall goal in these rooms is to destroy every glowing cube, which grants exit. During this time, Kaine gets angry, breaks a rule, and is kidnapped. Not sure why exactly she is kidnapped instead of being put back at the beginning of the room like we do, but oh well. There is even a boss at the end of all this with a set of rules itself. After making your way through the puzzle rooms and the fight, you find a large chamber.
What's this?
Well, this doesn't look suspicious at all. I suppose that was to be expected.
Hey, look!
That mewling child is inside. Without any rules to bind us, we are free to unleash the entirety of our powers.
It's about time.
This is Sharia, one of my personal favourite bosses in the game. Very simple, destroy the glowing cubes whilst avoiding the others that fire magic at you. Each glowing cube you destroy causes the next row to fall. After destroying all the rows, the boss changes into a bipedal form, with more glowing cubes to destroy and slam attacks you must dodge or jump over. Kaine eventually joins the fight, taking her anger out on the boss. It can be presumed that Sharia is responsible for kidnapping her, as it also is made up of the gargoyle cubes in the area. The third phase of the fight consists of the first phase but flipped vertically, and instead of a circle it is a square. Shoot the glowing cubes until it's dead, and oh yeah, avoid the lasers too. Yes, that is a Zelda reference. Since the Black Scroll killed the king, the prince takes his place. Upon asking the prince about a cure and the sealed verses, there is no result. By this point though, Weiss understands the language of the people here, so you may interact with the vendors and take on the side quests in the facade. Time to check up on Yona.
Yona?
Oh, hey.
How are you feeling?
Better, now that I'm taking the medicine you brought.
Good.
By the way, are you gonna stay here today?
You bet.
Really? You'll stay with me? Really?
Yeah, Yona. I'll stay.
Yay!
Now get back to bed.
Okay.
It is here that NieR has a dream, presented to the player in a text-only format. I hear a voice. I squint and see a boy standing before me. His hair is silver, his skin is pale, and he stares up at me with hard, glassy eyes. Soon his lips begin to move, but no sound comes out. What is he saying? I can't hear him. I can't hear him. I can't hear him. I can't hear him. I can't. I try to leave, but something about the boy holds my gaze. I watch his face, expressionless, as his lips slowly flutter. What is he trying to say? Wait, it's a phrase. I can almost make it out. It starts with an S, then there's an E. I can almost see it now. The letters begin to fall together, one after the other, faster and faster. Sealed verse. It's a sealed verse, the thing I am looking for. The key to saving my sister. I stare at the boy with renewed curiosity, trying desperately to make out his next word. Dream. Dream? What? What the hell does that mean? The lips move again, faster now. I can't follow them. Damn it, I can't make it out. I want to scream. I want to tear the walls down around me. But instead, I force myself to be calm. I can do this. I can do it for Yona. Slowly, ever so slowly, I pass out the letters that make up his final words. Forest of Myth. The morning after, NieR feels rather groggy. He tells Yona about the dream, and it turns out Yona had a very similar dream to him. NieR inquires with Popola regarding it, and she explains that she received a strange letter in the mail. Dearest Popola, I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing in hopes of bringing to your attention a certain dream issue of concern regarding recent events in the dream of the village. I was hoping I might be able to get your advice dream on the matter. Recently there have been dreams. Report, dream of a certain dream. And from here the letter just continues into a nonsensical jumble of words. Popola explains it is from the Forest of Myth. This, as well as NieR's dream containing the Forest of Myth, it seems that it is calling to NieR almost. And so, NieR, Weiss and Kaine go there. The Forest of Myth lies north from the Northern Plains, and is a very small area consisting of a village. This village has only a few NPCs, including the mayor. So the game actually briefly turns into a book. Well, kind of. The thing is that instead of fighting your way through monsters for the sealed verse, you actually need to make the correct choices in a written story that the game presents to you. I will read that story now. If you are confused as to what any of this means, I will explain it later in the video. What you need to know now is that NieR and Weiss somewhat enter the mayor's dream to snap him back to reality. The first bits of dialogue here are actually spoken in-game, but I'm going to read them out here for the sake of consistency. Because Weiss actually does respond to some parts of the story, almost like he is breaking the fourth wall. But later on, it turns into an actual story where no one talks, except for you in your head, being where you read it. Because of the length of the dream I'm about to read, I am actually going to put a timestamp on the screen right now. If you do not want to hear me talk about a rather confusing dream for, well, quite a while, then feel free to skip to this part. More of these text sections happen later on, but they aren't as confusing. In fact, they are actually some of the best parts of the game in my opinion. It's just this one is quite a drag. That being said though, this part is still quite important. This section starts off with the mayor warning NieR about the words. According to the mayor, these words are contagious. Another villager is nearby, and after offering to help, the villager says that if they can speak to them, then they, being NieR and Weiss, must have been caught by their dream. Okay, here we go. The villager explained, in the past weeks, a mysterious disease called the Death Dream had spread across the Forest of Myth. Those who caught it were cursed to fall asleep and live forever within the world of their own dreams. The village mayor had determined that the death dream was spread from person to person by spoken words, but before he could learn more, the disease took him as well. Weiss stared at the mayor, his mouth twitching slightly. Now see here, he said, are you saying that we have been absorbed into your dream? Well, yes, said the mayor. I think you have. Oh crap, said NieR. So that means we've caught the death dream? Before the mayor could confirm NieR's suspicion, Weiss exploded with rage. Ridiculous, preposterous, completely unfathomable on every conceivable level. I don't even recall falling asleep. The mayor attempted to take Weiss's complaints in stride. That's just how the death dream works, he said, brushing aside the book's remarks. My remark shall not be brushed aside, fool, and it would behoove you to remember that this world allows me to view all of its narration. The mayor twisted his mouth into an embarrassed grimace, then quickly changed the subject to who NieR had seen and what they had discussed since coming to the village. Something there must have caused you to enter my dream, said the mayor. A certain conversation, a specific word, something. NieR and Weiss racked their brains, but could find no easy solutions. There were simply too many words to consider, Too much random chatter. Too many meaningless conversations. Grimoire Weiss does not engage in meaningless conversations. The mere suggestion that Weiss chose his words carefully seemed to sting his pride. It does not seem to stink my pride, you bloated gasbag of a narrator. It has demolished it utterly. Irritated, Weiss looked skyward, as if searching for answers in the heavens. I was doing no such thing, just leave me alone already. The anger created by his harsh words bled over to NieR like a contagion. Wait, said NieR suddenly. Did someone just say contagion? Yes, I believe so. What of it? Well, the villager told us to watch out for contagious words, right? The mayor leaned forward with renewed interest, pushing a startled Weiss aside in the process. Well, he must have said something, right? Asked the mayor. Some specific combination of words. What was it? It was about dreaming, or something that dreams, or... Oh, what the hell was it? A sheep? Cried Weiss suddenly, blurting out the first thing that popped into his head. The others stared at him for a moment before slowly shaking their heads. After a few more minutes of thought, NieR's face suddenly lit up. I remember, he said. Those who dream. That's what he said. I'm sure of it. At this, the mayor produced a thick sheaf of papers from his pocket. He flipped through them a few times before finally nodding his approval to NieR. That sounds right, he said, as a stray sheet of paper fluttered to the ground. My notes also mentioned something about that. I bet it was the last thing you heard before you fell asleep. The mayor shook his head, his worn pencil stub tracing lines across a lone piece of paper. For the last month, I've done nothing but study the disease we call the death dream, he said. I mean, I'm the mayor, right? It's my job to protect people from whatever comes along. But I never expected a couple of outsiders to start entering people's dreams. The mayor paused, a grimace crossing his face. I should probably be taking notes or something. Weiss immediately fired back. I applaud the force of will it takes to research a disease in your dreams, he said. But perhaps we should bend your efforts to escaping this place instead of trying to understand it. The mayor's hand tightened around his pencil, snapping it off at the tip. I've tried to escape. From the very first moment I realized I was locked inside my own dream, I've been looking for a way out. But I don't think it exists. I mean, this is my dream, right? If there was an exit, I would know about it. He paused for a moment, his unfocused eyes staring at nothing. My village was beautiful, he said to no one in particular, and it was filled with the most wonderful people you could ever hope to meet. But once this disease took hold, things changed. It's like someone took a sponge and soaked all the colour out of their lives. I just want us to be whole again. I want us to be free. The mayor's voice took on a tone of steely determination. And I won't stop trying until it happens. NieR nodded in agreement. Huh? Wait a second. I didn't nod. Why are you... Look, if we can be of any help, said NieR, just ask. Now hold on, I did not just say that. Silence, cried Weiss. The grimoire looked from NieR to the mayor and back again, his face filling with confidence. Grimoire Weiss's face is always confident, thank you very much. Now, see here, Mayor, you told us that nothing can exist in this dream without your knowing of it, but yet you seemed surprised to see us when we first arrived, yes? The mayor slowly raised his head, realization dawning on his face. Oh my god, he said. You're right. I had no idea you were coming. The human imagination is a limitless engine, said Weiss, and dreams are the fuel. If you can imagine an exit, then it must be so. With your permission, we shall search it out. Thank you, said the mayor. I don't know how I can repay you. Payment is not required. We are as eager as you to be done with this place. The mayor suddenly felt as if he could breathe again. He'd almost forgotten what that was like. Good luck, you two, he called at the departing forms of NieR and Weiss. We are all counting on you. As NieR slowly faded into the misty forest, the mayor was struck by a sense of déjà vu. I saw this man once before, he thought, but where? NieR's mood darkened as he trudged through the forest. Hours earlier, when the beauty of the place was still a new thing, he'd been confident that they could get in, find the exit, and be home in time for dinner. But the deeper they went, the more the forest was closed in around him. The mist made it difficult to see more than a foot in any direction, and moss-covered rocks seemed determined to twist his ankle. More than once he'd been forced to steady himself on the rough bark of the tree, and his hands now left small trails of blood on everything he touched. Additionally, Weiss was proving to be a spectacularly poor travelling companion. Unhindered by either terrain or physical effort, he spent most of his time urging NieR to pick up the pace and grumbling about their slow progress. Finally, after Weiss muttered something about legless turtles being more adept at navigating the environment, NieR snapped. "You know what, Weiss?" he cried. "Go to hell. We're stopping. I need to rest for a few minutes before I throw up." NieR leaned against a tree and tried to stretch the knots from his back. "How can this stupid forest be so goddamn big?" he muttered to himself. The moment the words tumbled from his mouth, a cacophony of insects sprang to life. As if infuriated by his lack of respect, every imaginable form of buzz, click, and hiss roared out with a volume that rattled his teeth. NieR slapped his hands over his ears and screamed to be heard. "Weiss, what the hell is going on?" NieR could see Weiss's mouth moving, but he might as well have been shouting in a tornado. The insect screamed, the forest howled, and then, just as NieR's ears seemed ready to tear from his head and go running for cover, the sound stopped. Hesitantly, NieR removed the hand from his left ear and listened to the creatures of the woods. As the insect symphony dimmed another decibel, NieR began to detect patterns in the sound. This isn't random, he thought. It's not just white noise, it's something else. The insects weren't just calling out, they were asking a question. 1 with it suffers, 2 with it is ideal, 3 with it is dangerous. What is it? By my pages, is this a riddle? I guess so. This kind of thing happens a lot in dreams, right? Maybe it's the key to getting out of this place. Then I leave it to you to answer. 1 with it suffers, 2 with it is ideal, 3 with it is dangerous. What is it? The answer is a secret. Inwardly furious that Weiss left the task to him, NieR sighed and gave the only answer that made sense. The sound of the insect stopped as suddenly as it began. The forest undergrowth parted before NieR like a rippling wave, opening a new path. "These forest anthropods are making a road for us," said Weiss with glee. Pleased at passing the test, NieR moved on with new intensity. The path offered his body relief from the undergrowth, but gave even greater cheer to his mind. As long as they were on a path, their journey had a purpose. "I guess the forest has accepted us, huh?" said NieR after a bit. Weiss spun around to face his companion. "Do not mistake the will of this forest for some happy pet you can suddenly befriend. We have no idea where this path leads." As Weiss finished speaking, the pair turned a corner and found themselves facing a clear forest spring. Smiling, NieR picked up a small rock and sent it skipping across the surface of the water. "Good heavens," said Weiss. His surprise was understandable. Each time the rock struck the surface of the water, a musical note rang out. When the rock finally stopped moving and sank to the bottom of the spring, the ripples it left behind came together to form words. "I enter through the window, but I break no glass. When night falls, I vanish. What am I?" "Absurdly easy," barked Weiss. "Now answer it." NieR grit his teeth and tried to not reach out and strangle his companion. He's right. After all, this one is pretty easy. Sunlight. A plume of water suddenly burst from the spring. Sunlight filtered through the trees and reflected off the plume, creating a shimmering rainbow that spanned the entire horizon. "In all my years," said Weiss softly, "I have never seen such a sight. Perhaps I have misunderstood the intentions of this place." "Hey, look," cried NieR, awakening Weiss from his daze. "There's a house or something over there." Glancing in the direction of his friend's extended hand, Weiss saw a small cottage nestled among the trees. "That's weird, isn't it, Weiss? I mean, who would build a house all the way out here?" NieR walked over and pounded on the door. After a minute of solid banging, the door cracked open and a small man peered out. His body was cloaked from neck to toe in a large black cape, whilst his face was obscured by mist. Began NieR, but before he could get any further, the cloaked man held up a hand and began speaking. "I have 4 legs in the morning and 2 at noon, but I end the night with 3. What am I?" NieR tried to ask the cloaked man who he was and what he was doing there, but he simply repeated the riddle. "If we wish to engage this man in conversation," said Weiss, "it seems we must answer his riddle." "Yeah, I suppose," said NieR, "but at least it's an easy one." A man. The mist dissolved from the cloaked figure as he spoke a single word. Correct. With that, the man flung his garment aside, revealing his true identity. You're the mayor," cried NieR. The small man slowly shook his head. I am not the mayor you know. Now, listen to my words. Long ago, I saw a version of you that was not yourself. You saw... Wait a minute, you saw what? I'm sorry, I don't understand a thing you just said. It will make sense in time. At present, I simply congratulate you on cracking the seal of the Death Dream. Now, you must go to the man at the forest entrance. With that, the man turned on his heel and slammed the door behind him. As NieR watched, mist seeped up from the ground and enveloped the cottage, erasing it from existence. When NieR and Weiss returned to the forest entrance, they found the mayor leaning against a tree. As soon as he caught sight of the duo, he sprang to his feet and scrambled over to them. Good gravy, he cried. You made it. You actually made it back. His left hand grasped NieR's and pumped it so fiercely it threatened to dislodge from the socket, whilst his right seized Weiss by the cover and swung him through the air. Gah, by the heavens, stop shaking me, fool. We have not even told you if we were successful or not. The mayor smiled broadly and shook his head. I'm just happy you're alive. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. NieR withdrew himself from the mayor's eager handshake with a slight smile. We broke the Death Dream seal, he said. At least I think we did. The mayor's face beamed as NieR filled him in on the details. When the tale was done, the three of them laid down on the forest ground and fell asleep. Wait a second. That's crazy. Why would we just lay down and go to sleep? This is one hell of a story. Cease your endless prattle and go to sleep, fool. Fighting against the rules of this place is futility itself. NieR and the mayor obediently reclined atop the grassy earth after Weiss's words. Have you forgotten? Continued Weiss. It is words that control the Death Dream, words that allow us to move from one place to another. No matter how unnatural they seem, the words are absolute. Therefore, if the words tell us to sleep, then sleep we shall. And once we do, the story will continue. With that, the trio found their eyes growing heavy, with their breath slowing. This is the first time, began the mayor, the first time I have felt tired, since I was imprisoned here. His words were cut off by a loud, long yawn, and he remembered nothing more. They might have slept for an hour or a year. When they awoke, things had slightly more real quality to them. The mist felt thicker, the leaves greener. It was clear that they had awakened from their dream. NieR shook the mayor's shoulder gently. Good news, he said. We made it. Oh wow, said the mayor in an awed voice. We did. I'm back. He blinked once, twice, as though not quite believing the sight before him. You two have no idea how much this means. The Death Dream had started to spread through our village, and I wanted to... well, I thought I could figure out how to stop it, but I guess that wasn't the case. I must have caught the disease and become trapped in my own dream. The mayor started to stand, then collapsed back to the earth. He stared at his legs as if trying to remember how they worked, then glanced at NieR and shrugged. Without a word, the fighter reached down and pulled the mayor to his feet. Real life may take some getting used to. A wry smile crossed the mayor's lips. You shall relearn in short order, I am sure, said Weiss. For now, you should return to your home and rest. No, said the mayor, swaying on unsteady feet. No, I can't. Some of the villagers are still trapped in the Death Dream. I have to save them. The mayor slowly made his way to the divine tree in the center of the village, then bowed his head and prayed silently. This is a holy tree, he explained when the prayer was finished. It's the guardian of our village's history and memories. Superstition will only make our mission harder, muttered Weiss. We should not put our faith in the gods. The mayor shook his head. Not the gods, the words. Legend says that our tree is home to a powerful magic known as a sealed verse. NieR and Weiss could not contain their surprise. It seemed a goal had been found in the most unexpected of places. I say, muttered Weiss, this is certainly a stroke of luck. As the three of them said their goodbyes, NieR mentioned the strange man who had given them the third riddle and the mysterious words he had left them with. I once saw a version of you that was not yourself, muttered the mayor. What in the world does that mean? Lost in thought, he stared into space for a moment. You know, he said softly, this is going to sound weird, but I had a feeling I'd seen you before too. NieR tried to keep a straight face and failed, but the mayor didn't seem to notice. Deja vu, right? Anyway, I figured it's just some kind of illusion created by the Death Dream. It probably doesn't mean anything. NieR gave the mayor a nod and a smile, but inwardly his thoughts were racing. There's something wrong about the mayor and his words. I wish I understood what the hell was going on here. That riddle would prove to be the most difficult one of all.
Oh, thank you so much. Now I can finally return to a normal life.
This is one of the most bizarre diseases I have ever encountered.
I know. That's why we have to help the other villagers, no matter what.
For a sealed verse, that didn't take much effort.
Yes, all a touch too easy if you ask me. It's almost as if someone was guiding us to this village.
Don't overthink advice.
Alright, time to close the book on that. After this, you acquire the next sealed verse, being Dark Execution. Dark Execution impales enemies in the direction it is charged in. With the longer you charge, the more directions it is fired in. You may attack enemies that have been impaled, and each spear is temporary. So to get this out the way, the Forest of Myth's holy tree, which is the large tree at the end of it, is actually a supercomputer. This supercomputer holds memories of people from the past, being before humanity fell. This computer is malfunctioning, causing the memories to pour out and into the dreams of those in the village. It's a sort of osmosis, if you will. Why am I telling you this now? Again, to get it out the way. At first it is very confusing, so I would like to plant this seed now, since we will be returning to the Forest of Myth again, and this supercomputer has a massive focus in Route E, being the very last route of the game. So by explaining it now, it's less out of nowhere when I get to that point. Also, if you're about to comment that I didn't really need to read all of that, this is a video essay, and if I skip text that is written that is meant to be read, that's odd. Anyway, moving on. Reporting back to Popola, she states the obvious about the death dream, that it is a strange illness. She also asks for help repairing the canal, which is a future fast travel system. Their worker is slacking, so she asks NieR to go and find out what is up with him in Seafront. At first, this may seem like a quest you'll brush off, but it does introduce you to two of the most memorable characters in the entire game.
Hey, are you the guy who's supposed to help repair the canal? Popola sent me to...
Oh god, it's over. My life is over.
Surely you must realize nothing good can come of being involved with this particular endeavor.
Easy, Vice. Hey, so, are you alright? What happened?
It's my wife. She left home a week ago and hasn't come back. I'm so worried I can't even focus on my work. Oh, my sweet dumpling, where are you?
Oh, that's terrible. Would you like us to help you look for her?
Really? You'd do that for me?
Sure. But do you have any idea where we should start?
Well, she always used to enjoy drinking at the tavern with her friends.
Alright, then I guess we'll start with them.
Thank you. This means the world to me. Oh, and by the way, my wife always carries a red bag, just like mine. If you mention that, it might ring some bells.
I've met some odd couples in my day, but none who felt the need to wander about flaunting matching luggage.
You need to get with the times. Coordinated outfits are all the rage. Plus, these bags are special. We bought them for our anniversary. But now my sweet dumpling is gone. And it's all my fault. Oh, God.
Okay. Just stay calm. We'll go look for her, alright? You sit tight.
Asking around for the wife's potential location, you are eventually guided to the Southern Plains. Here you find a red bag outside the village near some shades. The worst may have happened, so we go back to the husband to tell him what happened.
Hey, did you find my sweet dumpling?
We didn't, but we got this off a shade.
Oh no, this is hers.
So our fears were correct.
Oh God, how could this happen to her? And this is all my fault.
If I may, my good man, why did your wife leave home in the first place?
It's because I
think we should give him some time to himself, Vice.
heavens, you're a wreck! What's wrong?
Dumpling, you're not dead.
What in the world are you talking about? Oh, you found my bag. Thank you so much. I can't believe I went and dropped it like that.
Oh, this is such a relief.
Okay, seriously. What's going on? I see. So, you found a shade with my bag and assumed I'd been attacked and killed?
I'm just glad you're safe, Dumpling, but I'm also so sorry. This is all my fault. Oh, if I didn't eat that apple you were saving. Oh, God, I'm such an idiot! Listen, I promise I'll never eat anything of yours again. You just promise never to run away from home again, okay?
Run away? Have you lost your mind? I just went to visit my parents.
Huh?
I told you about this. Going to see my family, gone for a week. Remember? Ugh, are you serious right now? Why don't you ever listen to me?
Lad, my brilliant intuition suggests we should beat a hasty retreat from these two with all speed.
I can't believe you didn't listen to me, and you ate my apple. Ugh, you are the absolute worst.
What? Oh, like you're some perfect angel. You didn't even care enough about our anniversary to hang on to your bag. You, kid, I'm right about this, yeah? If anyone's wrong here, it's my wife, right?
Wait, you're asking me? Well, an anniversary gift is an important thing. You probably should have taken better care of it.
Oh, so I'm the bad guy now, hmm? Is this fun for you two? Do you like ganging up on a poor innocent woman? Ooh, you disgust me.
What? No, that's not what I meant.
Besides, it's pretty rich to come after me for an apple when you threw away my entire stamp collection.
Ha! You're damn right I did, and I'd do it again. You are nothing but a hoarding slob. You there! My husband's in the wrong here, isn't he?
Pardon, but madam, Oh, enough. The both of you are at fault. Now apologize to one another and end this ridiculous display.
Big talk for a floating magazine.
I see you finally agree on something.
Do you not even understand how frustrating this is, you colossal oaf? This is exactly what I hate about you.
Fine, hate me. I'll still sleep like a baby knowing I'm not an unreasonable hag like you.
Vice, what do I do?
You turn on your heel and walk away as fast as your legs can carry you, my good lad.
That's it. I have had enough. Instead of belittling me, why don't you get a proper job? Everyone in the neighborhood treats me like dirt, and it's all because of my unemployed slob of a husband.
Actually, I have a job now.
Wait, you what? You're kidding. Why didn't you tell me? That's great.
Well, I sort of wanted it to be a surprise.
Oh, you big silly Billy. Well, this calls for a celebration. Come on, I'm going to bake you a nice apple pie.
I have no idea what just transpired, but it has utterly exhausted me.
Well, looks like they made up, so all's well that ends well?
In the course of all that madness, I have forgotten why we even came here in the first place.
Oh, heck, the canal! We need to ask him about the canal!
I can't thank you enough for all your help.
Sure, but listen, we need to talk to you about the canal.
Oh, right! That's why you came here in the first place, huh? Well, now that my love life is rolling in clover again, I'd be more than happy to get going on the canal work.
This isn't the last time we see these two. Time to go back to Popola to tell her the canal will be alright. After this short detour, Popola thanks us and tells us that Yona has a favour to ask. Going back to her, she asks NieR something.
Yay, you're back.
Popola said you needed something?
Yeah, a favor, actually.
What is it? I can't help if you don't tell me, sis.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Ready?
I'm ready, Yona.
I need you to help my friend.
Your friend?
Yep, I have a friend, and we've been writing each other letters.
Seriously?
A pen pal? How delightful.
So who is this friend?
Well, he's kinda...
He? It's a guy?
Yes, and he's sick and in a whole lot of trouble. And I know that you and Vicey are the only ones who can help him.
Vicey?
Tell me about this guy.
He lives in this really big house down south, and he's super nice, and he's my friend. So you have to help him. Please?
Yona, listen.
Please?
Great. Now what do I do? Yona, right now your sickness is more
Please, just this once.
Yona.
Please.
Fine. I'll see what I can do.
Yay! Thank you!
Tucked away in the southern plains lies a mansion past a gate. Greeting NieR is a tall butler, who greets the three and allows them entrance into the manor. The lack of colour here is noticeable. According to Yoko Taro, this is to symbolise the emptiness of the manor. Walking through the desolate halls, you eventually come across both changing paintings and a courtyard of people turned to stone. The latter foreshadows what is to come. Kaine decides to stay behind, stating that walking is a bitch. Even Vice is creeped out by this place. A fun fact, this section of the game is clearly inspired by Resident Evil, at least the first one, in both setting and functionality. Resident Evil 1 is mostly based in a mansion and has fixed camera angles and even some rooms similar to the ones found here. As well as this, to navigate through the manor you need to find keys for corresponding doors, which aren't hard to find because it is quite linear. It's just a way to gauge story progression in the manor itself, all while showing it off, because you do come back here later. Going back to the dining room, Kaine has vanished. Looking for Kaine, shades soon appear, but the most important part is another person we meet here.
You're a male. Young. Not even 20.
You figured that out from my footsteps?
It's not hard once you know how.
Then I suppose I should tell you about my friend Vice.
I only heard one set of footsteps.
Grimoire Vice does not strut about like a common land mammal. But enough of this introductory chatter. Let us hear your tale.
My name is Emile. I'm the master of this manor.
So you're the one who sent the letters?
Letters? What are you talking about?
Of course you don't know. Such a thing would be far too simple.
Emile is one of my personal favourite characters and appears in the first and second act, more so in the second. Going back to the butler, more things are explained. The one who wrote the letters to Yona was not Emile, it was his butler. NieR has gained quite a reputation, and so the butler made contact with NieR, so he may help Emile's condition. So remember the statues I told you about? Yeah, they were petrified by Emile. Everything that Emile looks at turns to stone, meaning he petrifies them. The ones in the courtyard may have been by accident. Emile makes it obvious that he is ashamed by his eyes, stating that maybe he can put them to use for once, as he helps you go to the library in the manor. He thinks that in the library there may be information regarding his eyes, and because you are here it will be much easier to do so. Battling to the library to find information regarding a cure, this plays.
This is it. We should find the cure somewhere nearby.
Bah, I do not like anything about this place.
This is Grimoire Rubrum, the third and last grimoire that appears. The first being the one in the intro, the second being Vice, and then this one. This boss is quite easy. It uses various magics to both protect itself and damage you. Emil is unable to petrify Rubrum, so a smackdown is in order here.
And where have you been,
Lost. Where have you been?
Getting stomped by this thing. Help!
In this second phase, Rubrum uses shields to protect itself from damage. With Kaine's help, Rubrum eventually falls.
Who's this kid?
That's Emil. He's the one who runs this.
Fuck, this book is a real asshole!
She's not even listening.
He's too busy vomiting filth disguised as language.
You guys go! This is my fight! I can't ask you to die for me!
Aye, aren't we the bold one? And yet I fear that would be a foolish course of action at this juncture.
Besides, we'd never let you do that.
Would you all please just shut the hell up?
What?
I'm just saying, if you bastards want to have a goddamn civilized discussion on the merits of bravery and sacrifice, we can do it later!
Is this your way of encouraging us?
Have we truly sunk to motivational speeches from a woman in her undergarments?
I guess so. Vice, this is it!
Research report on petrification. Well, well.
Oh no! This passage is written in some kind of code. We went through all this trouble to find it, and now...
Oh look, Jeeves is back.
Please allow me to handle this, Master Emil. I shall put all of my efforts into deconstructing this cipher. No matter how long it takes, I will not fail.
Sebastian.
Ah, so the servant has a name after all.
Kaine whispers something to Emil. As for what it is, it will come up shortly, but let's just say it is a favour of sorts. Kaine tells Emil that he shouldn't be afraid of who he is. I believe that Kaine sees herself in him, as they are both in their own unique situations, and both of their situations makes the world turn against them. But this is the first time Kaine shows true humanity. Dark Whirlwind is the final sealed verse. It is very helpful for groups of enemies, as it is essentially just a group of scythes that float around NieR. The longer you hold down the magic button, the more scythes that appear. Be wary though that casting magic as these scythes are around NieR will cause them to fly away in all directions. With the job finished, the group head back to the village. Vice explains that now that they have all the sealed verses, they just need to find Grimoire Noir. As again, the Song of the Ancient states that with them and Vice, they can defeat Noir and be rid of the Black Scroll, or so the legend goes.
Yona, you need to lie down.
I know.
It won't be much longer, I promise. I finally collected all of the sealed verses. Now, I just need to find Grimoire Noir.
It sounds dangerous. Will you be okay?
Of course I will.
Is this gonna make me better? Is my cough going to go away?
Definitely. Yona?
You're not gonna hate me because of this, are you?
What are you talking about?
It's just... I don't want you to hate me because of this terrible disease.
Yona, I could never hate you. I'm gonna go see if Popola has more medicine.
Popola tells NieR to get her some vapor moss, which may help regarding the medicine. But upon going to the southern gate, Emil is spotted wandering blindly into the village. Why did I say blindly? Of course he's walking blindly. Anyway, taking him back to Popola, he warns the two that more shades are coming.
Get out of the village. The shades are coming.
Huh?
Sounds like they're already here.
Come on, let's go.
Damn it! It's not gonna hold!
The shades are attacking!
The goal here is simple: kill every last shade and defend the village. The guards help too, albeit not much. The civilians and wounded flee to the library, and as the guards close the gates, a much larger shade appears.
Get the wounded to the library!
Fighting back against the shade seems useless, as it constantly regenerates as it makes its way to the library.
Okay, that's not good.
Kaine eventually joins to help though, but even she struggles to stop its regeneration.
You guys having a good time? Huh?
Kaine!
Underestimate us at your own peril, fiend.
Soon enough though, with enough damage, the shade falls down, seemingly defeated. Hearing screaming in the library, the three rush in and fight the shades inside the library. Emil joins the fight too.
Emil! Are you okay? You can't keep fighting like this.
I have to. There's no other choice. Otherwise, why did I even come here?
Get out of here, Emil!
No! I won't abandon these people now. You told me once that my eyes had value, and that I shouldn't be ashamed of them. You told me that even a life like mine had purpose. So I won't just sit around and let you fight while I stay behind.
Emil.
Just don't die on me.
I won't, Kaine. Let's take care of these shithogs.
I like it.
Shades in here.
After defeating the shades, it seems that the larger shade outside is not done yet, as its head comes barging in. Emil is knocked back and becomes injured. This is your last chance to stop this seemingly unstoppable shade. Whilst damaging its tendrils, Weiss comes up with the idea to trap it in the basement of the library, behind that large door that leads up to Popola. After reducing its HP to 0, the team does so.
Give me the key!
Right!
No!
Dear God.
Yuna!
Is that the leader of these creatures?
Stay back, Kaine! Seal the door!
Finally.
Where am I?
It's been a long time, Grimoire Weiss.
Who are you? What is this place?
I am Grimoire Noir. I am you.
What?
Do you not remember, Grimoire Weiss? We two serve a higher purpose.
Enough lies! Stay back!
Why do you try to suppress the memory? Do you fear hurting someone close to you?
Preposterous!
Your denial is preposterous. We are mere books created to serve the Shadow Lord. You have no right to forsake him.
The Shadow Lord?
Do you remember our ultimate goal?
Our ultimate goal?
White and black shall fuse to one and set free shades to the world.
Fuse? Us? No, I cannot. I will not. I will never!
Your chance encounter with this boy. Your collection of the sealed verses. It was all set in motion by the Shadow Lord himself.
No. Lies.
The time has come for us to create a new and perfect world. We shall become as one, you and I.
Become one.
Weiss, you dumbass! Start making sense, you rotten book, or you're gonna be sorry! Maybe I'll rip your pages out one by one, or maybe I'll put you in the goddamn furnace! How can someone with such a big smart brain get hypnotized like a little bitch, huh? Oh, Shadow Lord, I love you, Shadow Lord! Come over here and give Weiss a big sloppy kiss, Shadow Lord! Now pull your head out of your goddamn ass and start fucking helping us!
I am one with the Shadow. Huh? Bitch.
We grimoires exist to create in this world a new and just paradise. We must unite. The world demands it.
Paradise.
Yes, and we are so close to realizing it.
Please don't go, Weiss.
Who's there?
It's okay. I'll understand. I'll understand if you forget us. But I promise I won't forget you. I'll remember you, no matter what. I'll keep the memory of Grimoire Weiss alive forever. And that's not all I'll do. You hear me? I'll chase you till the end of time, and I'll bring you back to us. So Weiss, please, Please come back!
Damn it, we need to stop him! If we don't do something, that black book will absorb Vice!
Black. White. Black. White.
Yes, now we shall unite in common purpose. Then the world can finally bear witness to our true power.
Vice!
Vice!
We've got to...
For the last time, my name is Grimoire Weiss, and it is not to be abbreviated.
Vice!
Vice!
Good to see you, Kaine. Although I don't think anyone has ever accused me of being a little bitch before. And you, we meet again.
Vice, you okay?
I believe I could ask you the same question right now.
Impossible. We must unite. We must become as one.
I don't like you, and I want nothing to do with you. Besides, I have my companions.
You're back!
Of course they're weak, and they whine when I leave.
Vice!
It's almost too much trouble, but they are my friends. I shall fight by their side, now and forever.
Vice, thanks.
Now, let's pause right here. A lot of this is very confusing and vague right now. Don't worry though, more of it becomes naturally clear over time. Near the end of the video is even a section to quickly wrap things up when all the routes are complete. All we see now though is that Noir wishes to merge with Vice. Again, we don't know why this is at this time. This figure, called Shadow Lord, is seemingly identical to NieR, almost like a shade version of him. This is the first Shadow Lord fight. Well, more precisely, it is a fight with Grimoire Noir, who is working with the Shadow Lord to seemingly kidnap Yona and also birth a new world, whatever that means. This fight is quite varied, as Vice's magic has been absorbed by Grimoire Noir. Dispatching the shades, you can eventually fight Noir head on as the Shadow Lord watches from above. Damaging Noir will one by one return the sealed verses to Vice, allowing you to use the spells again. The vocal exchanges between Vice and Noir prove their dynamic. Vice is truthful and headstrong, whilst Noir is cocky and abrasive. I really like Noir's voice acting here. He just exudes evil, even if it is quite comical. Near the end of the fight, Noir appears stunned, and attacking him repeatedly results in the last of the sealed verses appearing, and for the second phase to begin. The ceiling begins collapsing, and Noir dashes around the library with a shield around him, damaging you if he collides. Eventually though, his defenses fall, and so shall he.
Vice!
No!
You will understand in time.
Yona! Get up!
No!
Give my sister back!
No matter how things unfold, it all returns to us. All of it.
Yona! Yona! Yona!
Are you okay?
Yona!
After NieR is injured, Kaine requests for Emil to freeze her, as her shade is slowly possessing her, most likely in an attempt to keep itself alive. Emil hesitates, but eventually he complies. A choice here is given to you: petrify Kaine to seal the door and the shade inside the basement, or be annihilated. The second option results in the obvious, despite the shocking and surprising tropes this game may have, so the choice is made, and the following plays.
Kaine.
No more crying, okay? Grow strong. Never lose hope. Weiss.
Spare me the goodbye, hussy. I imagine it will take more than this to kill you.
I doubt it.
Wait for me, Yona. Wait for me, Kaine. I swear.
This is the end of Act 1, being very roughly the first half of the game, excluding the other routes. The game gives you a choice to save here, allowing you to separate save files if you wish to go back to Act 1 from Act 2 from this point onward. Now, before we continue on to Act 2, allow me to somewhat briefly go over the side quests in the first act. Side quests in NieR are well worth doing, and not because of the monetary value they have, but because of the extra character dialogue and use of areas and characters that the main story doesn't. Replicant has a total of 71 side quests, 36 in the first act of the story, and 35 in the second. Some side quests in Act 1 have continuations in Act 2, but if you move to Act 2 after finishing up Act 1, most of the quests become unavailable, due to the inevitable time skip. This doesn't apply to some fishing related quests, being the Fisherman Gambit quests. These quests are the only method of improving fishing stats in the game. Some side quests might have you catch fish outside of these ones. In order to not lose your mind catching large fish, such as sharks, you need to do the Fisherman Gambit questline. Unlike some games that will warn you about this point of no return from Act 1 to Act 2, you don't get that. Replicant simply does not tell you that this act has finished, the only thing you get is the save slot. I think this is because the moment no point of return does happen is at the start of a chain of events that, at the time of starting, might throw the player off if they are told that this is the point of no return for the first act of the game. Another thing to note is that some side quests are exclusive to certain routes, meaning that some side quests cannot be accessed until you have completed a certain route. For example, Route A and B may have their own quests, whilst Route C may have quests that cannot be accessed in either A or B. I will go over route exclusive side quests in their respective sections. A common complaint in gaming spheres are fetch quests. Go get this item or this amount of item and then come back for a reward. Replicant has these, at least at its base. The reason I don't think they are so bad in this game is because many quests simply have the fetching part be a part of a wider story or a chain of objectives. For example, one quest has you gather various meat for a man to convince him to return to his family after running away. But after giving the meat to the person, we found out that he has actually ran away from you. This continues a chase. At the end of this quest you don't get any reward, and you find out that his family, who lives in the village, have now run away from their home. Plots like this keep things fresh, and whilst 36 quests in the first act might seem quite a lot, they are varied enough to go by without dragging. In my opinion though, the Act 2 side quests are far superior to the ones in Act 1. A memorable side quest for me was working toward having Devola and Popola sing together. At the end of the quest you hear them do so. This quest is the only way to hear a certain rendition of the Song of the Ancients, which is the song that Devola commonly sings whilst in the village. Another quest I like is having to help Yona bake a cake. NieR's reaction obviously being one of struggling to digest the food, but he compliments it the best he can, because at the end of the day he loves her and doesn't want to dishearten her. The Lighthouse Lady also has some side quests in Act 1, dubbed the Lighthouse Lady Saga. These quests are mostly related to the letters that she has been receiving from a distant lover. We come to learn though that she is infected with the Black Scroll. The Lighthouse Lady Saga concludes with a revelation. We learn that the letters to the Lighthouse Lady were actually forged collectively by the people in Seafront. Why? Well, to keep her happy and hoping, but now, as she is on her deathbed, the choice can be made to tell her the truth, so that she doesn't die with a clouded mind. I think the best option here is to tell her the truth, and if you do, she doesn't die angry, but understands why the people in Seafront did what they did. The very last quest in this saga is simply learning that she died. A rather frustrating quest line are the Fragile Delivery quests. There are 3 of them, and they are quite simple. Deliver select parcels to certain people without rolling or taking damage. If you do roll or take damage, the parcel shatters, and you need to start all over again. These quests can be quite obnoxious, as you can imagine, especially because some of them require you to deliver items across the map. Some of these side quests are quite humorous. For example, there is a man in Facade who cheated on his wife, and he wants you to give him 10 wolf pelts. With these he can deliver a gift to his wife. She forgives him. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, remember guys, if you cheat, just give your partner the skin of 10 dead animals. The last quest I will mention here is one that can be infinitely repeated as long as you stay in Act 1. Essentially, a woman asks you to give her some mutton for her children. This quest can be done as many times as you want to. You get an average amount of gold for doing this, but at the end of the day, you can infinitely repeat it. So if you are low on gold, go grinding for some mutton. Now, Devola actually has a hand in the side quest you acquire in NieR Replicant. You can find her in the tavern in the village, where she will tell you available side quests in the game without having to go to the places and look around. Very handy. There are also some quests that can only be started from Devola. Such is the aforementioned final quest in the Lighthouse Lady saga. Before we move on to Act 2, I want to quickly mention that yes, this game does have a farming mechanic, but I'm not going to talk about it just yet. In Act 1 there aren't any quests relating to farming itself, and I would rather talk about farming when it's relevant. And it is most relevant in the Act 2 side quests. Speaking of Act 2, let's go.
Don't let your guard down. I guess that was a tad obvious.
Act 2 sets the stage immediately after stating it takes place 5 years after the first act. That is, we open on a woman screaming and despairing at the sight of her dead lover. NieR, noticeably older at 21 years of age, saves her life. The first thing you will notice here, at least in gameplay, is that you can now use 3 weapons instead of 1. The first is the sword, being the weapon that you could use in Act 1, the second being a spear, and the last one being a heavier weapon. The heavy weapon can take on the form of either a large sword or an axe. The bottom 3 buttons on the D-pad can be held down to quickly switch between your last 3 equipped weapons of each type. The sword acts the same way it did in Act 1. The spear is a mix of fast and medium attacks, with a very swift light combo and a heavy combo that ends in massive damage. The heavy weapon, in my opinion, is the weakest of the 3 options, as they are simply too slow and lack DPS compared to the other 2 options. For a lot of my time in Act 2 I used spears, because I found them very fun to use, and found that they dealt the most DPS. I could do the math, but I'm simply going to show ignorance, and say that I am right in saying that the spears have the highest DPS in the game. This of course presumes you have a good spear and do the correct combos depending on the situation. Shades in Act 2 are also different, as they largely use armor. This makes them much harder to kill when compared to their Act 1 counterparts, which were very easy to defeat. One thing I did notice though is that if you use the Dark Hand spell on armoured enemies, they will fall over, and when they are on the floor you can just take them down with one hit. This sounds almost cheesy because it genuinely makes the armoured shades that can be knocked over a complete joke. Either way, this obviously means that the shades have been evolving, which will have first time players increasingly wondering what exactly the shades are. Don't worry, that answer will come. Going back to spells, you retain all of the sealed verses, being the source of the spells. This is because shortly after Noir took them from Vice, we got them back. NieR's motivation here is different but still focused on Yona. Kill Shades and get Yona back from the Shadow Lord, who after all this time he hasn't had a lead on. One thing we can be certain of is that during the time skip, NieR has killed thousands of Shades, and because of that fact has become way better at doing such. But of course, the Shades are adapting too.
When will this stop? It's dangerous here. You should get back.
Oh, Guts! Oh, get up, honey. Please. Get up!
Goddamn Shades are even attacking the village now.
And armored ones, no less. This village of yours seems to be changing for the worse.
It's all the Shadow Lord's fault. That one day changed everything.
5 long years.
It's been 5 years since they took my sister. I spent every waking moment searching for her, but all I found is heartache and despair. This world is winding down. Between the Shades and the Black Scrawl, there won't be anyone left soon. My life now, and my purpose, is hunting Shades. Someday I'll find a clue that will lead me to the Shadow Lord. I believe that. I have to.
Popola called for you, yes?
Yeah.
The village here is largely the same, except of course for the new side quests. The entrances to the village are also more reinforced since the attack on the village 5 years ago. Going to Popola, we see that Kaine is still petrified, keeping the shade sealed. One thing that bugs me about the library in Act 2 is that it's still filled with rubble. It's been 5 years and no one has bothered to clean it up. I guess depression is a bitch. When NieR talks to Popola, they have a brief exchange. NieR comments on Popola's appearance, saying that she hasn't aged a day. Popola takes this as a sort of flirting, but NieR says he is serious. I mean, she does look the same. This comes back later, at least why she hasn't aged. She also tells NieR that a letter has come for him. It is from Emil. It reads the following.
Hi NieR. Hey, it's me, Emil. Sorry I've been quiet for so long. Are you and Vice getting along alright? Is he still using big words and making everyone feel dumb? I bet he is. Anyway, I recently stumbled upon some records that might help us in curing Kaine's petrification. Would you mind coming here to take a look? Thanks, I'll be waiting.
The amount of time since Vice and NieR have last seen Emil isn't quite clear, but it can be presumed they've rarely been visiting within the 5-year time period. Heading to the manor in the Southern Plains, we are greeted by Sebastian, who guides us inside. Despite it being 5 years, the open world hasn't changed all that much. The only thing that has changed are the shades. I think it would have been nice to see what effect the 5-year time span has done to the world. For example, extra vegetation growing on areas. Despite it being a 5-year time gap, Emil, as well as Devila and Popola, haven't aged much. NieR comments on this fact, and Emil simply says that he is special. Emil shows NieR and Weiss an old archival paper that reads the following.
Notice, archival storage 8/2/2025. Following the recent incident with number 6, we have decided to establish an archival room. This room will hold records on the methods used to control and/or cancel all forms of magic, including petrification and bestial transformation, as well as allow other projects to move forward. Specifically, this should make it easier to complete a long-term storage solution for number 6, as well as proceed with our work on number 7. All employees are required to keep the courtyard entrance to this new room secure. Failure to do so is considered grounds for immediate termination.
Alright, that's the end of that document. Alongside it is a vague map. Emil knows there is an entrance in the courtyard where the petrified bodies are around the fountain. He believes this room holds the knowledge to cure his eyes and kinase petrification. The room is hidden beneath a set of stairs in the courtyard, activatable via a button on the side of the fountain.
Is this it? Warning. This facility... I can't read the rest. Something about a seal?
If someone bothered to attach a warning to this room, I doubt they will appreciate us forcing our way inside.
Emil, you okay? What's wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing. I'm fine.
Something is amiss with Emil. Take care not to stray too far from him.
Right.
Despite Emil's condition, we push ahead. What follows is a large gauntlet of enemies in the bunker beneath the manor. The camera angle changes whilst you are in this area to become more isometric. I personally really like it, as it helps both give scale to the bunker whilst also allowing you to see where the enemies are. To progress, you must find keycards for respective doors within the sections of the bunker. You eventually come across another document.
Notice, progress report on number 6, 12/25/2025. We have completed the initial research into number 6 and are ready to initiate the startup experiment in the coming days. As this will most likely mark a great leap forward in Gestalt research, the National Weapons Research Laboratory has made the completion of the number 6 project its top priority. Budgets for all other projects are to be frozen, effective immediately.
And there we have the first mention of Gestalt. We don't know what this means, but all we know is that there is research being done on Gestalts. During your travels through the bunker, Emil follows you, and becomes increasingly pained by the presence of something, seemingly giving him sharp headaches. Another document is found further down.
Notice, meeting agenda 9/12/2026. Today's meeting will address the following topics: a solution for long-term storage of number 6, a progress report on number 7, and disguising the laboratory's above-ground facility as a mansion.
There is also a picture of a girl alongside Emil pinned to this document.
Project number 6. So this was some sort of weapons laboratory?
What the hell was going on down here?
What was I doing here?
I have doubts as to whether or not Emil will be able to continue.
I'm fine. Let's just go.
Fighting a boss in a room filled with children's toys and a dead tree, another paper is found.
Notice, progress report on number 6, 10/11/2025. The donor body Halua has been chosen from among the 7 candidate subjects to proceed to the next stage. In the interest of protecting state secrets, all but one of the remaining subjects will be disposed of. The donor body Emil, however, will be kept in storage as a fail-safe measure.
You sure you're okay, Emil?
I'm a weapon? What does that even mean? What am I?
It appears he's trying to remember something.
You're gonna be fine.
Am I? Am I really?
Your past makes no difference. We'll support you no matter what.
At any rate, you would hardly be the first member of our merry band to have issues.
Crossing the bridge to the room described in the initial document, the three find the following.
I remember now. I remember everything. We used to be humans. Normal humans. Just a bunch of regular human kids like you'd see anywhere. And then we came here. They wanted to turn us into weapons. So they used magic to perform terrible experiments on us. Eventually they succeeded. They managed to create a perfect weapon. The name of that weapon was Number 6. But soon they lost control of Number 6, and the experiment was deemed a failure. They had to create a weapon that could petrify Number 6 and seal it away. So they created me. I'm Number 7. I'm a weapon.
Weapon or no weapon, you're still a meal to us.
Thank you. This is Number 6. She's my sister.
This thing is alive?
My sister is the greatest weapon ever made, and...
Yes, go on.
And with her power, I could eradicate my petrification curse.
So what's the plan here?
First, you have to promise me something.
Hmm?
If my sister somehow manages to swallow me up, my original self becomes lost. I'm afraid I may try to hurt all of you. And if that happens...
No, wait!
Then I want you to kill me.
You have to get him out of there, now!
I'm on it. We're not gonna lose anyone else.
Emil and Halua were created to battle against something. As for what this something is, we will come to find out, but it does require some outside reading. Halua is a pretty easy fight, but because Emil was consumed, melee weapons are not recommended for this fight. If you hit Halua with a melee weapon, it does no damage and Vice tells you to not do so because Emil was consumed. Magic is the way to go here because Emil is resistant to it. Halua clumsily falls and disperses magic all over the arena, but is soon defeated by NieR and Vice.
Halua. Emil, wake up.
In this moment, Emil sees his sister, Halua, who tells him everything will be okay, and that she will always be watching over him.
I'm still alive! I feel my sister's power inside me. I think I can control my abilities now.
Yes, we're all quite pleased. Now get out here already!
Just a second. I can't see very well. No, don't! Don't look at me!
Emil, what's wrong?
Stay back!
Good God.
Welcome back, Emil. You've been through a lot.
But my body... I can't stand to be with you when I look like this.
What'd I tell you? We're here for you, no matter what. Can you see my face?
You look just like I thought you would. You look really cool.
Right.
I think I'm okay now. If this is how I look now, then so be it. I was terrified at first, but it's not all bad, you know? I have the magic I wanted, and I can use it to bring Kaine back to us.
Emil.
We should hurry. She's waiting. I sure hope seeing me doesn't petrify her. You know, in fear?
I see this transformation has not stolen your terrible sense of humor.
The price for curing his eyes and merging with his sister is his body. Emil's form is now reminiscent of his now defeated sister. He has access to new magics and is able to fly, but he will never look the same again. Emil was also always immortal, probably because of the experimentations done on him, hence why he had not aged. Emil's body has now changed, and his insecurities about his eyes have now passed to the rest of his body. But, like Kaine eventually does, Emil comes to accept himself. From this point onward, Emil is a part of the party. Party members in NieR are quite simple. You do not control them, and you do not choose if they are in your party or not. Kaine simply deals a lot of damage, whilst Emil is a mix of damage and support. Emil, at random times, heals his allies. Allies too have health, and can go down.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway...
The beast approaches.
Oh, I know.
Because Kaine is no longer sealing the door, a rematch is in order with the Shade. This time round, thanks to Emil's new magics and NieR's newfound strength over the past 5 years, he makes for a very easy fight. Vice eventually crushes its neck, and it dies permanently this time. Awakening, Kaine recognizes Emil despite his appearance, perhaps showing their connection beyond that. His voice, too, gives him away. NieR helps Kaine up, and she asks how long it's been. He tells her it's been 5 years, and Kaine looks at NieR in a very innocent, maybe peculiar way. This could be interpreted as shock, or perhaps love. A little thing I like about this cutscene is that Kaine's reaction to NieR when she gets up is slightly different.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow, you grew up.
Good to see you, Kaine.
You look like shit. Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Kaine waking from her long petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all. Are you kidding me? You can't be serious!
Please, try to understand. People are tired and scared, and... I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
This is crap, and you know it!
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village, and now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us. And really, I understand. I mean, look at me. As long as you're still with us, I can deal with it. Right, Kaine?
I'm used to sleeping outside.
But...
We'll see you later.
Sorry about this.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now. Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
I didn't get much sleep that night. For the first time in my life, I hated Devila. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola. But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades. Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola? In the end, I'm just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself.
So something that was removed from the upgraded version of Replicant is a little piece of dialogue here. In the original game, NieR stated that he wished to strangle Popola during the altercation. Apparently this was removed because it wasn't something NieR would say. But I think it shows how much he has changed in the past 5 years.
Sleep well?
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well.
The morning after, NieR goes to both twins to apologise, and they kindly accept. Popola tells NieR about the Shadow Lord, saying that the lost shrine, where Vice was first found, is connected to the Shadow Lord's lair. Since the canal has been repaired, fast travel to discovered major areas is now open, and the Lost Shrine's back entrance is accessible. Deciding to check it out, NieR heads out with Weiss, Kaine and Emil. The man in charge of the canal is the man with the red bag. He was at first in charge of helping build it, but now he seems to have had a promotion. He says that it's good to see you again and gets to work. Using his boat to gain entrance to the back of the Lost Shrine, NieR makes his way up an old spiral stairwell. The interior of the Lost Shrine is largely the same from Act 1, except the shades are of course stronger and mostly wearing armour. Whilst ascending, NieR expresses to Kaine and Emil that he wishes to sleep outside with them, because whilst NieR is sleeping in the comfort of his own bed inside the village, the other two are forced to go outside. Emil expresses that he's fine with just Kaine and him sleeping alone, because they both tell each other stories. At the apex of the Lost Shrine, we return to the room where Hansel and Gretel once protected Yona with a sealed vice. Hansel seems to be back, albeit lacking an arm, and with many smaller shades to help. Luring the shades into the small amount of sunlight in the middle of the arena weakens them. Hansel is much faster than his Act 1 counterpart, using spinning attacks to hit you and move swiftly.
Hurry! Strike it down!
Kaine! Are you alright? Kaine!
I fear there is little we can do for her.
No! Kaine!
What is happening?
Kaine! Kaine!
At this point in the story, we don't really know why Kaine is possessed by a shade, only that she has access to its magic. Much of Kaine's backstory is revealed in Route B though, including how exactly she was possessed by the shade. Here we fight Kaine head on. Her fight consists of swift attacks, with her bouncing across the arena and off walls. Her HP though is very low. Kaine's consciousness remains dormant, and Emil begs for her to wake up.
Please! Come back to us!
Oh dear.
Kaine! Kaine!
Kaine! I couldn't hold it back. I can't be with...
We're always going to be together, Kaine. If you transform again, we'll just stop it again. As many times as it takes. I don't care how tough it is. We're gonna get you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going because of you. I'm weak, and I'm sad, and I'm lonely. But you make me strong. You're my friend, and I need you. So don't you dare leave me!
All right. Stop crying. And thanks. I'm all right.
There is no doubt that Kaine and Emil are quite close. Both of them, as I mentioned earlier, are in their own unique situations, and these situations cause them immense emotional pain, and for Kaine it may even be physical. Their situations are of consequence to not themselves, but of other people's choices. All four of these characters have a deep connection to each other. Even if Kaine is quite tense towards Weiss, I think they do care for each other quite deeply. It's undeniable that they are good people. It's just that in this world it is very hard to be solely good. As it stands though, none of these people have done anything inherently bad. Or at least we think that way. More on that later. At the end of the hall is a large locked door. In front of it is a piece of a fragment. There are a total of 5 fragments. Sacrifice, the Law of Robotics, the Memory Tree, the Stone Guardian, and Loyal Cerberus. Their names have meaning, at least in the way that they are acquired. The one here is the Stone Guardian key. At any time we can view what fragments we have. Going back to the village, NieR asks Popola about the fragment.
I think this is the key to unlocking the Shadow Lord's castle. Here, take a look at this. I wrote down all the words I can understand. This fragment is called the Stone Guardian. Given that you found it in the Lost Shrine, the words must mean something. There are spaces here for 4 other fragments as well. Sacrifice, the Law of Robotics, the Memory Tree, Loyal Cerberus. The Law of Robotics probably refers to the Junk Heap, and the Memory Tree might be the Forest of Myth. But as for Sacrifice and Loyal Cerberus, I don't have a clue.
Not a problem. If we want to fill in the words, we just run around the world killing every big monster we find, right?
Oh, splendid. By all means, let us undertake a murderous rampage.
They're just shades. Besides, it's the only way to reach the Shadow Lord.
It's a dangerous task.
Yeah, well, Yona's in even more danger.
But how can you even be sure that she's...
Because she is! Right? The Junk Heap and the Forest of Myth, yeah? I'm on my way.
Please be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Oh, and listen. About Kaine and Emil. The villagers know how much they've sacrificed, and they're thankful. It's just... they're scared, you know? People can't change overnight. I'll hurry them along the best I can. But can you please give them a little more time?
I'll try.
And here we have the main objective of Act 2. Get all the fragments which act as pieces of a key to Shadow Lord's castle, which is where Yona is most likely held. You can do this in mostly whatever order you wish, so I will simply describe them in the way I did them. It would make sense for NieR to feel elated at this fact. After 5 years of searching for Yona, he finally has a clue. NieR's exact whereabouts and happenings between the 2 acts aren't known. In my mind though, he probably searched across most of Japan. I mean, think about it. Why would he just stick to this area of Japan to look for Yona? Shadow Lord's influence is clearly massive, so who says that he is miles and miles and miles away? Lucky for him though, he is somewhat nearby. At least his castle is. The Law of Robotics fragment is most likely in the Junk Heap, because that's where we find robots. So we head there. Upon entering the area, a new cutscene plays. This cutscene is between Gideon and Jacob, being the 2 brothers. Gideon has an accident which leads to his death, and the last thing Jacob sees alongside his dead brother is a robot overlooking him. The conversation with Jacob right after implies that NieR and Weiss haven't been here for at least 4 years. as they question where the brother is. Now, this bugs me, and I genuinely think this is an oversight. Why is that? Well, it doesn't make sense because before this point, the brothers were the main source of upgrades for weapons, which NieR would have very much needed during the time that he was out killing shades. This is just an observation. I simply think it doesn't make any sense that he hasn't been here for like 4 years. Due to the death of his brother, Jacob has become somewhat moulded by revenge. He says that he has a weapon for you that can be upgraded should you go kill some robots. This is true, but take in the fact that he may be asking you to kill way more robots than needed. That, and he asks you to kill a robot that looks exactly like the one that killed his brother. After you give him the materials for the weapon, he asks you to come back at a later time. Progressing from here, you can either go to the Forest of Myth or to see Popola. Again, the names of the fragments give a clue to them, so we know very roughly where to find them. Going back to Popola, she sadly doesn't have any more information regarding the remaining fragments. But the canal operator, the ferryman with the red bag, has been slacking off, so Popola asks you to go to Seafront to check on him. We find his wife, who despairs at the fact her husband has gone missing. Why has he gone missing? Well, he ran away because they had an argument. Why did they have an argument? Because he ate 10 of her apples. Yeah, classic stuff. A guard in the village, who is the older brother of the ferryman, says that he hasn't seen him in a while either. He does tell you that the ferryman mentioned is using the ferry to deliver letters, meaning that the next person to really ask about this is in the post office in Seafront. Within the post office we find not a postman, but a resident who is running the place in his stead. He says that it was around the time the husband vanished that his friend's daughter ran off too, and may have gone to a shipwreck in the inlets of Seafront. This shipwreck has been there since the start of Act 2, and must have come ashore during the 5-year time skip. On the way there, we find Kaine and Emil.
Kaine said she sensed something strange in the area.
Strange how? Like a shade?
Maybe. Not sure. There's some kind of sound or something coming from up ahead.
What an incredibly specific piece of information the hussy has graced us with.
What is it, Kaine?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
Finding a way into the ship via a hole in the hull, the group begin their search for the missing villagers. The camera changes to a side view, which is used inside of some interiors. It reminds me of the one-shot corridor scene from Oldboy, where an actor actually broke his ankle and they kept it in the movie. Anyway, Kaine seems to be struggling with something, and her and Emil go outside to get some fresh air. NieR and Weiss find a lantern, which allows them to see in the dark. But eventually they see a figure, seemingly a girl, walk into a hallway behind them. Following, it seems she has vanished into a dead end. Weiss insists there must be a secret passage of sorts, but the two press on. They soon find a bruised apple, being a hint as to the presence of the apple-eating husband. Weiss's theory is that he came to the ship to wait out the anger of his wife. Hearing a noise from the floor above, the two rush upstairs. They see footsteps made of flour, and following the footsteps they eventually find a book on the table. Whilst the two don't read the logbook fully, it describes where the ship has sailed, but one day the record seized. Another book they find suggests that the ship was used by slavers. NieR's reaction suggests that this is unheard of for him, which makes sense. No doubt in history that there have been people that have died here, and Weiss's fear of ghosts makes itself known.
Oh, damn. The hell is this smell?
Perhaps it is wafting from further inside?
Another apple.
Just how many apples does that quibbling husband keep on his person while he's out and about?
Let's keep searching. Weiss? I think the floor is...
Speak to me, lad. Are you hurt?
Been better, but I'll live. I can't see a thing down here. And what is that terrible stench?
I suspect we may have fallen into the ship's hold.
The lantern got away from me during the fall. We'd better look for it.
Is that...
Weiss, that's it! We found the lantern.
About time. Might I suggest you cease the celebratory fanfare and light the blasted thing already? Oh dear. Look at the bodies. They are all people from town. And, I fear, the missing ferryman.
Oh no. This can't be real. Why? Why did everyone have to... God damn it!
Pull yourself together, lad. Remember the presence Kaine sensed? The culprit who murdered these poor folk likely awaits us further within.
I won't let them get away with this.
That's enough, lad. Avert your eyes.
Hey there, you two.
Hey. I didn't know you guys came back inside.
Did we ever? Found a nice hole in the wall to slide through. But then we heard a bunch of noise coming from that super dark floor downstairs. You sure had us worried.
Yeah, sorry about that. You feeling better, Kaine?
A little, yeah. Sorry for the trouble.
Good. That's good.
Jeez, you seem really down in the dumps. Did something happen?
Tell me, Kaine, that presence you sensed.
It's on the floor above us.
I feared as much. It seems we've little choice but to press onward.
There's a bunch of crumpled up paper here. Letters, maybe?
They all seem to have the same words written upon them, but the penmanship is so poor I cannot make heads nor tails of it.
Pressing up, there is a save point. Vice suspects the murderer will be behind the door. Going inside, the following plays.
It's that girl we saw when we first entered the ship.
Old lad. This is a lone child sitting inside a hulking ship littered with corpses. Something is clearly amiss.
There.
Could this girl be the presence you sensed, Kaine?
Oh, hey, it's you. Been a while.
Wait, you're the postman. What are you doing here?
Oh, I've been coming here a lot lately. I think this girl was on the ship when it drifted in. I've been keeping an eye on her until she's well enough to leave. Hey, so this is kind of awkward, but... the girl is, you know, bleeding? I brought a bunch of bandages with me, but, well, how exactly does one deal with a woman's time of the month? Sorry. Clearly crossed a line there. Forget I said anything.
Stay the hell away from her! She isn't...
Kaine! Emil!
We'll figure something out. You just find a way to get the hell out of here.
The two of them will be fine, but you and I must withdraw. The ship is collapsing. We must leave at once.
Very much aware of that, thanks. Let's go!
Battling through the shades, we eventually go above deck.
Glad you two made it out in one piece.
Yeah, we're good. But that poor postman is still trapped inside.
We'd better go help him out.
No shade would dare pursue us into sunlight such as this. We should use the opportunity to ready ourselves. What on earth?
This fight is a long one, the longest so far anyway. It has a large variation of attacks, with its weak points being various faces and tendrils. It telegraphs its largest attack with a shockwave, and the boss in general fires many projectiles.
Did we get it? Oh, hell. That thing's huge.
Phase 2 begins, with the size of the girl increasing massively and the ship being destroyed. She has many new attacks, including one where she fires spears that must be dodged in time on the beach, or they will deal large damage. As well as this, even more projectiles are fired. Attacking its fists as it slams them down is a good source of damage. Unfortunately, during the fight, the boss heals all of its HP back. Kaine takes matters into her own hands.
This guy's important to you, isn't he?
This is here and now. Is this thing immortal?
How can it withstand such an onslaught?
I think we're in trouble.
My body won't. Damn it! Fuck!
Stop! No! What are you doing? You're gonna get yourself killed! It stopped.
Focus on the source of its magic. Aim for the head.
We can never be together! You disgust me!
Yes, there is more to this boss. Yes, we are going to have to wait, because again, that is exactly what the game does. It dangles these mysteries in front of you and answers them in the other routes.
Hey, did you find my husband?
Yeah. The thing is...
Wait, why are you hesitating? Is he alright? Please tell me he's alright. Come on, say something already.
Your husband was killed by a shade. I'm sorry. We tracked him down, but it was already too late.
No, it can't be true. That big idiot, always carrying his bag around, thinking about me all the time. Oh God, this can't be happening.
Now, the choice here does make the reaction slightly different. Lying to her plays this scene instead, which, in my opinion, is even more heartbreaking.
Your husband, left town. For good, I mean.
Does that mean he fell out of love with me? Is it because we were always fighting? Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I actually loved fighting with him, you know. It was the only time I felt like we were really communicating. It made me so happy in this weird way. But I guess it was only me who felt that way, huh?
The death of the man with the red bag is a tonal shift. At least it's one of many. He was innocent and really did nothing wrong at all. He was kind to us and his wife. And it seems that when he got away from his wife to give her a chance to calm down, it cost him his life. Reporting back to Popola, she offers condolences, but doesn't have any new news regarding the Shadow Lord's castle or the key to such. She tells us though that we have mail.
Official notice. As per rule 25,656, please consider this your official notice that the King of Facade has chosen to enter into the ceremony of matrimony. Please lodge all objections and or congratulations through the official channels stated in Rule 38,585. Sincerely, the Facade Royal Office of Marriage and other legally binding contracts and concerns. P.S. Hey guys, it's me, the King of Facade. Sorry this is all formal and stuff. Listen, I'm getting married and I really want you to come. So get over here.
The king is getting married. It does this old book good to see a boy become a man.
Probably not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation from a king. Let's go to Facade.
Taking the boat to the desert, we notice that the red bag man has been replaced by a generic guard. Quite sad, but so is the world.
Kakere!
We hear your days of bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
Hold on. Fira?
You have grown into a fine example of womanhood. I'm sure you will make a splendid queen.
Kaine's gonna want to see this.
ついらそうとさったら銀と損キシチって大釣りだったらきお見えるさい
Pleased to make your acquaintance, your royalness. Congratulations on your wedding.
たく
I'm sorry Kaine's not here, but
結構作るなろ一致して沢たいてとちあたちやった夜せれやりさたちとちてすれ
Of course. How could we refuse?
To think they even have rules governing the timing and water temperature of a bath.
What's it to you? You don't even take baths. Kaine?
What is the matter?
I don't like this. Weddings are festive occasions, you know? Should I even be here?
We were invited here by the king, remember?
Sure, but what about everybody else?
This city isn't like our villages. It's all about the rules here. And since there isn't a specific rule about you, I honestly think they won't give a crap.
Yeah, maybe.
Will you at least procure a new set of lingerie for the festivities? Some spring colors, perhaps?
Keep talking, Book. Let's see how smug you are when I toss you on a campfire.
Oh.
What's up?
Just having trouble getting to sleep.
Something bothering you?
No, the opposite, in fact. I'm just so excited about the wedding that I can't settle down. I bet it's gonna have streamers and dancing and bears on unicycles and everything. I'm sorta jealous. I wish I was Fira.
You'll find a nice bride someday, Emil.
Huh? Oh, right. Bride.
You must be tired indeed if you misunderstood that simple social nicety.
Yeah, that's not exactly it.
So yeah, this is what it sounds like. Emil is gay. Notice how he said he is jealous of Fira and not the king. And his awkwardness is mistaken by Weiss and NieR to be him simply forgetting about the concept of a bride. Yoko Taro stated the following after being questioned why some of his characters are written to have unusual sexual feelings, which is certainly a choice of words by the interviewer.
How could you define unusual is the question. If we look around, we can definitely see homosexuals, few in number they may be. I'm not trying to say don't discriminate or anything like that, just people like that exist. It's simply the way the world works. They are labelled with abnormal, unusual, and compared quite often, but the difference between people with certain sexual preferences lies purely in number. Some are quite abundant, some are not, but we're all in the same world. I never intended for them to appear as special.
It may also be entirely possible that Emil likes Brother NieR. Yes, Brother NieR and not Father or Gestalt NieR. Because the lines to suggest this aren't as obvious in that version. Either way, it is all but directly confirmed he has a crush on NieR. This isn't important to Emil's character, it simply just is.
Liu Teitai, Weta. ゼルガンと急ゼし続いている。改ざんを解きて、とキゾとやりつた。真实际，因为自tansa乱的。
Everyone needs to blow off steam and celebrate once in a while.
Indeed, your people have earned a moment of rest and respite.
Kodeta.
Plus, you want to make Fira happy, right? Anyway, life is better when you have someone to fight for.
アルトゥルは自殺だ。対決ださ。さ。
Aw, weddings are the best. There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy. It's just great. I'm kind of jealous. Aren't you jealous, Kaine?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
The celebration itself is quite cute, with the people of Facade celebrating with a repetitive dance and makeshift confetti.
イギュートラセンチコイアルテルアシースヨリンチコッテチサイトズセオテイキ
さあ、テレルタ、いいと。
Unfortunately though, the celebrations are cut short as the wolves attack, heavily injuring Fira. Fighting back briefly, they eventually flee, alongside their alpha, being the Shade. This is yet another thing that will be majorly explained in Route B.
Fira! Fira!
Dying in her husband's arms, Fira tells him to take priority over the people, and also thanks him for making her his bride. The king says that she came from the outside, and that they were going to travel. They were promised together. Out of rage, the king tells his men to get ready to strike back against the wolves. Vice tells him that this is a battle that he cannot win in such a harsh mindset. The king listens not, his rage overtaking him. But his advisor tells him that Fira wouldn't want him to act so harshly. He asks him to not tarnish her memory with his rage. After this, you get another choice as to what to do. Either you go with the king now, or hunt the fragments via the other leads that you have. Choosing to go with the king now makes sense, so we will go with that. He seeks to go to the wolves' den and slaughter them. His private guard, being the masked men, alongside his advisor, tells him that he shouldn't be acting out of anger, because he is still young and may act rash. At the end of the day, despite the tragedy, the king still represents the kingdom. The masked men assure the king that they will stick by him, and that Fira was a kind and gentle woman, and a good choice for a queen, even if it has been cut short. The wolves' den lies in a small square area in the desert, near the Barren Temple. The assault on the wolves begins here. For me, this fight went by rather quickly. But the Alpha, the Shade, uses much of the time summoning dozens of wolves to target the king. These wolves are no different from the ones encountered in the desert. Eventually, the Shade comes down to fight, but it is eventually overwhelmed. Striking down the wolf, the king buries Fira. He wonders if she was content with the life she had, but Vice reassures him that he must now honour her memory. He requests to be alone, so the group move on. After the fight with the wolf, NieR gains another fragment, being Loyal Cerberus. After this point, you are given another choice. I decided to head back to the junk heap to see if Gideon had finished the weapon upgrade, as a letter would arrive if you choose to do so. Going to Two Brothers Weaponry, Gideon gives you your weapon. This weapon is a greatsword and it's not that good, but you could upgrade it, I guess. The most important part here though is that he asks you for a favour. He wants you to kill the robot that killed his brother. So the robot you killed before wasn't actually the same robot that killed his brother, despite the cutscene of the death heavily suggesting such, as they looked nearly identical. According to Gideon, it was a Shade that had joined up with a robot. Battling through the junk heap again, you eventually find the hideout of the Shade through a hole in the ground.
Intruder detected. Scanning. Scanning. Exterminating.
P-33 is the robot's name, and it has a large variety of attacks, including many stomp attacks with various effects. The Shade sits atop the robot's head as it attacks. Doing enough damage triggers its second phase, where it grows large metallic wings made out of the debris nearby. Gaining flight, it hits the ceiling, causing debris to fall into the arena, which must be dodged as their shadows show where they fall. After a chaotic fight, P-33 falls alongside the Shade. Gideon comes in and kicks the robot, blaming it for its despair and his brother's death. He does this over and over and over again until NieR leaves. Gideon clearly has some screws loose. Get it? Screws, robots, metal. I'm sorry, I'll move on. After this fight, we also get the Law of Robotics fragment. As the group leave the factory, Weiss explains that revenge is a fool's errand. NieR says that he is aware of that, maybe showing some self-awareness. Gaining a piece of the key to the Shadow Lord's castle, the job here is done. The next stop for the next fragment is the Forest of Myth, meaning more words, more reading, and more vague lore. Again, don't worry, I'll do the heavy lifting here. To acquire the Forest of Myths fragment, you must go and visit the mayor of such. Asking him if there is anything new of note, he tells you that a new presence is felt at the Divine Tree, being the large tree at the back of the village.
Why do we seem to encounter nothing but odd people lately?
You should talk, Weiss.
As if Grimoire Weiss is capable of spouting such nonsense.
Hang on. I don't think it's done. Does that mean it'll tell us what we want to know? That'd be nice.
Ahead is a story, and you must select the correct answers to progress. These answers are actually embedded in the story itself, and changes every time you read it. This means that you must refer to the stories again every run, as the answers may change because the story, too, changes. Don't worry, this story is nowhere near as long as the one from last time. Black. Pure darkness, painted over everything. Words, scattered here and there across the blackness. Kind words, difficult words, amorous words, all sparkling in the dark like jewels. The words were few now, but time was shorter. Grabbing the words in desperation, the tree turned to the sky. "This is wrong," whispered the tree in the voice of wind through the leaves. "This is not how it was supposed to be. The plan has failed." Once, long ago, the tree had remembered everything about the world. This was its task, its purpose. It shivered with something approaching joy as it collected the memories of mankind. This was no accident. Emotions were as much a part of the tree as root and bark. Memories collected like dew on the thick green leaves of the tree, and once they had formed a web that spanned the entire world. Words collapsed into sunlight before passing through the leaves and into the pool of memory. From the pool, the words joined together to form colonies. The colonies united into whirlpools of light, and the light coalesced into stars. Each star was like a child of the tree, and it loved them all. Look at my memory. A child is here, brought low by disease. He is far too young to have suffered so. Thin beyond words, the boy's skin is a shade paler than the bleached hospital sheets upon which he lies. His parents no longer visit him, for they cannot bear to watch him suffer. The doctors have long since surrendered his fate to the gods. The boy, too, has abandoned hope. Strange emotions, weariness, hatred, swell within the dark recesses of his young heart. He tries to reject the black terror that germinates in his body, but no amount of effort or tears can drive the invader away. He has long ceased to resent his parents and doctors. Once he did, but now his pain is so great that there is little room in his heart to think of others. Only one person brings the boy comfort. A healthy young girl with tanned skin and deep brown eyes. She is a beacon of brightness and light in the boy's world. Her very presence is a comfort to him, but he is unable to look upon her face. Whenever they meet, the boy is filled with loathing for his state. Soon, this loathing eats away at what joy he receives from the girl's visits. The girl will stop coming, he knows this. His every waking moment is spent in fear of this day. He thinks that if he could talk to her, if he could tell her of his feelings, that this might not be so. But this conversation never happens. The girl disappears. The boy dies alone. The tree scoops up this memory and carefully stores it within itself. Etched upon it is a single word: envy. Look at my memory. There is a female warrior. Her greatest enemy is a beast with red eyes that she cannot fully comprehend. When she strikes it with her sword, it turns into a pillar of salt and dies. But when the white smoke clears, a new enemy rises, and another, and another. The warrior knows that her struggle is folly, but fighting the unending stream of enemies fills her with a sense of joy and purpose. Somewhere deep in the warrior's drug-addled mind lies a vague memory of a daughter. Perhaps the child exists only in her head, the dying remnants of a powerful dream. She does not know. Her friends and fellow warriors come and go. Some flee in terror, some are eaten. She began the fight with 63 companions, but most are gone now. The warrior's body shudders. She does not understand why at first. By the time she hears the fierce, low sound, the arena is already enclosed in darkness. Looking up, the warrior sees a beast so large that it blots out the sky. She's laughing. She has been doing so for as long as she can remember. Covered in blood and dirt, the warrior laughs. She laughs and laughs until the town that contains her daughter collapses into a pile of dust. This memory has been stored for a long time. It is etched with a single word: loss. Look at my memory. A red dragon falls from the heavens. That memory has been lost. A shame. It was a favourite of mine. After many centuries of existence, the tree saw that its carefully labelled memories were beginning to dwindle. Once seemingly infinite, the memories now seemed ready to disappear forever. The tree did not feel sadness at this. Grief was an emotion beyond its comprehension. It did, however, have the distinct feeling that something was missing. The mountain of memories it had so carefully assembled had disappeared. The tree stretched its branches as far as it could, but new memories refused to flow. The pool of memories was a black, empty pit, a hollow place where life had once flourished. The tree had lost its purpose. There was nothing to be done but sift through the few remaining memories littering the ground under its branches. This is why the tree was pleased when the man and his companion entered the room. "Well, this place is gloomy as hell," NieR said. The room NieR had entered was almost completely empty. All he could see were a few crystals scattered haphazardly on the ground. Picking up one of the crystals and peering into it, NieR suddenly saw a familiar sight. It was the Forest of Myth, its villagers prisoners of their own dreams. "I apologize," the tree thought. "That is all that remains." As NieR stared at the jewel, bewildered, a voice suddenly called out from the depths of his mind. The voice implored them to listen. It was an order. Following it was mandatory. Abruptly, the pair realized that they must listen. They must listen. "Look," said Weiss. A small, shadowy presence appeared from beneath the floor. It looked to be a shade. The shade had several jewels in its hand. More jewels tumbled out of its mouth like shards of broken teeth. Sights and sounds tinkling from each one before vanishing forever. The creature was abusing the memories, treating the precious objects like a collection of cheap playroom toys. "This shade appears to be consuming the memories," Weiss said. "That little thing? It's barely worth my time to kill," NieR responded. The tree extended a branch toward NieR. Without a second thought, NieR brought his blade down on the shade, tearing its stomach wide. Jewels burst out from the shade and poured across the chamber floor. "Look," thought the tree. "There is the conviction memory I had lost, and satisfaction, and many others as well. Yes, this is good." The tree opened its mouth and attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. A millennium of silence and solitude had caused the tree to forget certain things. But rather than be upset, it greeted the development with good cheer. Focusing all its power on the riddle of speech, the tree formed a kind of makeshift vocal cord and tried again. "Ahem, I implore you to..." It spat out a glimmering green jewel. One more time. "I implore you." There we are. What was the colour of the lost envy? Brown, green, or blue? It spoke. "This shade has intelligence and emotion," Weiss said. "Who cares?" responded NieR. NieR brushed Weiss's comment aside as his sword sliced through the shade's right arm. The shade extended its remaining arm to NieR. "I must touch him. I must make contact." The moment its fingers brushed against NieR, the tree felt a warm sensation begin to burn. Something hot coursed through its fingers, up its arm and out to its entire body. It was emotion, more than the entity had felt in centuries. The tree cried out in surprise and joy. 1,000 years alone, 1,000 years in quiet contemplation. The tree felt like it was going to break apart. For long centuries, the tree had been alone, its heart sealed with heavy chains. But no more. New, powerful emotions began to take hold, causing its heart to lighten. This was more than the simple emotions it had been designed to feel. It was the beginning of a soul, and the man was the key. This was the promise made long ago. This was how it would be released. The tree's stomach began to throb in pain, a new and unpleasant sensation. But the time was not yet right. I implore you, how many were lost by the warrior who fought the red-eyed beasts? Her daughter and 23, 33 or 63 friends. Answering correctly, NieR continued. Okay, riddle time is over. I'm gonna kill this stupid shade once and for all. Something round and shiny fell from the open stomach and clattered to the floor. The key! Shouted the book. Grab the key! The man's sword slowed. Time began to dilate around them, stretching and slowing. Time is essential. The next word must be heard. The words exploded. It became difficult to discern them. The pool of memories began to crack as infinite blackness burrowed its way into the wall. Weiss explains that this world is falling apart, and NieR can only question how a world of letters can do so. NieR calls out Yona's name, and the light was complete. Their memories disappeared, and the tree's identity began to dissolve. As the letters slowly faded, NieR was drawn back to the real world, and the tree was satisfied.
What in the... I never realized shades were capable of rational thought.
I don't care if they can tap dance and play the fiddle. I just want to kill them without all this hassle.
With the tree defeated, we no longer have to worry about being buried in its world of letters. Unless, of course, time itself begins to rewind.
Okay, so some explanations are in order. I will go through each of these stories and explain them as best I can. As we know by now, the tree acts as a supercomputer. This supercomputer stores memories from before and during humanity's fall. The story of the Red Dragon, for example, is a reference to Angelus. And in case you don't know, Angelus was the Duratagonist of Drakengard. She, alongside the main character of Kaim, fell in the final battle against the Queen Beast, which soon gave way to the apocalypse of NieR. More on that later. But it is very obviously referenced here. The tale about the warrior too is a reference to the fall of humanity, telling us a story about a warrior, her daughter and her companions. Some people online say that this female warrior is Ariosh from Drakengard, but Ariosh's story doesn't align at all with the memory tree. The story about the boy who slowly died is also quite enigmatic. It doesn't have any connection to anything in NieR and or Drakengard. All we can presume is that it is a simple memory the tree had picked up, which is entirely plausible, and the story could just simply be a way of showing the player the role of the tree. Anyway, I hope you enjoy my voice, because if you hadn't by now, all this reading must really be a headache. With the next fragment acquired, the group now go to see Popola for leads. She states that she has received a letter from the Eyrie. From the office of the Chief of the Eyrie, to Popola. My greetings to you and your village. I hope everything is going well. Our village has shut itself away from the world for far too many years, and we have therefore decided it is time to change our ways. As part of this endeavour, we have resolved to establish a shop within the village. It is now open for business, and I look forward to seeing a great many customers visit from all over the world. With regards to the sacrifice keyword you wrote about, one of our villagers claimed to know the meaning behind the term. You are more than welcome to speak with him on the matter as part of your visit to the Eyrie. I hope to hear from you again soon. Despite agreeing that it is unnatural and dangerous, NieR determines to push through the potential risk, as getting this fragment is the only way of getting Yona back. Going to the Eyrie, we see a new market has opened, and some villagers are indeed out and about. Strangely though, some are still inside their sorrows. The chief, despite the letter, seems to have not changed. He also states that he has no idea about the letter sent to the village. This is obviously suspicious, and the tension rises very quickly. Asking around, the group come across a guard. After confirming to him that they are hunting shades, the following happens.
And if I may ask, are you friends of Kaine?
You could say that.
I've heard the rumors.
Here to hunt shades, are you? Indeed. Our aim is to defeat every last one. Every last one? Everyone? Everyone? Vice! Beware, this man is a shade. Damn it, it's a trap! I figured as much.
So the Shades have taken over much of the village population, which explains their strange behaviour, even from Act 1. This, in my eyes, is one of the most disturbing moments in the entire game. The thought that they are locking themselves away in their houses and slowly being possessed by Shades is quite horrifying.
Get out of here! No way! I'm not going to abandon my own sister!
Kaine, what's going on?
Don't be fooled by this lady. She's a shade.
No! No! You people are the monsters here!
Stay back, kid. Your sister is one of them now.
I don't care what she is! She's my sister, and I love her.
Kaine!
Continuing to fight, we hear that some villagers inside their homes are attacking each other, including a mother attacking her own child. A conclusion here is that those isolating themselves have indeed been slowly turning into shades, or at least some of them have, not all of them. Eventually, a large mass begins to build in the centre of the village, revealing a massive eye-looking shade, almost like a beholder. Oddly enough, we can see subtitles when it talks, questioning where it is and what it is. Either way, it fights, barraging the group with magic from the eye in the middle. Emil, meanwhile, is convinced that the shades are actual people. Eventually, the large shade protects itself, and to do damage you must go around it and hit it from the back. Doing so results in its last stand, where many shades and more magic come to assist it. Emil and NieR, however, strike the fatal blow. We learn though that Emil cannot fully control his magic, and soon enough, it takes over him.
Emil, wait!
Emil!
He's gone. His instincts have taken hold. The ultimate weapon is being deployed.
Emil despairs at the sight of the destroyed Aerie, clearly blaming himself for it. NieR, though, tells him it's okay because at the end of the day, he still saved people, him and Kaine. A perhaps questionable thing to say, but either way, NieR is correct. He tells Emil to not look back, as it will do him no good. This feat is enough to establish how powerful Emil is. This may not even be his full potential. The name Ultimate Weapon is what Weiss describes him as. And that does make sense. Emil is probably the strongest member of the cast. Yes, even including Weiss. Despite his lack of control over his powers though, it is good that he is the way he is. That being someone with a large heart. Despite the situation and despite what he has done, Emil carries on. With every fragment acquired, NieR talks to the twins. They wish him well and for him to be careful, but they seem to want to tell NieR something. NieR asks what they want to inquire about, but they brush it off. Going to the Canal Man, we finally make our way back up the apex of the Lost Shrine, which again is where we first found Weiss and also where the door is to the Shadow Lord's castle. This is Shadow Lord's castle. It is largely varied and quite massive. It is the final dungeon of the game, at least up until now. The first part of Shadow Lord's castle is a large garden and conservatory. There is a puzzle here you must answer correctly, or the door will lead you back to the beginning. It is essentially a password that you must give to enter the castle and break the loop. You are asked why humans disappeared from the world, and the answer is the Black Disease. Secondly, it asks how humans can extend their lives. The answer is by separating body from soul. Lastly, it asks the destination of souls. The answer is they are placed in their corresponding shells. Being acknowledged as a master, you may enter the castle, and are greeted by, well...
It's the twins from your village.
Popola? Devila? What are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village? This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
What are you two doing here?
I'm not going to answer that. You can figure it out yourself.
We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then. No, I suppose not. How sad. We didn't want to fight you. We really didn't want to.
Devil! What's happening?
The confusion here is completely understandable, yet their hesitation of you coming here now makes sense. For reasons at the moment unknown, Devila and Popola are working for the Shadow Lord. Devila states during the fight that they wanted to put it off for 100 years, at least until the next generation came along. NieR's confusion makes itself known and Kaine confirms that they aren't shades. Popola even refers to Weiss as a traitor after he questions them. The fight itself is rather simple, with both twins casting simple magic and teleporting around. They do, however, deal a large amount of damage. They even use melee if you get too close to them. As stated in the game here, Popola and Devila take Weiss's powers, or, according to them, take them back, because they apparently originated from them in the first place. More pleading from NieR leads to nothing, and after fighting with an empowered version of them, they both soon flee.
Why?
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadow Lord.
The Shadow Lord? So you've been on his side this whole time?
You must search for that answer yourself. You've got to face your own truth now. Please, enter the Shadow Lord's castle.
Many questions will flow through the head of the player here, but what you may notice is that the twins, despite their newly established motivation, show pity toward NieR. Before fighting, they asked him to go back, and during the fight they state how strong he has become. Yet at this point we do not understand why they are working with the Shadow Lord. This is one of the many questions to be fully answered, and it will. Pressing on, we come across a ballroom filled with shades disguised as ghostly dancers. One by one they ambush NieR and the rest of the group. The exit is locked but eventually is kicked open by Kaine. On the other side are more shades, which merge to become a massive boar shade, reminiscent of the one you ride around with, presuming you did the boar side quest at the start of the game. Kaine seems to be talking to the boar, seemingly able to understand it. NieR shows confusion at this, as to him she is talking to herself. Kaine states that she doesn't need forgiveness and questions how should she know. Yet another thing in Route that will be answered later on. Defeating the boar, another appears, yet this one is armoured. Breaking its armour with magic allows you to soon damage it, but as it exudes green fog, the armoured boar continuously heals itself. Seeing this, the group attempt their escape through the door on the other side. They are chased by it up a spiral staircase, coming across another room. Fighting it again proves futile, but soon enough, backup arrives.
Kasa, Teido to, Chi iru to te.
出槌汗ようり一旦おきっとだあらペルアと試練地無責音イラコク
かつて
What are you doing here?
探りとしたと改ざむとキロだろ
You are correct.
いやあらとて三生体
割りとてトラス感化しチーデ
But
あらペルアと
飛んだで切り声たり
アップやとさちちさったと止めるた改ざむち
ラツゲラ
えタッカー奇跡をあ
Hey! Stop! Let me go! Stop it! Damn it! King, no!
ギ後でアリクラーサアコ
No! Open the door! You can't fight that thing on your own!
ゆくくおたおきアルタフィート来るとこっちいる勝てケータルイトエチケロアルテリアだせ
ゲウジ
各石技師
真鍮カレルタカイザンテラス
あんだあらたてウラーヌペルアとチ
ウラーヌカレザントトラチ
Open the damn door!
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Kaine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend.
To help NieR get his sister back is to help someone get something back that he was refused. This is thanks to the wolves, who killed Fira. A brave and noble sacrifice, and let's face it, he isn't getting out of it. The king does indeed die here, but like many things, his death will be expanded on in other routes. The king himself doesn't have a large amount of screen time in this game, but his impact is undeniable. He is also a monolith of a theme in this game, being revenge. He, like NieR, wished revenge on something, being the wolves. And even after he got his revenge on them, he helped NieR with his own revenge against the Shadow Lord. At this point though, NieR's revenge isn't because Shadow Lord has killed Yona or anything. NieR's revenge is simply because the Shadow Lord is the supposed leader of the Shades, and because Yona's kidnapping has caused such a massive amount of sorrow for NieR. It is evident from the beginning of Act 2 that NieR's mental state has decreased, and that is because of the Shadow Lord's actions. Pressing on, we come to a large room with a set of windows, alongside a stage with 2 chairs. This is where we see the twins once more.
Devila! Popola!
Oh, look. You made it. We've been waiting for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1300 years ago. Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt.
Gestalt?
Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
Weiss! My mind. I remember. Devila. Popola. You are not human. In fact. Oh no.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch. You want to finish that thought for him, sister? All of us. Every person standing in this room are mere shells created by the true humans.
What are you saying?
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
So then humans, I mean, the true humans, are extinct?
No, they still live on. You know them as shades. Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
Wait.
Sorry, but we're gonna be needing that shell of yours. The rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time. Please don't be angry with us. We are only doing our duty. Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans. You have your own motives, your own desires. And we have ours. I fear it really is just that simple.
Don't speak such foolishness.
Sorry.
Okay, strap in. Allow me to explain Project Gestalt before we get into the second fight with the twins. At least what we know at this point in the game thanks to this dialogue and the documents that were just given to us. I'm also going to do some outside reading and make it clearer. Many explanations are sourced from the official guidebook of the game. As well as this, the lorebook for Drakengard and Automata are used. The thing is about NieR is that a lot of the lore is in outside reading and not really in the game itself. The first document the twins give you reads the following.
Project Gestalt Report 0923. As noted in the previous report, implementation of Gestalt mode can prevent the white chlorination syndrome we recently experienced. Transfer of bodily information to civilization-repressed replicants is proceeding as planned, with the genes of the originals safely stored inside. Our role as surveillance androids to prepare for when the incurable bacterial disease eventually dies out is also underway. So far, this is proceeding without issue. Observer 21, codename Popola. Project Gestalt Report 9182. This document discusses potential strategies for the relapse cases we have observed in recent years. The term relapse, of course, refers to the catastrophic loss of sentience seen in certain gestalts. This syndrome has defied even our most pessimistic initial estimates, and continues to trend upward with disturbing speed. With some relapse gestalts beginning to attack replicants, there is an urgent need to take comprehensive action. We remain convinced that an unknown technological defect in the Gestalt transformation process is responsible for this condition, but so far have been unable to confirm this theory. Research of this condition is now our top priority, and looks likely to continue for some time. Observer 22, codename Deviler. Project Gestalt Report 10432. Shorthand minutes of Case 23, Emergency Response Conference. Committee Special Meeting. Issue: Observed upward trend in relapses, noted and discussed. Issue: Acceleration of restoration schedule, approved. Report: Debate over using the codename NieR for human restoration schedule. Report: Preparations to launch Vice decoding system for above. Report: Order collection of guidance and release code for NieR alongside Vice launch. Observer 21 Popola, Observer 22 Deviler. Project Gestalt Report 11242. We have determined that the rise of relapses was due to an unexpected spike in the sentience of replicants, as well as a genetic instability within the original Gestalt. It seems the original's effect on bodies that have undergone the Gestalt process was not anticipated in advance. Immediate action must be undertaken to identify the links between this trend and the original Gestalt, along with its sister, the relapse case known as Yona. The observer contact group is growing uneasy, so finding a solution to the relapse issue should be considered a top priority. See other reports for more details. Observer 21, codename Popola.
So, using these documents as a base, we learn that Project Gestalt was a sort of attempt to save humanity from a disease known as white chlorination syndrome, also known as WCS. WCS spread throughout humanity after the battle between a giant and a dragon. The opening of this video described this too. This giant was the final boss of Drakengard's ending E, with the dragon being the protagonist, Kaim, and Angelus, the latter of which being the dragon herself. Upon destroying the giant, the particles of it caused WCS, being white chlorination syndrome, to spread. As for Angelus and Kaim, they were shot down by Japanese fighter jets and incinerated. The particles are extra-dimensional and are simply known as meso. Meso is an element that can be actually manipulated and harnessed into energy known as magic, being the creation of something from nothing. Magic in NieR also has a red tint to it. Angelus, the dragon, was also red, so she may have something to do with the magic. WCS is sourced from meso and can be transmitted through saliva and coughing, meaning it is an airborne disease. WCS then causes a pact to be made with an unknown god, causing the infected to become Legion. Legion were a large hand in the downfall of humanity, alongside WCS and meso. Refusing this pact with the unknown god causes the infected to turn into salt, as when people with WCS die, their skin, which is made of salt, becomes airborne. Remember the snow in the beginning of the game? You may have been curious as to why snow was appearing in summer. Well, here is your answer. It isn't snow, it is salt. Now, accepting this pact is a whole different story. Accepting means becoming Legion, which are a berserking WCS-infected group of humans whose sole motivation is the destruction of humanity, by spreading disease and attacking uninfected humans. Because Legion are still infected with WCS, their skin is still composed of this white salt. Those within Legion have a lower intelligence, but increased physical abilities, so it was very hard to just wipe them all out with militaristic means. Depictions of Legion vary, and that is because WCS can morph subjects away from their humanoid appearances, and even grow them to larger sizes. Those with larger amount of meso within them may turn into a red eye, which maintain the intelligence of their human counterparts and therefore are able to command lesser Legion. As their name suggests, they also have distinctive red eyes. There are also theories sourced from the NieR Replicant drama CD that red eyes may have been created through the fusion of multiple other Legion. The CD too stated that red eye often took on appearances that massively deviated from human ones. So remember how Emil and his sister were mysteriously said to be weapons? This is exactly why. They were made by a secretive organization who studied Meso in order to create enhanced humans and fight back against Legion. This organization was called the National Weapons Research Laboratory and ran many experiments on humans. This project was called the Snow White Plan, which we can actually see atop the documents we found beneath the manor. This organization would soon become involved in Project Gestalt, providing them with Meso research. Going back to Project Gestalt now that we have a little more context that isn't explicitly stated in the game right now. Due to the impending apocalypse, Project Gestalt, again, was made to find a way to save humanity from WCS. After separating the human souls from their bodies, humanity would be able to reunite the two after WCS was destroyed or a cure had been found. The bodies created from the data of the souls were called replicants, and their souls gestalts. More on how exactly this came about later, but for now, what we get from the documents the twins show us is that the original, being the original gestalt, was unstable, and because it was the original, this means that the other gestalts were also corrupted. Alongside this, replicant bodies began to become sentient, causing them to reject their gestalts. This is referred to as a relapse, inevitably causing gestalts to become hostile, and soon causing the Black Scroll on their respective replicants. These are what we have come to know as shades. This means that Project Gestalt is on the verge of failing, because the main goal of it, at this moment in time, completely failed due to the original's instability, which caused the replicants to reject their gestalts. So I say it's on the verge of failing. Why exactly hasn't it failed yet? Because there is actually a chance of it being saved. More on that later though. Now, you may also be curious what Deviler and Poplar's roles are in all of this. As the documents imply, they were very involved in Project Gestalt, and seemingly still are. The two are actually androids that have existed since the beginning of Project Gestalt, meaning they have lived for over 1000 years. They overlook the project and ensure it succeeds, with their jobs to make sure that gestalts and replicants become ready to merge once more. I am going out my way to add more to this big explanation for the sake of context, and because later on it is going to be expanded on even more, especially when it comes to grimoires and the Shadow Lord. Trust me, the end of Route B explains a lot to you. If I was to explain everything at the end of that route, it would be very overwhelming, so I think splitting it up like this is definitely worth it. Okay, let's go back to the game itself. This fight here is largely the same, but this time you are fighting only Deviler. She loves using the Dark Hand spell, so be sure to dodge in time for that. As well as this, she teleports around a lot. She isn't terribly challenging, although I do admit I used a lot of healing items here. There is also a secret and rare chance the two start dancing? Yeah, dancing. Anyway, she eventually falls to the group. Her defeat though gives way to ultimate despair.
Deviler? Deviler?
In her dying breath, Deviler tells Poplar that the world isn't for them, because they, as androids, have no soul. There is simply too much emptiness. Their souls are missing, yet their tears work. Telling her sister she loves her, she dies. Poplar is put into an intense rage, and after NieR requests for them to stop fighting, Poplar tells him they have no luxury to stop, and so they fight.
Please, don't do this, Poplar! You and Deviler were like parents to me!
Those two have watched the world wither for time immemorial. The cruelness of such a fate is difficult to imagine.
I don't want to do this! I don't want to fight her!
Stop bitching and start fighting! It's the only way!
no stopping ever!
The bridge!
Blast! We're trapped.
I've got an idea.
Emil at this moment realizes that he finally has the chance to save something. When he was young, he hated his eyes, and now he has grown, he hates his body too. But at least now he has something: pride. All he could do for so long was destroy, but now he will save something. Emil sacrifices himself, and Popola is annihilated. At his last moments, he says he wishes to see them all again, and that he doesn't want to die. If there is any moment in this game that made me cry, yeah, it's this moment.
I'm scared. I don't want to die.
You fucking... Fuck!
Let's go.
Yeah.
With Emil's sacrifice to save the two from Popola, the only way to go from here is onward. Pressing on, Kaine and NieR find more shades. Nothing here is different, and they are cut down all the same, almost like their sole existence is to be used as punching bags for Kaine and NieR after losing their best friend. Finally, after the slaughter, we find Yona.
Yona! This ends here.
Strike hard. Hold nothing back.
Shadowlord is the final boss of Route A, alongside Noir. This time we fight Noir shortly before the Shadowlord, who at this point is the largest challenge yet. Shadowlord has a rather massive set of abilities, and can even break your block and leave you open for attack. His HP pool is rather impressive too. He is by far my favourite boss up until this point. What I noticed during this fight as well is that the Shadowlord uses some sealed verses akin to vices. Despite the fact we took them back from him at the end of Act 1, it seems Noir still retains some of them, or he may simply just have them anyway. After injuring Shadowlord, Yona comes forward.
Wait! Brother?
Yona. Huh?
Yona approaches the Shadowlord and tells him that another girl is inside her, and that said girl wants to see her brother, being NieR. Realizing this, the possessed Yona moves towards the sunlight, destroying herself, being the shade inside Replicant Yona. This in turn gives Yona her own body back. Enraged, Shadowlord fights NieR once more. Yona's actions here are explained again in Route B. For now though, Kaine watches over Yona whilst NieR fights the Shadowlord one-on-one. He claims that he will finish Shadowlord, and that he shouldn't expect him to sympathize. Vice's voice still distorts, but it comes down to this.
No bother. One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. Alright, no I'm not.
Vice.
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Vice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
But...
Let's go. Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
Where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name. Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Vice.
Vice. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
I have something to defend. I have a reason to live. Shut up.
One last charge, one last barrage of magical particles, NieR proclaims his reason to live is to protect Yona. But you may notice that the more you hurt the Shadow Lord, the sadder the music comes, and is soon reduced to nothing but a lullaby. But either way, he is cut down by NieR. Wrapping up Route A, Yona is indeed alive. We hear Vice's voice one last time, whose energy still remains. He tells NieR that to bring Yona back fully, he must call back to her. To do this, he must present her with proof that they both still live, and that their lives both have meaning.
Do not mourn her, and do not give up hope. Instead, you must call her back to you.
How?
Use your memories. Recall the times you spent with her. Present her with proof that the two of you live still, and that your lives have meaning.
I don't know.
Typical. But take heart. I know you can do it.
What's my favorite food? Cookies. What's my favorite book? That's my magic storybook. What's my favorite place? Home with you. What's my favorite flower? The lunar tear, of course. Okay, one more question. Who do I love more than anyone?
Awakening, Yona recognizes NieR, who tells her that she has been asleep all this time. Kaine tells NieR that she has her own shit to take care of, and so departs. Back in the village, we see NieR and Yona from Act 1, with NieR giving Yona a lunar tear. The two rest next to the tree beside the fountain. We then cut to what looks like Yona and Shadow Lord in some sort of afterlife, embracing each other. And that is the end of Route A. A lot of questions typically go through one's head once they finish Route A, and some may even stop playing here. Doing the latter though is like playing through half the game and turning it off. This isn't the end, not at all, really. For now, let's quickly go over the side quests available in Act 2. Side quests, once again, are worth doing because of the rewards and extra characterization. Some quests are also sequels to the ones from Act 1, including ones related to the Lighthouse Lady saga and aforementioned Fisherman Gambit quests which improve your fishing ability. There are 9 total quests in the Fisherman Gambit quests, and they are by far the hardest quests in the game, at least in my opinion. By far the worst quest in the game though is in Act 2. It is called Life in the Sands, and it involves you having to deliver 10 pink moonflower seeds to a lady in Facade. One slight problem is you cannot buy these anywhere in the game. Farming in NieR Replicant is quite simple, but also has a side to it that is quite complicated. The garden is an area next to NieR's house. Most crops have no purpose other than to be sold. However, there are times, like in this quest, where they are used for other things. Crops like rice and wheat can produce a large harvest, especially when you use bounty fertilizer on the soil. Flowers work differently. They grow 1 flower per seed, but using bounty fertilizers can make them drop extra seeds. Both crops and flowers take about 25 to 30 real-time hours to grow, and they can stay alive up to 50 hours before wilting. You can speed up this process by changing your system clock, but if you prefer to play normally, you can use speed fertilizer to make them grow faster, or flowering fertilizer to make them last longer. If you don't collect the produce or seeds before the plant wilts, it will disappear and you'll have to start all over again. You can buy seeds from certain shops in the village, seafront and Facade, or find them in crates in the village, seafront and the Eyrie before it's, well, destroyed by Emil. Some rare moonflower seeds, like the one we are talking about, can't be bought, and they come from crossbreeding, which means planting specific colours of seeds in a certain order in the garden. So, little fun fact is that crossbreeding is not really mentioned anywhere in the game. So, if you need a certain flower that is sourced from crossbreeding, either use the internet or good luck. So I looked up a guide for this quest because the only real way to get these seeds is by crossbreeding. To get a pink moonflower you need indigo. Cool, now to get indigo you need to plant a blue moonflower with 2 gold moonflowers on each side of it. As the guide I followed put it, if you fill your field with a setup like this, you get 6 chances per field, as there is actually a 6% chance of mutation, giving a roughly 47% chance to get an indigo seed. Now, this doesn't sound too bad, does it? But no, it's actually terrible, because it takes 48 real-time hours for the indigo seeds to become harvestable. After this, you need to then do more crossbreeding by repeating the same process with indigo red indigo seeds to try and get the required pink moonflowers. Waiting 2 days and getting your pink moonflower seeds is all well and done, but I'll be really honest here, I just moved my system clock forward 2 days. This video is delayed enough, and I'm not going to spend 2 bloody days on a flower side quest. Your reward for this quest? 10,000 gold. Yeah, nearly nothing at this point in the game. Screw this quest. I have a massive distaste for games that waste the player's time, especially when the end reward isn't worth it. Nuke this quest from orbit. Anyway. Another thing I learned from the guide is that if you didn't unlock the field in Act 1 by completing the shopping list quest, you can buy a cultivator's handbook from the florist in the village, so there is really no escape if you are a completionist. Moving on. A quest that gives a large gold reward is a fetch quest, sourced from the lighthouse in Seafront. These materials are found in the junk heap, but it is worth doing if you want a quick 30k gold. One of my favourite quests though involves retrieving a sort of magical stone for someone in the Forest of Myth. Doing this quest transports you to the past, being the area from the opening. This is the only area where you can get the iron pipe weapon past the opening itself. A fun quest in Seafront involves collecting 3 crates washed up around the world map. Returning the crates nets a 20,000 gold reward and 20% off the Seafront medicine store alongside some new items. However, if you look inside the crates, you will find that they are filled with unlabeled medicine bottles filled with white powder, most likely cocaine. Reporting this to the authorities will net you a 50,000 gold reward instead. I think you can tell what I did. The last quest I want to mention here is actually a quest that loops back to Act 1. A woman in NieR's village asks him to find her boyfriend, who has been missing for 5 years. By the end of the quest though, we actually realise that this boyfriend of hers is actually the man who died alongside Jacob and Gideon's mother. Quite a twist. Anyways, the point is that the quests are still worth doing. It's just a shame that completionists such as myself, who Yokotaro has apparently gone on record to hint or state that he dislikes, will inevitably have to face the quest I was frustrated with. Ignoring that though, the overall rewards, world building and characterization introduced in side quests make them worth doing alone, as they are a complement to the game massively. Before we move on to the changes in the second route, allow me to discuss the Nightmare Dungeons. Nightmare Dungeons, or more officially named, 15 Nightmares or the World of the Recycled Vessel, is an addition to NieR Replicant that was a paid DLC in the original release of the game and included in version 1.22, being the remake this video uses. Nightmare Dungeons are what they sound like, a set of dungeons you may fight through. From the start of Route B, you may read a book belonging to NieR's mother, or wife if you are playing Gestalt, that he keeps inside his house.
It's Mom's diary.
I have not heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the black scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here, take a look.
Say there, can you not hear me? Why are you standing about like a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, there's the door.
Right. Let's go.
That's right, you play as Father NieR, aka Gestalt NieR. My jaw hit the floor when I played this for the first time. He looks really good in the remake. Whilst he plays the same as Brother NieR, he is fully voice acted and modelled. In the original releases of the game, you simply played as the opposite protagonist. So if you played Gestalt, meaning you played as Father NieR, it means that here you would play as Brother NieR. It was a selling point of this once DLC, that you could play the opposite version of the NieR in your copy of the game. The goal of Nightmare Dungeons is to get through 15 dungeons behind 3 doors that lead to 5 dungeons each. These dungeons vary widely, and even have completely new or altered areas from the base game. So why would you do this? Well, because of the rewards, and because it is a fun piece of side content. The rewards include weapons and even costumes you can give to the party members, and also the option to customize the magic orbs you shoot, being the appearance of such. It is also quite challenging in the later dungeons, and even goes as far as to recommend you don't try it unless you hit a specific level. Each dungeon is different, with a boss at the very end. The music that plays here is new too, being made up of electronic remixes of pre-existing music from the soundtrack. If NieR dies, the progress on the current door, not floor, is lost and he is returned back to the entrance. This means if you die on like the 4th dungeon of a door, that means you have to do all those 4 dungeons again. After beating every dungeon, a new quest is opened up to you. A man in the Northern Plains asks NieR to run over sheep with his boar. This is because his wife was killed by them. This is a mini-game of sorts, and the more sheep you kill in the time given to you, the more gold you are given by him. Every sheep you kill pays 100 gold. Quite simple, and it is basically the official way to grind money endlessly in Act 2, as long as you have completed the Nightmare Dungeons. Alright, so we are over 4 hours into the video now, and there are still many pieces to the puzzle left. Now, imagine those 4 hours being like 20. That is what Route A feels like, because that's around how long it takes to finish. Endless questions with little answers. But I assure you that this is intentional. For much of Route A's analysis, I let a lot of cutscenes play in full, because the information that I can add onto them comes much later, being Route B and onward. So now, I would say the real analysis begins. That is because a lot of extra context is about to be given to us as the player, and as you as the viewer. Before we get into Route B, I think it's important to state what exactly the routes do in terms of story. Route A is almost like the base canvas, and the routes that come after are expansions upon that canvas. Routes can also be called branches, which is what they were commonly called in Drakengard. If you finish only Route A and then stop playing, you are only getting a fraction of the true story. This should be obvious, as I was purposely vague in my explanation of certain things in Route A, as the game itself does not explain much during that playthrough. Questions such as what are shades and what is the Shadow Lord, or what is with a massive time skip after the prologue, well, these questions are answered in the other routes, and by the end of Route E, the entire story is told. I have also added a section near the end of the video to give a quick rundown on the story, since it is sometimes told in a vague fashion. As well as this, I will go over some of the short stories that I deem to be necessary to fully understand the game. My explanation for the other routes will be slightly faster, because they are much shorter than Route A, and there aren't a lot of new cutscenes compared to Route A. If I skip over some stuff in the playthrough, it is simply because it is no different from the original route, being Route A. That being said though, I can only do so much cutscene showcasing before copyright bites my ass, so expect a lot of explanations over these new cutscenes as well. Route B focuses largely on expanding the shades, their nature, and their origins. It also has a much larger emphasis on Kaine. Loading the save made at the end of Route A will cause the cutscenes where you cure Kaine's petrification to play out. During them, however, Kaine's backstory is revealed to us via stories, akin to the ones from the Forest of Myth. I will go out my way to summarise them now, because they are very important, and are the first time we get an actual look into her backstory. In Route A there were only hints and glimpses, but now the full thing is displayed. Unlike the Forest of Myth excerpts, I will not read this one out fully. This contradicts what I said earlier, but do you want to know why I'm not reading it? Well, it's 10,000 words long, which will take around 1 hour to read. So instead I've written up a very detailed summary. Please enjoy. Kaine's story is one of survival, not just in the physical sense, but emotionally, spiritually, and personally. From the moment she was born, her existence was marked by rejection, fear, and cruelty. She came into a world that didn't want her, and every day thereafter, she had to fight to prove that she had the right to live. Kaine was born intersex, a trait that was misunderstood and frowned upon by the superstitious villagers of the area. Her parents, trapped in shame and fear, were unable or unwilling to accept her. After her mother died, Kaine was left alone, but not for long. An older woman named Kali, her grandmother, stepped in. Fierce, crude, and uncompromising, Kali took the abandoned child into her home without hesitation. Life with Kali wasn't easy, but it was real. They lived far from the village, isolated from the hatred and whispered slurs. Kali taught Kaine how to curse with flair, how to throw a punch, and, most importantly, how to survive with pride. She became the first person in Kaine's life who didn't just tolerate her, but loved her fully, fiercely, and without condition. The villagers didn't stop tormenting Kaine just because she left. Children threw rocks at her, adults turned their backs or muttered venom under their breath. The area was ruled by fear and old traditions, and anything different was seen as dangerous. Kaine was different in every way they feared: her gender, her appearance, her manner, and her strength. Yet despite the hate, Kaine endured. She learned to wear the insults like armor, to meet cruelty with silence or fury depending on the day. Her grandmother taught her that the world would try to erase her, to make her disappear, but that no one had the right to define who she was but herself. And then, just as things seemed stable, just as their quiet life had begun to feel like home, Kali got sick. The illness came suddenly, but its effects were slow and brutal. Kaine took on more chores, ran errands in the village, faced the cold stares and whispered insults alone, so that her grandmother could rest. On one of those trips, something remarkable happened. A villager, a shopkeeper, treated her with kindness. He offered her crayons, recognizing in her a budding soul, an artist, someone worth more than the labels others forced on her. It was a tiny kindness, but it planted a fragile seed of hope. Kaine used those crayons to draw her grandmother's portrait. "It's terrible," she said afterward, but Kali smiled anyway. That moment, small and quiet, became a core memory for Kaine, proof that love, beauty, and meaning could still exist in her harsh world. But peace never lasted. One night, a powerful shade, an otherworldly creature of darkness, attacked their home. It was a grotesque, intelligent monster named Hook. Kaine fought bravely, but she was no match. In the chaos, her beloved grandmother was killed, crushed beneath debris. Her last words were of love and anger and pride. Kaine held her in her arms as she died. Something inside Kaine shattered that night. Filled with rage and heartbreak, Kaine faced Hook again. Her grief gave her strength, but it wasn't enough. She was dying, and then a voice came, cold, powerful, other. That voice belonged to Tyran, a malevolent shade who offered her a bargain. Let him into her body, let him fuse with her, and he would give her the power to survive, to take revenge. Kaine, broken and bleeding, said yes. From that moment on, she wasn't just Kaine, she was something more, something other. The fusion granted her supernatural power, incredible speed and strength, but at a terrible cost. Tyran was always with her, speaking in her mind, mocking her, threatening to take control. Her already fragile sense of identity was now being constantly challenged by a voice that reminded her that she was never truly in control. And yet, Kaine continued to survive. Now seen as even more monstrous than before, part human, part shade, she was completely cast out from society. But she no longer cared about their judgment. Her mission was clear: kill Hook, avenge her grandmother. That singular purpose kept her going. Kaine became a wanderer, a protector of the helpless, a destroyer of shades, and a living contradiction. Half of her a threat, the other half a saviour. It was during this wandering that she met NieR, a young man searching for a cure for his sister. They fought together against powerful foes and gradually formed a bond built on mutual respect. Kaine didn't trust easily, she couldn't afford to, but NieR's sincerity and kindness cracked through her walls. And that is the end of that summary. What we can gather from this is that Kaine was bullied, and she was raised by her grandma Kali, who Kaine most likely got her attitude from, as Kaine had no one else to go to for much of her childhood. Kali was killed by a shade, and so Kaine was possessed by another shade called Taran, who took advantage of her sorrow and possessed her, at least partially. This shade allows Kaine to use magic and grants her massively enhanced strength, hence why we see some of the feats she performs through the game. Taran, though, is psychotic and has an obvious hunger for death and violence, and no matter what Kaine does, he will always be present in her mind to witness and glee at the killing she does. Another thing about Route B is that because of the added context, many already existing conversations are made even more special. For example, Kaine being given a lunar tear by NieR upon awakening is now cast in a more innocent light. The lunar tear necklace that we see in Kaine's home was actually given to her by her grandmother. Of course, NieR knows of its existence, and so during the 5-year time skip, NieR went out his way to cultivate the flower for Kaine. Kaine even wears it in her hair from that point onward. Now, going forward, I will only mention things that are different in each route. Again, there isn't really much point in explaining the same stuff again. That will be tedious and boring. For much of Route B, things are the same bosses, same quests, etc. However, there are additional cutscenes, context, backstories, and we even get subtitles for much of the Shade dialogue, as we witness many more events through Kaine's eyes, who understands the Shades thanks to Taran. Essentially, Route B is just Route A but with more story content. The best way to approach this route is to simply list and display the new content, so prepare for a bunch of exposition. Within Route B are some campfire scenes, and the first one we see is shortly after the conversation where the twins tell NieR that the villagers are scared of Kaine and Emil, leading to them eventually sleeping outside. The two open up during these conversations, with Emil telling Kaine that he tried everything to cure her petrification, including pouring water on her. It is the game's way of expanding on their friendship, which makes Emil's inevitable sacrifice even more painful. When we eventually go to the apex of the Lost Shrine again to check out the newly discovered entrance to the Shadow Lord's castle, we see one of the many flashbacks surrounding what exactly the boss's motivations and stories are. These flashbacks play the further up the shrine we go. Gretel is seen sitting beside their dead sibling, who NieR and Weiss had killed in Act 1. It grieves, and as it does, many small shades approach. It demands that they leave, stating that they are different. We learn that the small shades don't leave Gretel alone, and seem to take interest in them. Gretel says that because Hansel is dead, and also because Weiss is gone, that there is no reason for them to exist anymore, and that their life is basically over. The smaller shades continue to pester Gretel though. Gretel apologizes for their mockery toward the shades, saying that they acted in such a way because they, quote, went gestalt before the change was complete, end quote. But now they understand each other and can now speak as equals. The shades stuck with Gretel long after Hansel's death. The next time we see Gretel is them doing the same actions they took in Route A, but of course, this fight is in a new light. We understand Gretel's speech during the fight thanks to Kaine, and they are actually acting to protect the smaller shades. NieR and Weiss do not understand its voice, and the fact that Gretel is in fact telling them that the shades saved Gretel from despair. It pleads to NieR and the rest to stop killing the shades, and Taran, being Kaine's shade, simply mocks it. Only Kaine can hear him though, as he continues to mock Gretel and encourage Kaine to fight. Not out of survival or some twisted sense of mercy, but out of bloodlust. Kaine is wounded all the same, and eventually the desperate Gretel is cut down. Taran takes over Kaine's body as he did in Route A, but now we hear Taran on full display. Defeating Kaine, we acquire the first fragment. The next new and noticeable piece of storytelling happens when we go to the Drunk Heap. We learn that two shades, a mother and son, were once trapped here, with humans on their tail. The mother goes to the humans and sacrifices herself, whilst the son can only stay and drown in his sorrows. Eventually a robot comes along, and you guessed it, this is the boss we fought in the Drunk Heap at the younger brother's request. Except now we know how they came to be. The larger robot, being P-33, is in a similar position to the young boy, and begins to take care of him. Through this we also learn that Jacob died purely by an accident, and that P-33 and the Shade were simply onlookers. The entire time, Gideon's thirst for revenge was but a lie, even if it was an unintentional one. When the time comes to kill the Shade and P-33, the young Shade, who refers to the robot as BP, has a strong connection with it. P-33 reveals the name of the young Shade, Khalil. During the battle in Route A, P-33 spoke of a mission it must complete. That mission is to protect Khalil, the Shade atop his head. Khalil pleads to P-33 to leave him, but it falls on mute ears, and the two are eventually killed by NieR and the group in their hunt for the fragments, and out of a revenge they were mistaken to be the stimulus of. The Forest of Myths fragment, at least in the process of getting it, isn't different in Route B, so let's just go straight to the area. When Emil loses control, we get his backstory like we did Kinase at the start of Route B. I have to protect the people I love. That was my only thought as I unleashed a magic powerful enough to destroy not only the Shade, but everyone else as well. All of them. So many innocent lives. Destroy, eviscerate, crush, kill. These are the dark impulses that overwrite all other thoughts. As a being that was created to be a magical weapon, these are my instincts, or maybe it's better to call them our instincts. A klaxon sounds from deep within the bowels of the laboratory. Thick metal shutters drop down, sealing off the room with a series of dull metal thuds. Abort the experiment. Number 6 is out of control. Everyone get out of here now. Get out of here. The researcher's words are cut off as a massive hand materializes out of the gloom and lifts him high into the air. The researcher begins to scream. He screams and screams, the sound echoing off the walls of the laboratory until the hand squeezes down, coating the room in a deep crimson hue. The rest of his colleagues stand in silence, mouths open, unable to process what they have just seen. Then, a female scientist takes a step back and lets fly with a heartbreaking wail. But this is a terrible mistake, for the sound of her cry suddenly brings forth a monster in all of its terrible glory. Its body is a bloated corpse, its head a grinning skull, and it is massive, many times the size of a human. The head lolls from side to side as it tromps about the room on all fours, bringing to mind the wild maneuverings of some wretched, starving beast. This creature, this thing, is experimental weapon number 6, also known as Halua. One by one, the maddened cries of the researchers are silenced. If number 6 understands them, it pays them no heed, instead continuing its rampage of destruction and slaughter with a focus that borders on obsession. After an eternity, the screaming stops, the alarms fall silent, and only then does the creature make a sound, howling out with an unfathomable roar that echoes up and down the empty halls of the blood-soaked laboratory. It's a sound that curses those who had dared bring such evil into the world, and yet one that also seems to be pleading for help. 2 sets of footsteps echo in an otherwise silent corridor in the first level of the laboratory. One set belongs to a young boy, his eyes blindfolded and his hands restrained. The other belongs to a severe man in a long white coat. The man drags the boy along by means of a long chain attached to a set of shackles on his wrists. Rubble is scattered here and there across the floor of the corridor, making the journey an exceedingly difficult one for the boy who cannot see. Excuse me, could you please walk a bit slower, sir? I'm not used to being blindfolded and, rather than stopping, the man only increases his pace, causing the boy to stumble in an attempt to keep up. This last humiliation proves too much, and the boy finds himself unable to arrest his fall. Without the ability to brace himself, he topples to the floor, smashing his head on a pile of debris and causing a trickle of blood to worm its way down his pale, frightened face. Agonized by the pain, the boy inadvertently opens his eyes, causing the falling drops of blood to emit a strange crackling sound before transforming into tiny, white rocks. "Close your damn eyes!" roars the man. "Yes, sir," stammers the boy as he slams his lids shut. He hadn't realized the blindfold had slipped off during the fall, but now he keeps his eyes squeezed shut so tightly that sparkles appear against the black of his vision. The boy is Emil, also known as Number 7. He is a magical weapon whose eyes are capable of turning to stone anything that falls into their gaze. "Don't look at me," barks the man. "Never look at me." "I'm sorry, sir, I'm looking at the ground now, so if you just hand me the blind..." Instead of waiting for him to finish, the man extends one foot and presses Emil's face to the floor with a heavy black boot. Sir, stop, you're hurting me." "I told you to keep your eyes and your mouth shut, so do it." The man knows this boy. This weapon could wipe him out with a single glance, and yet subduing him in this way gives him a sense of relief. After making sure the boy is subdued, the man retrieves the blindfold and knots it tightly around the boy's quivering head. "Right then, on your feet, let's move." Emil staggers to his feet, trying to ignore the red liquid oozing down his face. The blood doesn't matter. The pain doesn't matter. All that matters is finishing the job that they had set him out to do. The second level of the laboratory is in an even worse shape than the first. It is littered with rubble and rock, making the thought of a decent foothold laughable. When the man's eyes linger on a section of the rubble stained a deep red, he has a sudden image of a warm, gooey brownie slathered in a strawberry sauce. His stomach lurches at the thought, but when he attempts to avert his eyes, they land on the remains of a human being rendered into what could only be described as paste. The man blinks, his mind goes strangely blank before attempting to determine exactly how many humans had to be sacrificed to create the scattered piles of flesh around him. After a moment, his thoughts simply cease altogether, as if his mind realizes that trying to put such a thing into form is folly. You can go the rest of the way on your own," says the man in a voice much weaker than he wishes it to be. "I mean, what does it matter? You're not even human, you're a monster." With this, the man spins around and dashes back down the hall. A helpless Emil simply listens as the footsteps of his erstwhile captor fade into the distance. Emil finds himself alone in a room with the stench of death and blood. For a moment he considers opening his eyes, but the thought of the horrors that await him quickly squash this plan. Instead, he stands still and listens intently. Eventually, a far-off sound reaches his ears. "That's the howl I heard before," he thinks to himself. Emil resumes walking, using the sound of the distant voice to guide him, almost as if it was calling him home. By the time Emil reaches the third level, he is moving on memory as much as sound. His hands and face are covered in fresh wounds from numerous falls, but every time he thinks about giving up, his mind returns to his sister. "We studied together, we ate cookies together, we cried together, we laughed together, and sometimes I was the only one who got yelled at. That is why I was never lonely. Our being together allowed me to stay strong." For Emil, his sister was all he had to live for. So holding that feeling close to his chest, he presses on, one slow step after the other. Finally, Emil finds himself drawing close to a certain experimental chamber in the deepest part of the laboratory. The howl is very close now, and as he touches the switch that controls the door, he thinks about his mission. Number 6 is the ultimate weapon. She is his sister, and he must turn her to stone. The door slowly opens, revealing the massive interior of the experimentation chamber. After a few steps, Emil removes his blindfold and slowly opens his eyes. His sister lurks before him, but she looks nothing like the girl he once knew. Instead, he sees a savage beast crawling on all fours through the shredded remains of the researchers. As the thing that had been his sister stops and tilts his head in Emil's direction, he focuses his gaze on it. A series of soft crunching sounds emerge from the creature as his magic does its terrible work. First the fingers, then the hands, arms, legs, head. What little colour the beast once possessed fades to a dull, ashen grey, and yet, somehow, it summons what strength remains and pulls itself toward Emil, one slow, lumbering effort at a time. Wailing, the massive monstrosity closes in. Is she worried about me? Or is she coming to kill me? Emil feels prepared to accept either outcome. After all, this was his older sister, the person he loved more than anyone else in the world. "Halua, The moment Emil speaks, number 6 comes to a sudden halt. Silence descends on the chamber as the siblings stare at each other. "I'm sorry, Halua, but everyone says you're too powerful. They say it's too dangerous unless I seal you away. I'm so sorry." As Emil watches her body begin to turn to stone once more, number 6 simply waits in utter, perfect silence. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The moment number 6's petrification is complete, her memories flood into Emil's mind. The two of them huddling together in the cold, all alone in the world, with no one to protect them. All she wanted was to save her little brother. And yet, it was that little brother who, in a sense, saved her. The moment the petrification was complete, Emil sinks to his knees. A frozen sister and a little brother wrecked in sin. Alone in this cold cage, two of them weep in a single, silent voice. It was our combined power that destroyed the Aerie. Whole existences, entire lives, even their memories. We took it all. We took everything. My sweet, gentle sister turned into a monster, and the same thing will happen to me, now that I have her power. If my instincts as a weapon win and destroy me in the process, if that power ends up hurting someone I love, And that is the end of this story. We learn here Emil's experience under times of experimentation alongside his sister were far from perfect, and in fact was extremely traumatic. Emil is a dangerous and kind soul, and he isn't able to keep his power contained, or should I say him and his sister's power. Hence the disaster at the Aerie where the entire village is wiped out. We learn too that Emil petrified his sister to save those around him, which makes the conversations surrounding her recontextualized, especially when Emil talks about her. It is also even more understandable now why Emil helps NieR save Yona, because he too wished to save his sister, but unfortunately he could not. Okay, so going to Seafront to look for the missing ferryman is also massively recontextualized. We get a closer look into the postman's relationship with the girl who we learn is called Louise. The postman had no idea she was a shade. Upon getting a closer look, we notice she too wears a red bag. The tragedy here is that Louise is slowly turning into a shade, and doesn't want to lose her humanity. She cares for the postman who is taking care of her, who taught her to sing, hence the sound waves in the fight, but it matters not, it is simply too late. She believes that eating people, hence the bodies in the ship, including the red bagman, that she will retain her human form. During the fight with her, she cries out for her humanity and how much she wishes to stay human. Similarly to Emil, she is self-aware of her form and hates herself for it. An important thing about Louise's story is that it is almost identical to that of the Little Mermaid. And upon my research, I realised that a lot of fables in the game are inspired by real-world ones. Arguably, at least. The Aerie being Peter Pan and Neverland, Shadowlord and Yona being Snow White, the robots being Pinocchio, etc. Louise's story is very important because it shows that shades, beside the Shadowlord, can still have human features and agency. It massively recontextualizes this fight and some of the shades we've come to know. She also has a short story titled Episode Mermaid related to her, but more on that later. After defeating the large shade, Kaine finds a letter by Louise intended for the postman.
The hell's this, Sunshine?
A letter. That thing wrote it for the postman.
Ha! Man, that is some grade A chicken scratch.
She probably copied the letters as best she could.
So, what's it say?
I think our friend's gonna wake up soon. Let's go.
Quick fun fact before we move on is that Louise's story here wasn't in the original 2 versions of NieR. It is a great addition though, and serves to both foreshadow certain later themes and give story to this girl. Moving on to the facade differences. Well, if you thought the Seafront storyline in Act 2 main quest is tragic, this also takes the cake. Upon heading to the desert, the following cutscene plays.
マキシ・ゼルガンド改ざん損かける忘れちされた。
What we learn is that Fasade's paranoia concerning the wolves disturbing the wedding ended in a massacre of much of the wolf pack. Their need to stop the wolves from attacking actually caused that very thing to happen, as out of revenge, the leader of the pack, Rock, kills Fira. The counterattack plays out the same, with the King of Fasade killing Rock, but we see that he asks that his pack did nothing to deserve such a fate. In his last moment, he thinks back to a time with a man who took care of him, in a time where he wasn't possessed by a shade. Rock refers to this figure as grandfather. 1,300 years ago, the leader of the wolves used to be a dog, being Rock. He was raised by an old man and underwent the Gestalt process, gaining eternal life in the place of his owner. Due to its fond memories of the man's care, he wishes to live in peace without coming into conflict with the humanoid replicants, being the general population of this new world. #Rock did nothing wrong. Of course, the king knew nothing about this, and because of that, his bloodlust toward Rock is understandable. With all fragments acquired, we again go to the Shadow Lord's castle, and the rest of the game plays out as it did in Route A, at least until we reach the ballroom. We learn that the ball-like shades that run out of the door that Kaine opens are in fact described to be children. The large ball that comes out tells us we must beg for forgiveness, hence why Kaine says that they do not need forgiveness. Yes, I mentioned that for a reason back in Route A, and that is why. When the ball appears with armor, Tyran begins to taunt Kaine, saying that maybe she shouldn't have killed the shades which caused it to get so angry and filled with hate, just like Kaine is. Kaine, though, confronts Tyran at this moment, saying that he isn't any different. That hate is just another crutch for him, and that he is in pain, lonely, and that no one likes him. But that is okay, because Kaine is the exact same way, but by realizing it, nothing will change. It is too late for both of them to change. Either way though, Kaine has come to terms with herself, as well as with Tyran's existence within her body, but despite this, still fights for NieR and his sister's happiness. Once again, the King of Fasade comes along to defend you, and we get another look into his sacrifice after the second Deviler and Popola fight, which is no different. The king's last moments are one of killing the boar amongst his dead men. He tells Fira he is on her way to her, and that she will see him again. After this, we see the cutscene of Shadow Lord standing over Yona. Of course, we can understand him now, and he claims that soon his body shall arrive, which will make it possible for him and Yona to be together like before. When we land the final killing blow on Shadow Lord, the following cutscene plays out.
You can have this cookie.
Don't worry about it, Yona. I'm already full.
This again? That's what you said yesterday. You haven't been eating anything lately. Come on, at least take half.
Thanks.
Hey. Thanks for always being there for me. Oh, here. I brought your half.
Thanks, Yona.
Wow, that was crazy! I can't believe how well my sister's body holds up. Kinda hard to move when you're just ahead. I wonder where everybody is. I can't wait to see them again. But before that can happen, there's some stuff I gotta do first. Like finding a body, or at least some legs. I sure hope Kaine and Vice haven't killed each other yet. I swear, you leave them alone for 1 minute.
Shadowlord is the NieR you play as in the prologue, and he was the original Gestalt mentioned in the documents. This means many things, and allow me to also add additional context to Shadowlord via writings outside the game. Firstly, Shadowlord wants the exact same thing as NieR does, and the NieR we've been playing as for much of the game is the Shadowlord's replicant, being his body. Before the prologue, NieR was approached by a charity organisation of sorts that handed out food and, most importantly, medicine for Yona. However, this was a cover-up for Project Gestalt, who were running human experiments and gave 12 people, including NieR, copies of Grimoire Noir. Hence why we see him in the prologue, which takes place after NieR fled with Yona. This site was created to find the original Gestalt, being someone who can keep their consciousness even after going through the Gestalt process. After NieR fought off relapsed Gestalts in the prologue and Yona touched the Black Book, causing her to relapse and fall into a sleep, NieR was soon discovered and deemed the original Gestalt. In the drama CD of NieR Replicant, it is revealed that NieR was kept in a sort of solitary confinement, and was constantly watched. He allowed any experiment whatsoever to be done on him for 5 whole years, as he believed that by doing so will work toward a cure for Yona. It was said that humanity would soon return their souls to their replicant bodies, being the many sort of people we encounter throughout the game, and the organisation made a blind promise to NieR by stating that by then, Yona would have a cure. The process to return human souls to their replicant bodies was projected to take 1,000 years. NieR's soul was soon separated from his body as a result of Project Gestalt, and his bodiless Gestalt, also known as a Shade, would be named Shadowlord. Shadowlord's desire was to save his sister and humanity, being the Gestalts, being the Shades, the souls of humanity. As the original Shade, all sentient Shades were linked to the Shadowlord, and his death will cause them to relapse. The reason Shadow Lord kidnaps Yona is because the projected date for Project Gestalt's completion was long past, and by kidnapping Replicant Yona, he seeks to give Gestalt Yona her body. Shadow Lord's plan to fuse with his replicant, being NieR, to then reunite with Yona when she woke up after also being fused would fail, as he would be bested by NieR, Weiss and Kaine in combat. There is a moment where Yona opens the curtains, and we see something burn from her. This is her Gestalt using her replicant body to commit suicide, and that is why Shadow Lord allows his own defeat. The two, fortunately, reunite in a sort of afterlife, which explains the scenes we see before the credits. Going back to grimoires, they aren't actually books, they are more like people who are able to naturally adapt to powerful magic. Because of this, they eventually took on the form of magical books. This ability to adapt is very rare. The book you fight in Emil's library is actually an old friend of Weiss who couldn't handle the magic and went insane. More on that later. Someone who can adapt to the same level as the Shadow Lord is even rarer. In fact, he's the only one who could keep his soul stable, making him essential to keeping the Gestalt system working. Grimoires are meant to help reconnect souls, Gestalts, to their physical bodies, replicants. When a Gestalt loses control, it becomes a shade, and its replicant ends up with a fatal disease called the Black Scroll. Grimoire Noir and Weiss were supposed to work together to reunite souls with their bodies. Meanwhile, Deviler and Popola are androids created to monitor the replicants and prepare them to be rejoined with their original souls. But they messed up, since you could argue the whole Project Gestalt failed the moment replicants developed their own sense of self. This is the entire reason why Noir wishes to merge with Weiss. It's just a shame that the way the Shadow Lord and Noir try to lure NieR and Weiss is far from perfect. Despite Noir's comically evil voice, everything he was saying during the library sequence was actually completely correct. To save humanity, Weiss and Noir needed to merge. They needed to become one. So let me quickly just drop the bomb for those who aren't aware of what's going on here. By killing Shadow Lord, NieR causes the entire human race to eventually go extinct, as all hopes of it returning will fade away. This is due to the Gestalts relapsing and their replicants dying thanks to the Black Scroll, meaning that Project Gestalt actually failed. By the time Automata rolls around, humanity is completely gone. This is why I refer to this game as an anti-revenge RPG. For much of the game you are cheering on NieR, and it's only after Route A that things slowly unravel. I believe that a large theme of Replicant is that revenge, or doing things that may seem righteous, aren't always going to end up with results that are just that. Before we move on to Route C, yes, there is another scene with Emil, where we see his head in the desert roll around without its body. Emil is very much alive. This scene isn't fully explained and could mean many things. For one, Emil does make an appearance in Automata, so this could simply be the way to bridge his existence from this game to that. And the second point I want to make is only relevant in Route E. The ending of Route C is unlocked by collecting all 33 weapons in the game during the Route C playthrough. Route C starts after you load the save that was made at the end of Route B. It is largely the same as Route B, except this time we get a look into certain conversations between Deviler and Popola, giving extra insight into them as characters as well as their motivations. We also get a few extra scenes beside that, and the boss fight against Luis is slightly different this time. I won't play them in full because I think some things can be easily explained without doing that, just like some of the cutscenes in Route B. A method of analysis regarding Route C and D is to put them both together. But I'm not going to do this because their endings are extremely distinct. During the Luis fight in Route C, we actually run up the side of her. This takes place after we beat the timed attack from last time that Kaine used the postman to delay the attack. By doing this, we are able to run up the side of the boss where we fight Luis up front. After defeating Luis and finding the letter, instead of tearing it up like she did in Route B, Kaine instead gives it to the postman.
It's like I was stuck in some kind of dream.
Hey, letter guy.
You're that I mean, how can I help you?
Got a letter for you.
Wait, you have a letter for me?
Yeah, it's from that thing on the ship.
Louise? Let me see. Oh, it says, thank you. Wow, look at this. After all that time I spent trying to teach her to write, she actually managed to string together a few ugly little letters. Damn it. Why can't I stop seeing her smile? Or hearing that song she used to sing? I know she ate people. I know she was a monster.
Going back to the conversations between Deviler and Popola, we see them discussing the fact that now that Shadowlord's location has been discovered, they must stop NieR. As remember, they are working to see Project Gestalt come to fruition. For a brief moment they show slight hesitation at stopping NieR, but as Popola says, to them, the plan to see Project Gestalt come to fruition is all that matters. She even goes as far to say that NieR is a tool to that end. The two also talk about Louise, stating that if the Shadow Lord resists Project Gestalt, then they will use her to defeat him. Of course, this never happens, but it shows how dedicated they are to finishing it. They also reveal that Louise has no replicant, meaning that even if she wanted to become human again, she cannot. After gathering all the fragments, Deviler and Popola prepare to move out and stop NieR once he enters the castle. Deviler, though, states that she has been thinking a lot about the time the two had spent with NieR. After all, NieR does see the two as parents. Popola shuns Deviler as they cannot afford to feel such things, but Popola feels the same way she does. In a heartbreaking quote, Popola states that even if she did feel that way, they have no choice. They were designated to do this. It is their nature. The last large piece of exposition is by Emil, after he sacrifices himself to defeat the last of the two twins. This one isn't as long, but it reveals a lot about him. Darkness, black without end. It goes on and on and on. Eyes closed, eyes open, it matters not. The dark is joined by a mysterious sensation, one created by the mingling of blissful sleep with the unease of a terrible, never-ending cold. Is this a dream? Thinking to pinch his cheek, he reaches for his face, but his hand does not move. In fact, his hand has disappeared altogether. He looks at his arms and sees only bone. He looks at his feet and sees they have disappeared, along with the rest of his legs up to the thigh. What body remains begins to leave him, then crumbling into fragments smaller than dust. His body is going, soon it will be no more. Is this death? Suddenly he recalls his past. He remembers the time he lived with his sister, and the very act of recollection is like a shooting star. Despite lasting only a moment, it brings colour to the darkness. Soon more memories come, gathering atop each other, one after the next, until they meld into a warm and glorious light. Wake up! Wake up! A set of covers are torn from the boy, leaving his eyelids exposed to the merciless sun. Hey there, lazybones, says the voice again. The boy's vision, blurry at first, gradually grows more clear. Before him, her face aglow with a radiant smile, is his older twin sister, Halua. Morning, Halua. Don't look so cheery, you butt. The teacher's gonna be here any minute. Halua grabs her brother and pulls him beneath the bed with her, where they wait with a host of dust bunnies for their instructor's arrival. The moment Emil starts to ask a question, Halua hushes him by placing a finger by his mouth. Don't start. We agreed to this yesterday, remember? We're gonna jump out and give the teacher the scare of her life. After a few ticks of the clock, the door opens and a slight woman enters the room. Good morning, Halua. Good morning, Emil. Are you ready for... Emil glances at his sister and sees her trying to stifle a laugh, which has the unfortunate effect of making a laugh rise out of him. Then the dust bunnies decide to get in on the act, swelling up into their noses and causing the tricksters to sneeze in unison. Suddenly the face of their teacher appears in the space between the bed and the floor. There you are, you scamps. This is your fault, says Halua. You ruined it by sneezing. Me, cries a clearly wounded Emil. You sneeze just as loud. That's enough, both of you, says the teacher as she attempts to hide her amusement. Crawl out from under there and let me take your temperatures already. The pair happily shimmy out from their hiding place and stand before their teacher. She is a fair woman with a kind voice, one Emil would be happy to listen to for the rest of his life. In fact, he often thought that her waking him in the morning was his favourite part of the day. The teacher finds her seat, hunkers down, and lightly pats her leg, to which a happy Emil leaps into her lap. She then slides a chilly thermometer under his armpit, causing a shudder to race through his body. I'm sorry, just be a brave boy for a little longer, alright? Emil used to hate having his temperature taken daily. The thermometer was just so darn cold, but he's become used to it after being at the facility for the past 2 years. His mother and father had perished in an accident many years before. He'd been told the facility they sent him to was simply a home for orphans such as himself, but he'd always had his doubts. After all, most orphanages weren't staffed by doctors in white coats who held lessons involving the repeated asking of strange questions, nor did they attach wires to the bodies of their charges and force them to enormous boxes. The process is endless, the tests unceasing. And yet, Emil feels his teacher somewhat floats above it all. She would talk to him about everyday problems, read him books, and even share a meal when time permitted. She is the closest thing he has to a mother. With both of their temperatures taken, Emil and Hilua wait for breakfast. But something is different this day. Their teacher is strange, somehow off. Emil, she says quietly, do you remember what day this is? Emil looks over to his sister and sees her staring at him with an enormous grin. Nuh-uh, she says. You gotta figure it out yourself. But despite his best efforts, Emil comes up empty. I'm sorry, ma'am, he says at last. I just don't know. With a smile, the teacher reaches into the pocket of her white coat and withdraws a small package. It is a bag, neatly closed with a string and tied at the top with a bright red ribbon. Happy birthday, Emil, she says. In fact, happy birthday to the both of you. Oh, thank you, cries Emil. Can I open it? Of course, replies his teacher. I'm afraid it's nothing so special, but I do hope you enjoy it regardless. Emil carefully unties the ribbon and opens the bag to reveal a small pile of cookies. They are the same snacks they had always received at the facility, but the fact they came with his teacher makes them somehow special. As a gasp escapes from his mouth, his sister can't help giggling beside him, her eyes fixated on the bright red ribbon all the while. Happy birthday, Hilua, says Emil as he reaches into the bag, withdraws a cookie and offers it to his sister. Needing no further encouragement, the girl crams the cookie into her mouth and swallows it in 2 bites. Happy birthday to you too, Emil. Then, as though remembering something, she leaps up and runs to the small chest of drawers the two of them share. After forcing open a stubborn drawer, she pulls out a single sheet of paper hidden under a white coat and runs it back to her brother. Here's your present, she says, thrusting the paper at him with a slightly embarrassed look. When he glances down, he sees the words, Happy Birthday Emil, scrawled in a shaky child's hand, along with a picture of a generously coloured person who had clearly been created from every crayon in the box. That was me. Unable to stop himself, Emil wraps his sister in a massive hug. Thank you, he whispers as she returns the embrace just as tightly. I'll make sure to draw you on our next birthday, okay? My sister was there. My teacher was there. It was my birthday. I thought I could never be happier. I'm glad Hilua's drawing is the last thing I remember. I sense a deep and perfect darkness descending over my eyes, and realise my time has come. I'm so terribly cold. As I try desperately to remember what it felt like to be embraced, I wonder if this horrible face is all that's left of me. Hilua, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I'm coming to join you now. Just hold on. Wake up. Please wake up. Come on, Emil. Wake up already. Hilua? Is that you? You haven't changed a bit, have you, lazy bones? Hilua, have you come for me? Am I dead? No, Emil, you're not dead. I'm just here to keep my promise. In that moment, the world of blackness surrounding me explodes with colour. Red, yellow, blue, and so many others. Colours I have no names for, colours I've never even seen. It's like someone is using every crayon in the box. I told you I'd always watch over you, didn't I? Hilua, Don't worry about it, you butt. Looking after little brothers is just what big sisters do. Her voice, it's fading. Sorry, Emil. Looks like I'm out of magic. Hilua, wait. Let me come with you. But you are with me. I'll always watch over you, so we'll always be together. Halua, no, don't go. Don't cry, Emil. I want you to be happy. Promise me that you'll live, for the both of us. The darkness enveloping me flows away, replaced by a brilliant blue sky. I don't know where I am or what I'm supposed to do, but it's okay that I'm here. I know that much now. She's given me the courage to accept that. No more crying. I will live with a smile on my face, because that is the promise I made her. After the fight with the Shadow Lord, which is much the same as Route B's, Kaine seems to be shifting.
Well, ain't that precious?
I'm happy for him.
You know, Sunshine, that black scrawl has almost completely taken you over.
Yeah, I know.
But goddamn, we had fun, huh? Killing and killing and more killing. What a rush.
Yeah.
Wait. No. No. It wasn't fun at all. I turned you into a killing machine. I spread evil and chaos around the world. But it all feels so empty now. Why? I don't understand.
Sorry. Looks like you stayed inside me for a little too long. Sunshine.
Stop! Don't be nice to me! Don't make me feel like this! I'm gonna swallow you up, Sunshine. Gonna swallow you whole.
Kaine? What is it?
Listen to me. The shade inside me is growing, and I can't stop it. Soon, real soon, I'm gonna go berserk.
I can't hold it back anymore.
Kaine, you have to fight. You have to...
Just shut up and listen to me. Emil is gone, all right? So there's no way anyone can stop me. Please. Before it comes to that, I want you to kill me. Consider it enough of a request.
Sunshine! It's not like I can stop it! When Gestalts go out of control, they lose their minds! Both of our memories will be completely overwritten!
Kaine! Damn it! I have to do something. I won't! We made it this far because you were with us, Kaine. I'm who I am today because of you. I'm not going to give up on you. I'm not going to abandon someone I love. I'm going to save you.
I swear it!
Tyran finally speaks to NieR from the possessed Kaine, his comically evil voice making itself very apparent. He tells NieR that the only way to stop Kaine is to stab her in the heart after Tyran pins her down. He is seemingly accepting his fate and helping NieR to both kill himself and Kaine.
Very nice. Now, if you want to save your precious Kaine, there are 2 ways to do it. One is to plunge your sword into her chest. That's what she wants after all. Freedom from burdens, freedom from life.
What's the other way?
The other way is to make her a normal human being again. But to make that happen, you gotta trade your own existence for hers. Well, there you go. Good luck with that.
You're that shade. The one who lives inside Kaine. Why are you trying to help her?
Probably for the same reason you are. Enough talk. Make your choice.
Kaine. Let's go home.
Can you hear me? I spent years inside Kaine's body, tormenting her from within. I felt her pain, her emotions, as if they were my own. And there was so much pain. So when I say she's free now, I want you to believe me. Thanks to you, Kaine has been forgiven and saved. Oh wait, she had a final message for you. Thank you.
Kaine.
During the fight with Kaine, NieR does not have access to Vice, as this takes place after Shadow Lord is defeated. The only way to stop Kaine is to kill her, and as Tyran puts it, all Kaine wants at this point is to be free of all burden, free from all life. The other option here is to return Kaine to being a normal person again, without Tyran inside her, but this will ultimately kill NieR. Killing Kaine leads to ending C. With a single kiss after stabbing her, NieR kills Kaine, freeing her from her pain and granting her the rest she has always wanted. She now joins her grandma, and Tyran no longer torments her. Tyran, though, is also free from his own insecurities that Kaine had confronted him for. Quick note here before we move on to ending D is that yes, Yona is there and she is still safe. This ending isn't really focused on her. Either way, the Shadow Lord is still dead, and humanity is doomed by the time Automata rolls around. This much is the same for every single ending in the game. Now, Route D is identical to Route C. The only thing different about it is whether or not you spare Kaine at the very end. So really, Route D doesn't really exist. Only Ending D does, which itself is derived from Route C. If you clicked at this point in the video wondering why it is much shorter than the other routes, that is why. Ending D is the true ending of NieR Replicant, at least in the original game. This is because Route E was added with the release of version 1.22, being the remake. As you can guess, this ending takes place after NieR sacrifices himself instead of killing Kaine. By doing this, the game prompts you multiple times that you need to delete your save data to do this. And after inputting the name you gave to the protagonist at the very start of the game, being the name of your save file, all of your data is wiped, and so is the memory of NieR. The game shows you this as it happens. Absolutely everything goes, and nothing is left. All of that hard work is flushed down the drain.
Are you all right?
Yona?
It was you, the one who helped me, I mean. Wasn't it? Thank you so much.
I'm glad you're okay.
What's wrong?
Huh?
I mean, you defeated the Shadow Lord and everything, but you don't look happy.
I don't?
This is a lunar tear. How pretty. Are you crying?
Yeah. I guess I am. It's like I just found something special. Something very special.
After this ending, the main menu changes. Before going into the final sections of the video, there may be a few people watching questioning which endings are actually canon. It's quite simple, all of them except C, because every ending beside that one actually works as one coherent timeline. NieR canonically dies, and he is also forgotten about. Quite a sad end to his tale. Well, kinda. Wait for ending E. But again, D was the original ending for the game before the remake was released. Before we go into the final route, there exist a number of stories sourced from third-party pieces of media, being media from outside the game itself. I would like to summarise a few of these short stories. Their role is similar to the short stories surrounding Drakengard, being to give audiences more lore, characterization and context. I do think that many of these should have been adapted into at least the remake, but we'll get more into that later. The first one I would like to talk about is about Vice. This story is included in the guidebook of the game, Grimoire NieR, and is called And Then There Were None. Ahead is a detailed summary of such. The story opens with a surreal, almost theatrical tone as a group of young people awaken in a vast, sealed room under mysterious circumstances. The narrator, a battle-hardened soldier, quickly deduces that he and the others have been gathered by the very organisation they serve, the Hamlin Organisation, known for drafting children to fight against monstrous beings known as the Legion. Each person is assigned a strange, sealed book, and tension mounts as they realise that they have been abducted under the false promise of a discharge from military service. Among the group is a young woman the narrator had previously saved during a chaotic campaign years earlier. She is one of the few he can communicate with, and they quickly rekindle their connection in this new and ominous setting. The narrative shifts from confusion to horror when an argument between two strangers ends with a book opening on its own, unleashing a monstrous hand that kills a man and absorbs his body. A chilling announcement confirms the grim reality. The books are magical weapons, and the captives must kill each other until only two remain. The narrator and the woman realise the importance of their alliance, as cooperation could increase their odds of survival. Yet, they still don't understand the rules of these cursed tomes, what activates them, how they choose their victims, and what role emotion or intent plays in triggering their power. As the death toll rises and the books change colour and design with each kill, the woman theorises that strong emotions or imminent death might be the catalyst. Her instincts prove costly when she sacrifices herself to save the narrator, pushing him out of harm's way before being fatally impaled by summoned lances. Her death leaves the narrator grief-stricken and alone, and her body is soon consumed by her grimoire, which turns a deep red, Grimoire Rubrum, which Weiss would later go on to help defeat alongside NieR in the Manor's library. This, of course, happens after he loses much of his memory. He screams in agony, but is spared from the mass slaughter that follows. An attack from another participant who mistakenly believes victory ensures escape. In the end, the narrator realises that survival doesn't mean freedom. Though the voice promised two survivors, it never said they would leave. The final killer stands triumphant, only to discover the same fate awaits him as all the others. The truth is horrifying. The organisation lied about the medicine's protection, using the children as disposable pawns in a deadly experiment. As the narrator is pulled into his own book, now revealed as the White Grimoire Weiss, he reflects bitterly on the absurdity of it all. Stripped of his identity and transformed into an object, he laughs hollowly, aware that whatever farce is to follow, it has already claimed their lives and humanity. So none of this is mentioned in the game itself, and I think this is a massive shame. Weiss is a very important character, and for much of the playthrough, we don't really know what exactly he is. During much of the dialogue in the game, including ones in the Sidequests, Weiss gives very small hints as to his origin. But you cannot truly blame him. He has, after all, lost much of his memory. It is only during the fight with Shadowlord that his memory comes back to him. Even after his memory comes back though, his origin is never stated in the way that Emil or Kaine's are. The next summary is related to Emil and Halua, titled A Stone Flower. Halua lives in a facility with her twin brother Emil after losing their parents. Though her dreams are filled with warmth and memories of her past life, her reality is sterile and constrained. They are cared for by a woman they call Sensei, who seems kind and motherly, yet Halua cannot fully trust her. Something feels wrong about the facility. Its strange lessons, limited freedom, and the disappearance of other children raise Halua's suspicions. As time passes, Halua becomes increasingly wary, especially after noticing how everything is monitored and the exams are more evasive than they should be. When told she has a life-threatening illness, she is restrained and subjected to an experiment that turns her into a monstrous weapon. Realizing she has been transformed and hearing adults mention using Emil next, Halua becomes desperate to escape and protect him. Using her new powers, Halua breaks free, destroys the facility and kills many of the adults responsible. She is consumed by anger and betrayal, especially towards Sensei, who she once trusted. Her love for Emil drives her actions, and her grief is overwhelming, both for her own lost humanity and for failing to keep Emil safe from the same fate. In the end, Emil finds her, and though he's still himself, he has also been altered. His eyes now carry a petrifying power. As Halua's body turns to stone, she accepts it willingly, hoping it would stop her from hurting anyone else. Her final thoughts are of Emil, wishing he would escape, live free, and never become the monster she had become. And the last one I want to talk about is the one that is perhaps the most disturbing, and paints NieR in a very different light. In a quiet village where people live with caution and kindness, NieR, a young boy, gathers eggs as a favour for a family while the wife recovers from illness. Instead of food or money, he accepts a freshly hatched chick as payment, a gift for his fragile younger sister Yona. On his way home, the villagers greet him warmly, requesting small errands, trusting and caring for one another despite the dangerous world outside the village. At home, Yona, delicate and prone to illness, is overjoyed by the chick. Their life is simple and hard, shaped by the loss of their parents and sustained by NieR's dedication. Their mother passed away suddenly years ago, leaving NieR to care for Yona, who was too young to understand death. NieR's resolve to protect her began, cemented by her smile during their mother's funeral. Yona's illnesses are frequent, and though minor symptoms persist, they deeply worry NieR. As he sets off to gather herbs, Yona, longing to help, goes on a small errand, cherishing the normalcy of being useful. Along the way, they meet Devila, a maternal figure in the village, who gently acknowledges Yona's lingering cough and advises a visit to Popola, the village's wise librarian and healer. After collecting herbs and mushrooms, NieR returns home, only to be stricken with panic when he doesn't see Yona at the window. She is fine, caring for the chick, but soon her coughing worsens dramatically. She collapses, vomiting black blood, a sign of the Black Scroll, a mysterious and fatal disease. Popola and Devila quickly tend to her, but NieR is consumed by guilt and fear. Though reassured that nothing he did caused it, the news is grim. The illness is incurable, and the best he can do to ease her pain is with costly medicine. This marks the start of an even more desperate phase of their struggle. To afford the medicine, NieR exhausts his savings, takes on odd jobs, and seeks more work, only to find little available. He considers selling their home, one of the few ties left to their late mother, but cannot bring himself to do it, knowing how much it means to Yona. Despite the villagers' support, many keep their children away, fearing the Black Scroll. The weight of helplessness and poverty bears down on NieR as he faces an uncertain future. His love for Yona drives him forward, but survival in a harsh world with no cure in sight seems an increasingly impossible burden. NieR fell to his knees in despair upon seeing the garden. All the sprouts he had carefully nurtured were now withered, the life gone from them after one missed watering. He recalled how strict his mother had been about tending the fields, never trusting him with a task despite giving him care of the chickens. Even she had lost crops. Reality was cruel. 2 children couldn't survive alone in such a village. Desperate, NieR considered selling the house, but there was nothing of value inside, except, he realised, for one last thing. The thought paralysed him. He needed to feed Yona, prepare for tomorrow, but his body refused to move. The memory of his first trip to Seafront flooded back. The errand to deliver a letter, the winding alleys, and then him. The man who offered money and tried to drag NieR into his home. NieR had escaped that day, and for half a year buried the memory deep. But now, with Yona's worsening illness and no other way to afford medicine, he returned. This time he stepped through that door, repeating, "It's for Yona," as if the words alone could wash away the shame. Each trip to Seafront hollowed him further, but Yona smiled more. That, he told himself, was enough. Devila noticed the change, his tied-up hair, his fatigue, but never pressed. Only Popola, with calm eyes and dangerous job offer, seemed to understand everything without saying a word. Killing shades was deadly work, but it paid well, far better than the price he had been paid at that man's hands. When he joined the shade hunt, he found himself facing not just monsters, but the man, now armed and mocking, claiming to know him well. NieR fought through fog and blood, killing creatures that bled like animals, that moved like men. By the end, he could no longer tell what he had been cutting. When it was over, the man from Seafront was dead, and NieR's hands, stained in dark red, trembled with a numb kind of a relief. He would never go back to that house. He had done terrible things to protect Yona, but in that, he found his only clarity. As the sky cleared and a lone cloud floated overhead, NieR walked on, toward his sister, and toward the only peace he could afford. When I first read this story, titled The Red and the Black, I thought back to NieR as a protagonist in a very different tone. He seriously loves Yona, and does everything in his power to keep her healthy, even if it meant literally selling his body. Despite everything, it all leads to clarity. NieR's actions in Act 2 especially, and his bloodlust towards the Shades, makes a whole lot of sense now, or at least a whole lot more sense. Okay, we're almost done now. Let's go into the final route, Route E. Strap in for this one, it's quite a lot. Now, Route E is completely new to Replicant 1.22, and it is a very welcome addition. The original releases of Gestalt and Replicant did not include this route, meaning that Route D was actually the final ending at the time. Route E has more connections to Automata, being the second NieR game, than the original releases, as of course at the time of their release, Automata wasn't even a concept. Route E is actually an adaptation of a short story first introduced in Grimoire NieR, called The Lost World. Route E begins by starting a new game with a new name after your save data is restored from Route D. The playthrough is the same as Route A, except you have to start all over again, at least up until the point where you must defeat Hook in the Eyrie with Kaine. This is where the new content begins. Upon sinking into unconsciousness and failing to grasp NieR's hand, Kaine wakes up.
Fuck. Again. There's that dream again. Every time I wake up from it filled with pain and sadness. With this feeling like I've somehow forgotten something extremely important. When I look at my broken sword, it reminds me of my battle with the Shadow Lord. Somehow it's been 3 whole years since I saved Yona. That was supposed to be it. Goal achieved. Game over. So then, why was I crying? 3 years have passed, and I still haven't found the answer to that question. Not exactly the restful sleep I was hoping for. Damn it. Guess I'll go kill some shit. Emil.
In Route E, we play as Kaine, at least from this point onward. Yona's fate is uncertain here, as it takes place a number of years after ending D. If Yona still had the Black Scroll, which is likely, it would mean that Yona is dead, but it really isn't known. Kaine plays slightly differently from how NieR did. Firstly, she has no mana bar because Tyran is no longer with her. This makes her a lot simpler to play. Her attacks are also different in both power and animation. If I had to compare, she feels a lot like Act 1 NieR to play, being the younger NieR. The magic button this time round is used to charge an attack that does aerial damage. Kaine comes across a guard in the northern plains, and after helping him kill some shades, he tells Kaine that he is on a mission to go to the Forest of Myth, where we find the whole village slaughtered by robots coming from the tree in the back of the village, being the same tree we got the fragment from in Act 2. Descending into the tree to investigate, Kaine finds a large underground bunker, and voices call out to her, including one that says, "Welcome to the Sea of Humanity." and that we, being Kaine, brought an end to Project Gestalt. As we know, this tree serves as a sort of server, and always has. Its purpose is to record memories of the world. Two distorted voices explain that the tree is an, quote, integrated information management database designed to resemble a perennial plant, and that it transmits phenomena recorded in its memory unit. They even tell Kaine that she, too, has been recorded here. Like I said, they explain that she killed the original Gestalts, which at this point we know as NieR, or at least the Shadow Lord. They talk as if she killed him, but that isn't the case at all here, but maybe they are talking as if she killed him by association, which makes complete sense because she did help NieR defeat Shadow Lord. It was only him that did the killing blow. They explain here that because the original Gestalt is dead, the remaining ones run wild as they have nowhere else to go. They say that the actions of the party have caused the deaths of countless replicants, which is undeniably true. Going deeper, Kaine finds 2 android children. Upon killing them, they seemingly vanish and reappear, taunting Kaine. Fun fact, they are voiced by 2B and 9S's voice actors in NieR Automata. Summoning a robot in their place that has swift movements and attacks, almost like P-33, Kaine fights it. During the fight, the twins tell their names to Kaine, but their voices distort, making it so it is impossible to know at this time. Instead, they refer to themselves as the administrators. They have been watching and listening to the stories of the replicants, being what they describe to be recycled vessels in a recycled world. They demand Kaine shows them her potential and to entertain them. Cutting down the robot, Kaine presses onward. Venturing deeper, Kaine finds that the administrators have another challenge for her.
You are strong. We have taken the liberty of sampling that strength. We have reproduced you at the point in your journey in which you are strongest.
Son of a... Are those things me?
These clones, as the administrators state, are Kaine at her peak. They explain that they are Kaine shaped by machinery, being fused together by mesoparticles. Kaine, without surprise, doesn't really follow what they're saying, instead focusing on survival. The two care not, stating that her comprehension is unnecessary, and that all she cares for is killing. The clones endlessly reconstruct and attack Kaine.
You little fuckers.
Kaine! Are you okay?
Emil?
You betcha! Anywho...
Emil is back, through means yet to be explained, that is, and with 4 arms? The administrators describe Emil as a being who has absorbed the power of his sister, number 6, and has transcended humanity. Kaine mentions that she feels a nostalgia at this moment, and that she feels like alongside Emil, there used to be one other person. Remember that NieR's memories have been wiped from everyone. Opening the way, the two press onward. They see a doorway of defined geometry. Beyond it, as the administrators say, lies that which was lost. Inside is a realm of white colours, of huge cubic monoliths, and of a serene white atmosphere. Kaine finally questions Emil about what happened to him, but he simply tells her that now isn't the time to get into all of that. Kaine understands but tells him that she was worried. Even Kaine can admit that she is happy to see him once more. As the two go through the monochrome realm, they feel like they are forgetting something. Kaine explains her mind is filled by a weird fog. The two determine to get their memory back, feeling a strong presence ahead. Kaine tells Emil to be careful. and the two agree that they don't want to be lonely anymore and will watch each other's backs until the end.
Where am I? Emil?
These are your memories.
These are your records.
This is your world.
The heads-up display changes here, alongside the environment. Even the subtitle borders change. The HUD now is very akin to NieR Automata's. And this is where it all starts to tie in with that game. Summoning shades that Kaine has encountered along her journey, including P33 and Khalil being the young shade, as well as Gretel, they fight on.
This is the deepest place in your memories.
Memories you had sealed away.
And this one is your worst memory.
Kill you as many times as it takes. You goddamn shit-fucking despicable piece of garbage!
Facing Hook once more, the killer of her grandmother, Kaine brings her all to bear. Hook this time is much stronger, teleporting around the arena as the administrators have enhanced the memory. Kaine insists someone else helped her kill Hook.
Enough already! Please just shut up! Fuck. This is bad.
After falling, Kaine's memories wash over her. Okay, one last written story. Let's do it. When Kaine's eyes flutter open, she sees a dozen villagers quizzically staring back. After a moment, she realises she is collapsed on the ground, where sharp stones dig at her flesh like... whatever, that's not important right now. She pulls herself to a knee before rising on unsteady feet and sparing a glance to her surroundings. "The fuck?" she mutters. "What happened? Wasn't I just fighting shades?" Her mind races as her hand gropes unconsciously for the blade that has always been her constant companion. Though she can't explain it, it's clear she has somehow been transported to an entirely new world. Well, not entirely new. She recognises the hawk-shaped weather vane twisting slowly in the wind above her, as well as the small round homes with wisps of smoke drifting into the air. And, of course, there are villagers currently staring at her with a mixture of fear and disgust. Oh yes, they are a familiar sight indeed. She is in the Eyrie. She is home. "Is something the matter, girl?" Kaine spins around at the voice and sees a woman ravaged by time. Her narrow hips barely seem strong enough to hold her body upright, while the shawl wrapped around her thin frame appears ready to fall apart at any moment. "Grandma? Is that really you?" Her grandmother's eyes grow almost comically wide before blinking several times in succession. "What's wrong, you fool girl? Is your head lost in dreams?" "Dreams? Could this be a dream? But it feels so real." "But she's dead. Grandma's dead. I watched that goddamn shade kill her. So if this isn't a dream, how the hell is she here? Unless those shades killed me too. That must be it. I'm dead. I'm dead and this is hell." Oh, stop with that nonsense already. Kaine flinches as her grandmother raises a hand in the air, expecting pain to come as a correction for her foolishness. But instead of a blow, her grandmother simply places the hand upon her cheek. The warmth of it instantly spreads from her cheek to her face before filling her entire body with a kind, beautiful light. "What's wrong, girl?" asks her grandmother. "Are you upset? Do you want to go home?" Kaine feels tears coming to her eyes and struggles to hold them back, though she still has no idea what is happening. She knows one thing for certain though, this is her grandmother. "Sorry, Grandma, not sure where my head was at there." "Well, just make sure you keep it attached." Her grandmother chuckles as she pulls her hand away. Maybe this is a dream, or maybe I'm already dead. I don't know, but either way, I'm not alone. As long as Grandma is with me, that's enough. "Didn't I just tell you to stop spacing out, girl? her grandmother says with a cackle. Here now, hold this. She hands Kaine a large sack filled to bursting with all manners of fruits and vegetables. Damn, Grandma, this is a lot. Well, it's important to treat yourself every now and again. Besides, these villagers may hate us, but the bastards are more than willing to take our money. We'll lend support as we can, even if they have to hold their noses while we do it. Her grandma trails off as if trying to remember something, then slowly turns around. Well, what do you know? In all the excitement, I forgot to buy medicine. A thin smile wavers on her face for a moment before vanishing into a lifetime's worth of crevices and wrinkles, causing Kaine to take a concerned step forward. No, Grandma, that's fine. You go home and rest. I'll get the medicine. Her grandmother hesitates, clearly trying to weigh her own need for rest against her granddaughter's odd behaviour of a moment before. Before she can start to argue, Kaine charges ahead, ignoring the small voice in her head telling her what a bad idea all of this is. Really, Grandma, it's fine. Go home. I've got this. She pulls her grandmother's ancient wallet from her fingers, an act that requires a surprising amount of strength. Besides, you know how stubborn I am. Once my mind is set, there's no changing it. I wonder where you get that from. Seeing that further argument will be useless, her grandmother slowly turns and begins the long journey home. Kaine watches the figure recede from her vision, waiting for what seems an eternity to ensure everything is okay. Once the frail shadow finally vanishes over the horizon, she turns on a heel and makes for the apothecary. Ho there, says the elderly apothecary as Kaine enters the store. Here for Carly's medicine, are you? Though few villagers had ever bothered to learn her grandmother's name, she and the apothecary were old friends. Perhaps that was the reason he'd always shown her kindness when so many others did not. Yeah, if it's not a bother. The shopkeeper immediately sets about his work, deftly pulling bottles and herbs from the shelves and mixing them with a practiced hand. Soon a peculiar smell begins to drift through the store, one that immediately reminds Kaine of her childhood. There you are, says the apothecary as he holds out a small cloth bag. Sorry for the wait. Oh, and say, that's a fine portrait you drew of your grandmother. Looks like her, it does. Honestly, I've never seen Carly so over the moon about anything. She brags about it every time she stops by. You saw that? Says Kaine, her eyes narrowing. Said portrait was something that had been whipped up one day after getting her hands on some crayons, and to call it rough would be an act of purest generosity. The idea her grandmother was displaying it around the town makes Kaine's stomach want to sink down to her feet before slinking off into a hole somewhere. You bet I saw it, the pleased apothecary says. She brought it all the way here just to show me. My, but it's been a long time since I've seen something so wonderful. Kaine's mind begins to whirl. The picture was shit. She was sure it was shit, and yet the man's reaction displayed the exact opposite opinion. Is he just being nice to me? The apothecary doubles down. I could really tell you put your heart into it. It was simply wonderful. Thanks, offers Kaine, who just wants the entire conversation to be over. She briefly considers how she's going to make her grandmother seize her little travelling art show, but then realises that train has likely left the station. Shaking her head to banish her increasingly sure thoughts, she grips the bag of medicine tightly and turns to leave. But just as she reaches the door, she hears a loud thud somewhere back in the shop. Kaine turns around to see the apothecary crouching on the floor. Hey, you okay? When the man does not reply, Kaine moves toward him. She assumes he slipped on something, or perhaps hit his head on some of the low-hanging shelves in the crowded shop. But the moment she draws close to him, she hears him begin to scream inside her mind. My leg! Panicked, Kaine looks down and discovers that the man's leg is gone. Help me! Screams the voice in her head. Help me! As Kaine looks on in horror, the man's fingers begin to shimmer and vanish. He reaches out for her with his only other hand to find that it too is no longer there. Soon his arms go, then legs, then the side of his face wobbles out of existence, causing a stray eyeball to roll out of its socket and onto the floor. Help! Help! Says the voice, if it could even be called that anymore. I can... A moment later, what remains of the pitiful shopkeeper collapses into a heap of ash, releasing a small puff into the suddenly silent air. As Kaine stumbles back in horror, she hears a cacophony of terror rising up outside. Kaine bursts out of the store and finds herself in a nightmare. Homes slough off the sides of the cliffs, taking out pieces of scaffolding as they fall. Screams echo out everywhere, creating an opera fit for hell. Villagers run in mad circles before exploding into dust, their clothing drifting this way and that as it floats untethered through the air. As she stares at the scene, wide-eyed, a single thought suddenly asserts itself into the front of her mind. Grandma. Kaine breaks into a run, the crumbling world around her suddenly forgotten. She leaps from one piece of falling debris to the next, using them as stepping stones to cross a world that is increasingly losing cohesion. As she continues her mad dash, flecks of ash are blown into her face, her mouth, her eyes, ash, 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 buildings and people, all reduced to so many cinders in the wind. Soon she arrives at her childhood home. It was once a place filled of precious memories, a place she regarded as an oasis in an increasingly mad world. But now it is nothing but a pile of ash. As she gapes unbelievably at the sight, a faint sound suddenly reaches her ears. The sound was her name. She's alive. Grandma is alive. With a speed born out of panic, she leaps into the giant pile and begins shoving it aside. It stings her eyes and burns her lungs, but she continues on, heedless of the danger. Finally, she pulls out a small, blackened form out of the darkness. "Come on, Grandma," she whispers. "We're getting out of here." Without waiting for a response, Kaine gathers her grandmother in her arms and breaks into a mad run, hoping to escape the chaos. But the weave of ash has become a tsunami, and before she can make it more than a few desperate steps, it reaches out with a cruel hand and overwhelms them. Kaine stumbles and falls, sending her and her grandmother tumbling into the ashes. One glance at her feet is enough to reveal the culprit. Her right leg has vanished at a point just below the knee. "Oh, it would take more than that to stop me," mutters Kaine as she slings her grandmother over her shoulder and begins to crawl away. "We're going to make it. We are going to live." As she crawls, her grandmother seems to grow lighter, as if trying to magically reduce the weight of her own burden. And as Kaine continues to struggle, she hears a small, soft voice enter her ear. "Thank you, Kaine." As the voice drifted away, the last of the pile of ash that used to be her grandmother drifts away in a soft breeze. Kaine screams, an impossibly sad and lonely sound, and begins trying to put the ash back together. This can't be happening, it can't be happening. But soon the ashes mingle with the others, and she can no longer tell which particles belong to who. Come on, come the fuck on already. As she continues her frantic digging, her hand suddenly closes around a piece of soft, rugged fabric, her grandmother's shawl. I knew this place was a lie. I knew it, and I still couldn't do anything. I couldn't save anyone. I couldn't even escape. I just felt the peace in the place, and I accepted it. I wanted it. That's why there was nothing here. No reason to live, no goal, no anything. So this is why I'm...
Say.
Suddenly your voice enters Kaine's world.
I say, can you hear me?
After a moment the voice calls out again, louder, clearer.
Now then, you wish to get him back, hmm?
Him? Replied Kaine. Who are you talking about?
For the love of all the heavens, I always did know you were a handful.
Though the voice immediately begins to grate on Kaine's nerves, there is something else as well. A kind of warmth, almost a familiarity.
Are you truly so daft that you have already forgotten one of your beloved travelling companions and friends?
Says the voice, which causes something deep in Kaine's memories to surge forward. That's right, I had friends, and I was fighting to get one of them back. At this realization, a blinding radiant beam of light shoots out across the ash-covered world. Covering her eyes with one trembling hand, Kaine reaches for it.
Do hurry back now, hussy.
So before we get excited that Vice is back, no. This is simply a memory of him, or more like a remnant of his power that has come back to help Kaine. With access to his magic, Kaine is able to fight back. Kaine, for the first time, gives an honest thanks to Vice. One last fight, one last onslaught, one last revenge. Except this time, it may be worth it. With an old friend appearing to help her, Kaine makes up her mind. No one will tell her how to live. No one will torment her. She will get NieR back no matter what, as she swore that she would be his sword. She decides what life means to her, and she will do whatever she wants with it. Kaine and Weiss defeat the memory of Hug and the administrators. In their final moments, the administrators realize the power of replicants, maybe showing a sort of redemption as they clearly viewed Kaine to be nothing more than a toy. Well, they used to. Approaching a memory of NieR, you are offered your save data back from route D, being the one that was deleted. By restoring Kaine's memory of NieR, you restore your save data, and so we have finally reached the conclusion of this story.
I leave the rest to you, hussy.
Our journey may have been meaningless.
Our past may have been a mistake.
But we're not going back.
Even if this world comes to an end.
Because this is the world with the people we cherish.
This quick section of the video is to further discuss the thematic elements and messaging of NieR Replicant. A large theme of NieR, beside revenge, is friendship, but also contrast. NieR uses a large amount of black and white imagery, which complements and maybe even contradicts the fact that the game isn't really black and white at all in its storytelling. I think this acts as a sort of ludonarrative. At first, the game does seem quite black and white, especially in Route A. Route A is incredibly bare, which is why for a lot of it, I let it play out without explaining, because the game doesn't really tell you anything at the time either. As mentioned in the beginning of the video, the idea that people on all sides of a conflict believe they are doing the right thing was a massive inspiration for the story of this game. And as you play, this becomes increasingly obvious. The Shadow Lord wasn't a villain, he is merely an antagonist of NieR. NieR, if anything, did worse things unintentionally than Shadow Lord ever did, via the extinction of humanity, by the time Automata comes around, due to his unintentional destruction of Project Gestalt. Kaine's final sentences in the game include, "Our journey may have been meaningless," which at first may seem nihilistic, but in my opinion it actually makes complete sense. Much of Route E's ending is interpretation, speculation, theory, etc. A theory I lean into though is the fact that Kaine's words are simply saying that despite everything the group did, the world would have been doomed anyway. They didn't really solve anything, but only won a private war of theirs. In this sense, their journey was indeed meaningless. The world will simply carry on, and humanity will remain extinct. As for Emil's whereabouts, well, in ending B we saw him alive in the desert, at least his head was. Another story, called Around the World in 80 Days, describes Emil rebuilding his body and going through a sort of journey in 80 days, as the name suggests. By the end of that story, Emil rebuilds his body. I believe that this should have been explained in the game itself, as it isn't explained at all, but hey, nothing is perfect. Okay, let's wrap up. The method of storytelling in NieR as a whole is a lot of show, don't tell to most. I think this is somewhat true, but the fact is, many quit the game after finishing Route A and therefore don't get the full story. I think a downside of the route system these games use is just that. Many presume that the other routes don't matter much because to them, if something was important, it would have been explained up front in the first playthrough. This isn't the fault of the writers, it is simply a connotation of modern audiences. Impatience is very present, and with a game like NieR that spoon-feeds information, some people may be turned away. NieR gives way to a larger analysis, be it lore or theming, and many sadly dismiss anything above surface level analysis as pretentious. Those, though, live in a constant state of insecurity. Yes, I'm looking at you people that have just skipped to the end because you are rolling your eyes at the length of this video and deem it to be, well, overly long and, as mentioned, pretentious. Anyway. Despite this, the series is known for its writing, and I do acknowledge that the way it is portrayed isn't perfect. The fact you need to replay most of the game multiple times is quite a headache, and not really a problem I had in Drakengard because in that game you don't need to do that to achieve all the endings. But you did have that massive and tedious grind anyway with the weapons for the last ending. The weapon grind in NieR isn't hard at all if you simply just do most of the content. The only large complaint I have with NieR Replicant is that one side quest where you need to do crossbreeding with the seeds, and the fact that Route C's changes could also have been in Route B. Either way, this game is very good, and I do consider it a masterpiece in storytelling, at least within its own genre. It is a tale of humanity, love, friendship, and hope, but also that everything isn't as it seems. I mean, it says those exact words on the back of the original box art. There are certainly better stories that exist, but I think that what Yoko Taro wanted to convey with this game was made quite obvious. Through these subtle changes on each playthrough, and even things such as the loading screen diary entries, even though the progression routes can drag, there is always something to keep a lookout for. The game is somewhat self-aware in that sense. I would though like to mention my biggest critique of this game. It's actually something outside of it. The best parts of the lore are actually in writings not featured at all in the game. Luis's backstory, for example, was originally a writing, but it was adapted into version 1.22. In my mind, this should have happened for the majority of these writings, because they give more heart to the setting and the characters. The story about NieR's struggle for Yona and Vice especially should have been added into 1.22. Even with the argument that the story is about NieR, I still think that his written story should have been included. Alright, we're just about finished. Again, this video was about the first NieR game, being Replicant or Gestalt. As for Automata, well, we will see, shall we? For those who have just reached the end of the video, thank you. This video was quite difficult to make and went through multiple delays before its inevitable release. It is by far the most difficult video I've made, and when I started it I didn't anticipate it to be this long or this dense. Much of the difficulty was because the game itself is quite hard to piece together and the outside reading was necessary to fully understand and appreciate it. From this point onward, my upload schedule is going to speed up, as I finished this major project and have many other things I can finally get to. Keep an eye out on the channel and make sure to like and subscribe, and comment your thoughts below. Follow my Twitter in the description, and consider supporting me on Patreon, Ko-fi or YouTube memberships if you wish. Thank you for watching, stay safe, and support human artists.
Alright, is everybody here?
Present and accounted for.
You betcha!
Sure.
Alright then. Dear players, the game is over, and we have a special message for you. Thank you for playing!
For fuck's sake.
Yona, why aren't you in bed?
Oh, hey! It's my big brother. I'm so sorry. I just didn't want to miss this.
Try and take it easy on her, okay? Yeah, you wouldn't turn down a request from your adorable little sister, would ya?
Popola, Devila, you're here too?
Looks like you're having yourself a grand old time, sunshine!
Okay, who was that?
Shut up, Tyrion. You'll just make things complicated.
We haven't all the time in the world, Let us finish what we came here to do.
So, it's really gonna be over, huh? Does that make anyone else feel sad?
We have to say goodbye eventually. But hey, I'm sure we'll meet again.
You really think so?
I'm getting hungry over here. Want to hurry this up?
All right, once again, from the top.
Dear players, the game is over, and we have a special message for you. Ready? 1, 2... Thank you for playing!
Thank you to the patrons and members in the shoutout tiers: Worm, Times, Carl Essinger, Moon Goddesses, Hero, Krieg 1212, Wostan, Vita Pinheiro, Operation Error, Laloa, Handsome Sun, and Halusi.